Chapter 1262. Miss Ewer, you don't have to be so polite. Fashion was planning to return to Nanyang anyway. Sending you to Zhengzhou is just on the way. Back at the Cloud Mountain courtyard, Yi Fashion saw Liu waving his hand to refuse, so he smiled and cupped his fists. After living with the Li family for such a long time, Yi Fashion had more or less heard about little Fishy's deeds from Lan. He was very happy to help such an intelligent and righteous little girl. Moreover, sending little Ewer to Zhengzhou was just on the way. Yi Fashion had delicate features to begin with, so it was easy for him to gain the favor of others. Furthermore, his gaze was clear and his tone was sincere. Little Ewer couldn't bring herself to reject him. Then thank you, sir. Thank you, brother Yi. Although Yi Fashion might not be older than her, she couldn't call him brother right from the start, right? Yi Fashion hurriedly said that she didn't have to thank him. Seeing that there was nothing else for him to do here, he cupped his hands and left to pack his luggage. Little Ewer, come find me tomorrow before you set off. I have something to give you. After watching Yi Fashion leave, Li Zixuan was silent for a moment before he instructed. Yes, sir. Although little Ewer didn't understand what Li Zixuan wanted to give her, she still agreed. All right. It's getting late. You should go back and prepare. Sir. Little Ewer nodded and left. As soon as she left, Han Yushi walked in quietly. Husband, little Ewer is leaving the capital? Li Zixuan wasn't surprised that his wife asked this directly. In fact, he had sensed that Han Yushi was eavesdropping outside the door 15 minutes ago, but he didn't say anything. Wife, do you think I'll harm her by agreeing to let her go to Zhengzhou today? Li Zixuan nodded. Han Yushi came over and held Li Zixuan's hand. She said gently, Husband, in this life and the next life everyone has their own choice. It doesn't matter whether it's right or wrong. But as long as she thinks it's worth it, it's worth it. There's nothing harmful about it. Since little Fishy was able to muster up the courage to bid farewell to you, she must have already made up her mind. Husband, you don't have to worry too much. This concubine sees that this child is a person with good fortune. This trip to Zhengzhou is just a small test for her. It won't be that easy for an accident to happen. Upon hearing this, Li Zixuan's brows immediately relaxed. My wife is right. It seems that I have worried too much. Yamacho, I'm coming. The next morning, Li Zixuan had just finished his breakfast and returned from his sword practice on the Cloud Mountain when Ewer arrived at the courtyard with a bag in her hand. Yes. Are you ready? Do you have enough travel expenses? Li Zixuan took the handkerchief that Han Yushi handed over, and wiped the sweat on his forehead as he said warmly. Yes. I'm ready. I have enough travel expenses too. For some reason, when Han Yushi stood beside Li Zixuan, Ewer seemed a little reserved. She put her hands behind her back and replied softly. I guess you're anxious too. Wait here for a while. I'll go get the things for you. My wife, get someone to inform the monk that it's time for him to leave. Li Zixuan put down the handkerchief and walked into the house as he spoke to Han Yushi. Yes, husband. Han Yushi replied. The husband and wife went their separate ways, leaving Ewer alone in the main hall. Half an hour later, Li Zixuan carried a wooden box to the main hall. Ewer was puzzled. She didn't know what Li Zixuan was up to. Li Zixuan handed the wooden box to her with a solemn expression. There's a telegraph machine and a battery to power it. Take it with you. In case of an emergency, you can send a telegram here. I'll leave the other telegraph machine in the Datong Daily editorial office and wait for news from you. Although I don't know if this telegraph machine can send messages back to Chong and from hundreds of miles away, you should still take it with you. Who knows, it might come in handy. In this era of agriculture, there was no electricity in the entire world. The spatial spectrum was very clean and there was almost no interference. In theory, a few watts of radio frequency power would be enough to connect the entire world. This was the most basic telegraph machine. If he wanted to communicate from Zhengzhou to Chong, and it might not be impossible. Sir, Ewer had been in the workshop for so long. How could she not know the preciousness of the telegraph machine? It could be said that this telegraph machine was the most important and precious thing to Li Zixuan so far. She opened her mouth in shock and wanted to refuse, but Li Zixuan interrupted her. I told you to take it, so take it. This telegraph machine won't be of much use to me for the time being. Take it first. If you need it, then it'll be the best use. Yuer bit her lip and hesitated for a moment. She stepped forward and took the wooden box in Li Zishuan's hands and said, Sir, Yuer will never be able to repay your kindness in this lifetime. Haha, you little girl, who asked you to repay me? Li Zishuan laughed. At this moment, Han Yushi walked in with Yi Fashion, followed by Yi Guozhong. Husband, grandfather and the monk are here. Han Yushi said softly. Cousin, the monk is ready. We can go now. Yi Fashion carried a bag and was still wearing a gray robe. He looked like an otherworldly being. Li Zishuan nodded and then went to Yi Guozhong and said, Grandfather, about the monk, I didn't have time to discuss it with you. It's really… Haha. Little Xian, you don't have to be like this. Without waiting for Li Zishuan to finish, Yi Guozhong waved his hand and interrupted. The monk wants to go to the south to seek Taoism and visit the masters everywhere. No matter how much your grandmother and I tried to persuade him, he still insisted on it. It's just that it's been brought forward by a few days. I thought it through. My children and grandchildren have their own blessings. I'm almost 70 years old. Why do I have to think so much? Let the monk's father and mother worry about it. Haha. Li Zishuan was surprised. He didn't expect the old man to become so open-minded in just a few months. Grandfather is right. Our children and grandchildren have their own blessings. The monk has a firm heart and a steady personality. He will be the leader of Taoism in the future, and bring it to greater heights. Li Zishuan said to Yi Guozhong with a faint smile as he looked at Yi Fashion's calm face. To Yi Guozhong it was just a blessing. Only Li Zishuan knew that it was a prophecy. Ooh. Chapter 1263. In the end, Li Yu left with Yi Fashion. The two children didn't even have lunch. They carried their bags and rode the carriage to the south. Before leaving, Little Fishy gave Li Zishuan a letter, saying that it was for Meng Wenhao, the first good friend she made in Chang. Since it was Friday and the students weren't on holiday in the morning, she could only ask Li Zishuan to help her deliver the letter. Grandfather, is the officialdom of Hunan Circuit really so dark? How much influence does the Cui family have in Hunan Circuit? After Little Fishy and Yi Fashion left, Li Zishuan sighed and asked. Yi Guozhong's expression changed. He pursed his lips and didn't say anything. After a while he sighed and said, The Cui family is the sky in Hunan Circuit. His Majesty is so determined to deal with the Cui family this time. It will definitely cause a violent backlash in Hunan Circuit. Even if Wei Zuoqing has the imperial edict in hand, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to completely clean up the officialdom in Hunan Circuit. And if he acts too hastily, I'm afraid there will be a change in Hunan Circuit. Change in Hunan Circuit. These two words were earth-shattering. Li Zishuan's eyes narrowed and asked with a gloomy face. Grandfather, you mean that those local officials might join the Cui family and start a rebellion? If that was true, it would be no small matter. This meant that the Tang Empire, which had just been peaceful for less than 2 years, would be plunged into the flames of war again. Moreover, if other aristocratic families saw the Cui family's actions, they might take the opportunity to cause trouble. At that time, the internal war of the Tang Empire would erupt. Yi Guozhong nodded and said, It's not impossible. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. The Cui family of Qinghe is a 1,000-year-old family. How many scholars and officials are dependent on them? Wei Zhang brought the imperial edict to Zhengzhou to clean up the officialdom and destroy the Cui family's foundation. How can the Cui family be trampled on by him? Li Zishuan frowned and said, Then I will go to the palace now and ask His Majesty to take precautions. After saying that, he was about to leave. He didn't know when, but he, who only wanted to be a carefree marquis, began to care about national affairs. Perhaps he had completely integrated into this era. Into the identity of a Tang? Yi Guozhong reached out and stopped Li Zishuan. Little Xian, don't be in a hurry to go. If I'm not wrong, His Majesty must have foreseen the situation today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given Wei Zheng a group of imperial guards. His Majesty is able to govern the country and bring peace to the world. His martial prowess is capable of stabilizing the universe. His ability and skills are incomparable to the previous emperors. Little Xian, You must never underestimate His Majesty at any time. The current situation in Hunan Circuit is very likely His Majesty's intention. Perhaps His Majesty has already made arrangements in the dark, waiting for those officials and the Cui family to fall into the trap. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. At this moment he remembered who his boss was. It was Li Er. In this era, only old Li could rebel against others. In this world, who else could rebel against old Li and succeed in doing so? Even old Li's sons couldn't do it, let alone those clowns in Hunan Circuit. Maybe he was worried for nothing. Grandfather, you are right. I was a little rash. Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said with a look of acknowledgement. It felt good to have such an old fox at home to show him the right way. Here. Wen Hao. This is a letter for you from little Fishy. In the afternoon, accompanied by the sound of the school bell and drum, the students excitedly swarmed out of the classroom. Some went home, while others went back to the dormitory. Li Zishuan stood at the entrance of the academy. When he saw Meng Wenhao walk out, he quickly called him to the side and took out the letter that little Fishy asked him to pass to Meng Wenhao. He handed it to Meng Wenhao and said, "A letter for me from little Fishy?" Meng Wenhao murmured in confusion. Then he reacted and hurriedly asked, "Yamacho, you mean little Fishy has left the workshop? Where did she go?" Li Zishuan pointed at the letter and said, "You'd better read the content of the letter first." Although Meng Wenhao was anxious, he could only do as he was told. He quickly opened the letter, opened the rice paper inside and read the words on it. "Wenhao, I'm leaving. I'm leaving Chang. There's a place that needs me. Although it's far away, I was able to come all the way from Yuezhou to Chang'an. What's the distance now? I'm a reporter from Datong Daily. I'm needed there, so I'm going. But you don't have to worry. Sir sent someone to protect me. I'll be fine. You're the first good friend I made in Chang'an. I envy you. I envy you that you can become Sir's student. I envy you that you can study at Yanhuang College. But as your good friend, I'm very happy for you. Sir is a good person and a great person. Although I'm not his student, I still hope that I can become a person like him in the future. A person who can be remembered by the people all over the world. Wenhao, I hope you can also become a person like Sir. Do you remember the first time we met that day? In order to thank you for your help, I treated you to egg yongchan noodles. In the end I met a scammer. Not only did I not eat, but I was also almost beaten. This time when I come back from my business, I must treat you to a meal of egg yongchan noodles. At that time, Wenhao, you must do me the honor. Little Fishy. As Meng Wenhao read the letter, he couldn't help but think of all the things that happened when he first met little Fishy. He couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. In the end, he quickly looked at Li Zishuan and asked, "Yamacho, little Fishy said in the letter that she was going to a place. Where is she going?" Li Zishuan heard this and shook his head. "Since she didn't tell you, then I can't tell you. But Wenhao, don't worry. I've already sent someone to protect her along the way. When she gets there, there will also be someone to receive and take care of her. I believe there won't be any accidents." When they arrived in Zhengzhou, little Fishy could seek refuge with Wei Zheng. Although Wei Zheng was now in a difficult situation, it was much safer for little Fishy to be with Wei Zheng than to be alone. Meng Wenhao felt a little relieved, but deep in his heart, there was still a trace of a bad premonition. He asked again, "Yamacho, what little Fishy is going to do, is it dangerous?" Li Zishuan was silent for a moment before he replied, "There is a certain risk, but this is the path that she has chosen. At the same time, this is her responsibility. I have no right to interfere and I can't interfere. Wenhao, as her good friend, all you can do now is to believe in her and bless her." After that, Li Zishuan patted Meng Wenhao's shoulder side and walked away. Meng Wenhao's face was dull, and he felt lost. Chapter 1264. The two little guys left Chang'an and went south to pursue their dreams. In Chang'an, life went on as usual. The popularity of the tickets for the football ranking league did not diminish. For the past few days, there had been countless people queuing outside the two football stadiums to buy tickets. The tickets for the first day of the competition were completely sold out. Everyone wanted to see what this so-called football ranking league was like. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, it was the 8th of March. It was a sunny day and the spring breeze was blowing. At 8 o'clock in the morning, The side gates on both sides of the two football stadiums opened at the same time. The guards of the football stadiums divided the audience into 8 groups, and everyone entered the stadium after checking their tickets. Almost everyone knew about the background of the football stadiums and the FIFA, so no one caused trouble before the start of the game. Half an hour later, all the spectators had entered the stadium. For the first match, the occupancy rate of both football stadiums had almost reached 100%. The people's enthusiasm was high, and Li Zixuan had made a fortune. Just the ticket sales for the first match of both teams added up to 5,000 strings of cash. The first game of the second football stadium was between Li Daozong's Ferocious Tigers and Liangzhou's Fergana Horses. Liangzhou was located in the northwest fortress of the empire, and the people there were tough. This team was formed by a local barbarian merchant. Last year, in the Liangzhou area, the Fergana Horses could be said to be the best. In this football ranking league, the hottest topic among the people was Li Daozong's Ferocious Tigers and Zheng Yinhong's Wind and Thunder team. Li Zixuan also wanted the two teams to have a strong match in the first game, so as to leave a good impression on the people who came to watch the game. In this way, people would be willing to come to watch the later games. However, in the group stage it was completely based on the team's representatives drawing lots. If he really wanted to cheat, it was not completely impossible, but he did not think it was necessary. In the end, the Wind and Thunder team was placed in Group A, and Li Daozong's Ferocious Tigers was placed in Group B. It was destined that the two teams would not meet in the group stage. After the audience entered the stadium and sat down, it was the turn of the players of both teams to play. Without Li Zixuan's guidance, the players of both teams knew to change into tight clothes. In addition, to make it easier to run, they all tied up their hair. At the request of the Great Tang Football Association, the clothes worn by each team member had to be marked with a number. The number had to correspond to the player and be recorded in the FIFA. The team in black was the Ferocious Tigers. The 11 players were all burly men who looked like iron towers. The outline of their bulging muscles could be seen through their clothes. Looking at the way they walked in unison, it was obvious that they had been in the military. However, these people definitely did not know any internal martial arts, because all the players had to be checked by the bearded man before entering the field. If they knew any martial arts, they would have already been marked by the FIFA. The one in red was the Fergana Horse team. Of course, the 11 members were not as big as the Ferocious Tiger team, but they were generally younger and more energetic than the Ferocious Tiger team. Oh, the Ferocious Tigers. The Ferocious Tigers will win. When the players of both teams appeared on the field, it naturally caused a tsunami of cheers from the audience. Although their cheers could not be heard, because people in this era still did not know what cheers meant, the huge cheers were enough to explain everything. Most of the people who could come to Lantian County to watch the game were Chang'an locals. In the face of the Ferocious Tigers versus Fergana Horse team, the audience instantly chose a side, which was to cheer for the Ferocious Tiger team. Wow! The Ferocious Tiger team's lineup is so neat. And each of these people is so burly. The Ferocious Tiger team is definitely not a match for them. That's right. That's right. These people are said to be the former soldiers of the king of Jiangxia. Each of them is well trained. Today's game will definitely be won. But why do I feel that the Ferocious Tiger team is not bad? I heard that the strength of this team is top-notch in the Liangzhou area. Bah! Wang Qingyi, whose side are you on exactly? Of course I'm on the Ferocious Tiger team's side. But I was just discussing the matter as it is. *T. You're such a busybody. In my opinion, the Ferocious Tiger team will win. Now it's just a matter of how many wins they have. I'm guessing at least 3 goals. Haha. I'm guessing at least 5. There was a lot of discussion in the audience and it was extraordinarily lively. On the field, after throwing a copper coin, the Ferocious Tiger team obtained the right to pick the side, and the Ferocious Tiger team obtained the right to kick off. According to the rules, the ball needed to be placed on the center of the field when kicking off. All the players had to be in their own half of the field, and the opposing team members should be at least 3 feet away from the ball until the game started. Beep! As the referee on the field let out a long bamboo whistle, the number 1 player of the Ferocious Tiger team gently kicked the ball placed on the center of the field to his number 3 player, and he quickly ran to the opposing team's half of the field. The first game of the Tang Football Association's ranking league officially began. Marky Yongan, what do you think of this Kings team? In the first 15 minutes of the game, both teams fought fiercely, trying to take the lead to score. However, the strength of the center-backs of both teams was not to be underestimated, so after 15 minutes, there were a few shots, but not a single goal was scored. Li Daozong, who was in the stands, was not in a hurry. Instead, he asked Li Zixuan beside him with an indifferent expression. Today was the first game of the ranking league, and it was also the Ferocious Tiger team's debut, so Li Zixuan and Li Daozong were both present. Not only that, Li Daozong had even brought Li Shuyan along. The young lady was sitting on Li Daozong's lap. Li Zixuan might have been an otaku in his previous life and had never played football, but he had watched a lot of serious football matches, so he had a good eye for a game. Upon hearing this, he thought for a moment, and instead of answering, he asked, "Your Highness, do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Li Daozong was first stunned, but then he laughed out loud. Haha, interesting. Interesting. Then this king wants to hear what's the lie. What's the truth? Little Shuyan also turned her head at this moment, and shifted her gaze from the field to Li Zixuan. Her big cute eyes blinked as if they could speak, making her look extremely cute. Li Zixuan could not help but be melted by the little loli's cuteness. He smiled at Li Shuan, then looked at Li Daozong and said, If your highness wants to hear a lie, then every member of the Ferocious Tiger team is tall and strong, like a fierce tiger coming down from the mountains. No other team can match them." Li Daozong frowned. This sentence seemed to be the truth to him, but Li Zixuan was lying. Then what's the truth? Chapter 1265. This is the truth. Your Highness, although your Ferocious Tiger team is brave and fierce, but in terms of speed and flexibility, they are still slightly lacking. Liangzhou's Fergana horse team can be said to be like their name, running like the wind. Previously, the Ferocious Tiger team made 2 mistakes in passing, both of which were caused by underestimating the opponent's speed. Moreover, in this quarter of an hour, the Ferocious Tiger team's ball was intercepted more than the Fergana horse team. In addition, in terms of stamina, this nephew presumptuously asserts that the Ferocious Tiger team will definitely be inferior to the Fergana horse team in the later stages. Lantian County's No. 2 football stadium stands. Li Zixuan insisted on listening to the truth, so Li Zixuan had no choice but to speak his own analysis truthfully. As the saying goes, those closely involved can't see the game clearly, while those on the sidelines can see the game clearly. The players on the field may not understand their own strengths and weaknesses, but Li Zixuan, who was half an expert, was able to see through some key information after watching for a while from the stands. Li Zixuan repeatedly nodded his head as he listened to the first few sentences, but when he heard the last sentence, he had a disapproving look as he said, "How can Marquis Yong and conclude that the Ferocious Tiger team's stamina is inferior to the Fergana horse team? You must know that although the Ferocious Tiger team's members are not martial arts experts, they are all heroes who have been in the army for at least 4 to 5 years. How can ordinary people be compared to them?" Li Zixuan replied neither hurriedly nor slowly, "Your Highness, as far as I know, the Ferocious Tiger team's members are all above 30 years old, while the Fergana horse team's members are all below 25 years old. The youngest one is only 17 years old. In terms of strength, they are indeed inferior to the Ferocious Tiger team, but in terms of stamina, the Ferocious Tiger team cannot compare to them. In addition, in terms of tactics, the Ferocious Tiger team does not have a complete set of tactics. Instead, they have a feeling of blocking soldiers with arms, and water with earthwear. On the other hand, the Fergana horse team can often play some small coordination, and the Ferocious Tiger team's players are unable to break through, and also difficult to defend. So, before the end of the first half, if the Ferocious Tigers can't widen the score and secure victory, there's definitely a risk of losing in the second half. According to the experience of his previous life, generally speaking, a player's golden age began at the age of 19, reached its peak at the age of 24 to 26, and slowly came to an end at the age of 28. Around the age of 30, many professional players would choose to retire or leave the main position. This was because when a person passed the age of 30, their muscles would begin to atrophy, and their physical ability would begin to decline. Some players who were disciplined and diligent in training might be able to delay it, but players who indulged in debauchery all day might even bring it forward. Even though the players of the Fergana Tigers had trained in the military for many years, in terms of endurance, they were definitely not as good as the young lads of the Fergana Tigers. Moreover, Liangzhou was located on the frontier, and was often harassed by the Turks. The people there were tough and valiant. For the Fergana precious horses to be able to stand out from that place, their strength was naturally not to be underestimated. Brother Xiao Xian, are you saying that Royal Father's ferocious tiger team is going to lose? But Shuyan thinks that the uncles in the ferocious tiger team are very strong. Li Shuyan had already reached the age where she could understand things. She could still understand the gist of Li Zishuan's words. After Li Zishuan finished speaking, the little girl pouted her cute little mouth and said. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Haha, Big Brother didn't say that the ferocious tiger team would definitely lose. They still have a good chance of winning. Shuyan, let's just watch carefully." Little Shuyan replied with an and turned her attention back to the field. Li Daozong, on the other hand, frowned and fell into deep thought. On the field, the center back of the ferocious tigers rolled the ball and passed it to the feet of another center back. The latter dribbled 2 steps and passed a player of the ferocious horses. Then he made a long pass, intending to send the ball to the feet of his own center forward. Who would have thought that this pass would be intercepted by the center forward of the ferocious horses? The surrounding audience was in an uproar again. F***CK. It was intercepted again. What's going on? If the pass isn't accurate, then don't blindly spread it. This time, the ferocious tiger team is in danger. The speed of the Fergana Tigers is very fast. This is already the 3rd time that they have intercepted the ball of the ferocious tiger team, right? Hey, the ferocious tiger team is actually playing well, but I didn't expect the strength of the Fergana Tigers to be so tyrannical. The audience discussed animatedly, but Li Daozong's face was gloomy and his eyebrows were tightly knitted. Marquis Yong'an, in your opinion, if the ferocious tiger team wants to win this match as soon as possible, what changes do they need to make? The Fergana Tigers' one chance to counterattack was finally narrowly neutralized by the 2 defenders of the ferocious tiger team. However, Li Daozong couldn't sit still anymore. He turned his head and humbly asked for advice. From the looks of it, he finally believed in Li Zishuan's evil. Li Zishuan frowned slightly and pondered for a moment. He said, "The ferocious tiger team's offense is easily intercepted, but fortunately, their defensive ability is quite good. They have played until now and have not fallen behind in the score. I think they must have practiced a lot of tactical changes on a daily basis. Next, if the ferocious tiger team wants to quickly break through the opponent's defensive line, first, they need to completely give up on long passes to the ground. This is because the opponent's running speed is very fast and their reaction is very flexible. Second, they need to make use of more short-distance passes. Through the player's constant change of formation, they can bring the ball to the opponent's penalty area. This is because the ferocious tiger team has a considerable advantage in terms of individual strength and dribbling ability. In terms of the evolution of formation, the ferocious tiger team has an absolute advantage. We need to play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses. Third, I see that the defensive ability of the 2 defenders of the ferocious tiger team is very outstanding. The next time they intercept the opponent's ball, they can directly pass the ball from the back half of the field to the front half of the field. Of course, they need to leave a striker in the front half of the field. This move is called defensive counterattack. It can often produce unexpected results. When Li Daozong heard this, his eyes lit up. However, he still had some doubts, so he asked, "What is a defender and what is a striker?" Li Zishuan sweated and said, "I don't have time to explain this in detail. The general idea is that a defender represents a player in the backfield who defends, and a striker is a player who creates opportunities for his teammates and dribbles the ball to break through and score. Your Highness, what do you think of these 3 suggestions?" Li Daozong pondered for a moment and clapped his hands. "Good. We'll do as you say. I'll immediately ask the team manager to inform the players to change their tactics." After that, he whispered a few words to a middle-aged man behind him, and the latter hurried down the stands. "Haha. What a good way to play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses. What a good defensive counterattack. I didn't expect this." A small football game because of the two of you is a bit like two armies facing each other. Interesting. Really interesting. When the ferocious tiger team in the field had just started to implement the new tactic, Li Zixuan and Li Daozong heard Li Er's laughter. The two of them were shocked and quickly turned around. They saw Li Er in his regular clothes walking towards them with Li Changqian following behind him. Oh. Chapter 1266. Greetings, Your Majesty. In Lantian County No. 2 football stadium, Li Zixuan and Li Daozong saw Li Er coming over and quickly got up to greet him. Without waiting for them to finish, Li Er waved his hand and said, "No need to be so courteous. I just finished the morning court. I'm just here to take a look." In fact, he was not the only one who came over. The civil and military officials in the court, many of them who had no official duties, came over after the morning court. Football was a new hot-blooded sport. Not only did the people like to watch it, but the court officials also liked to watch it. Of course, in order to avoid criticism, the officials would not personally set up a team. Only people like Li Daozong from the Li Tang Empire or those nobles who had nothing to do all day would mess around with a team. Because these people did not have official duties, they did not care about hard work and reputation. They just wanted to play all day long and no one could say anything. "Your Majesty, this way please." Li Zixuan led Li Er to where they were sitting before. This area was considered the VIP room of the entire football stadium. It was separated from the audience by a tarpaulin. Many people in Chang'an City had seen Li Er before. In order to avoid causing a commotion, they could only arrange for old Li to sit in the private room. "Haha, Shuiyan, come to me." When Li Er saw the delicate little Shuiyan, he suddenly smiled and waved his hand. "Shuiyan greets royal uncle." Li Shuiyan hesitated for a moment, then walked over and said crisply, "Good, good, good." Li Er placed the little Shuiyan on his lap. Then, his attention was quickly attracted by the football match. He patted Li Shuiyan's head and smiled at the two people beside him. You don't have to be restrained. Let's finish watching this game first." Off the field, the situation suddenly changed. The ferocious tigers, who had been mysterious previously, suddenly changed their style of play after the team manager's tactical deployment. They suddenly became more stable and organized. The long passes to the ground were gone, and the short-distance cooperation between the players suddenly became more frequent. Every time a ferocious Tigers player dribbled the ball, there would be a player in the most correct position to cover and receive. A few passes could be said to be smooth as flowing water. The audience outside the field was amazed. "Wow! What a beautiful pass. The ferocious Tigers player 10 came at the right time." No. The direction of the pass from player number 9 to player number 10 should have been predicted. They had already calculated the distance and position between the two sides. It's too scary. Isn't their cooperation too tacit? Flawless. Smooth and flowing. Oh, they had arrived at the forbidden zone. Look, the ferocious tiger team has entered the restricted area of the Fergana horse team. Whoosh! It was the ferocious tigers on the field. After a series of wonderful combination of quick plays and quick passes, they finally broke into the penalty area of the ferocious horses once again. At this moment, the football was at the feet of the ferocious Tigers' number 1 player. He was less than 2 feet away from the opponent's goal, and there were no teammates near him. There were only 2 opposing defenders who were rushing towards him. At this critical moment, the spectators in the stands fell silent. Every one of them had their hearts in their throats. Li Er's face was also flushed with excitement. His pair of tiger-like eyes stared unblinkingly at the ferocious Tigers' number 1 player. At this critical moment, the ferocious horse's goalkeeper actually chose to abandon the goal and attack. The ferocious Tigers' number 1 player could not help but be overjoyed. He suddenly accelerated, and when he was about to reach the opponent's goalkeeper, he made a wonderful feint and bypassed the opponent's goalkeeper. Oh, they're going in. They're going in. Shoot! Ferocious Tigers! Shoot! Although they had not shot, the spectators in the stands were already cheering in advance. The ferocious Tigers' number 1 player did not disappoint. His right foot kicked the football fiercely and completed an unobstructed shot from outside the opponent's goal. Oh! Without the commentator to liven up the atmosphere, The 10,000 spectators in the stands were already ignited by themselves. Cheers, screams, loud roars. It was as if the entire football field was going to be overturned. The entire Wanning Square in Lantian County could hear the deafening roars from here. Good, good, good. At this time, Lier had already placed the little snow goose on the ground. He stood up and cheered loudly with a face full of excitement. Football was an extremely hot-blooded sport. Of course, the most hot-blooded time was the moment when a goal was scored. It was especially hot-blooded and made people want to explode on the spot. Moreover, the deafening cheers in the football field at that time made it easier for people to enter an extremely excited state. No one could resist such a fatal temptation. At this moment, Lier no longer had the majesty of an emperor. He was just like a fanatical football fan. Li Zishuan and Li Zishuan were not any better. The ferocious tigers belonged to Li Daozong. Now that they had scored a goal, the happiest and most excited person was undoubtedly Li Zishuan. As for Li Zishuan, although the football matches he watched in his previous life were countless times more exciting than this, ever since he had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, he did not have modern high-tech electronic devices. His life had actually been quite dull and boring. Today's football match had finally allowed him to find a bit of the hot-blooded feeling. He too jumped up from his chair and cheered loudly. Beep! The referee blew a long bamboo whistle and announced that the goal was valid. The match continued. In the next 15 minutes of the first half, the ferocious tigers did the same thing and scored another goal. At this time, the first half had just ended. The players from both teams were taking a short break and adjusting their tactics. Li Daozong saw the boss of the ferocious horses team with a gloomy face and went back to rest with his players. He could not help but smile and said, "Hey, looks like today's match has been decided. The ferocious tigers can finally get these 3 points." Lier smiled and said, "Daozong, your ferocious tigers are quite good. Moreover, these people should be from the military, right? Not bad, not bad. They did not disgrace the Tang dynasty's military. Your Majesty is wise. These players are indeed good players from the military. Although they do not know martial arts, their individual strength is definitely not bad." Li Daozong clasped his hands and said. Li Zishuan at the side frowned and said, "Your Highness, it is still too early to say that the ferocious tigers have won. The test for them has just begun." Lier looked over in confusion. Li Daozong frowned and asked, "Markon, why is that?" Li Zishuan said in a deep voice, "Stamina. Stamina has always been the biggest problem that the ferocious tigers face. Don't look at their limitless glory in the first half. These 2 goals have already exhausted most of their stamina. On the other hand, the ferocious horses team is full of hot-blooded youths. During the break, they will be able to recover more stamina. In the second half, the ferocious tigers team's goal will be welcomed by the opponent's continuous and fierce attacks." Chapter 1267. Xiao Xian. How should the ferocious tigers deal with this? Li Zishuan was now completely convinced by Li Zishuan. He also felt that Li Zishuan's analysis was reasonable. The ferocious tiger's stamina was indeed not as good as the ferocious horses. Therefore, he did not care about losing face and directly asked Li Zishuan, "Shrink the front line and focus on defense. Changing the formation is the strength of the ferocious tigers. Next, let them build their own half of the field into an iron wall. Strive for everyone to run the shortest route to achieve the best results. Of course, while defending, they also have to wait for an opportunity to counterattack. After all, the best defense in the world is offense. Currently, the ferocious horses are the ones who should be anxious. Your Highness, let the players defend well. They can even pass each other's feet in their own half of the field to stall for time. Wait for the opponent to make a mistake, then give a fatal blow and completely seal the victory." Li Zishuan looked at the backs of the ferocious tigers players and said. Li Zishuan nodded slightly. He, who had experienced hundreds of battles, could naturally see that Li Zishuan's arrangement was the best plan. Li Xiaogong pondered for a moment and nodded. "Okay, thank you." Then, he turned his head and gave a few instructions to the manager of the ferocious tigers. The manager took the order and left, presumably to make tactical arrangements. After about a quarter of an hour, the second half began. Both teams changed sides and played again. When they came on the field, The audience in the stands gave the ferocious Tigers the loudest cheers. These people were addicted to watching the ferocious Tigers in the previous 45 minutes. The ferocious Tigers did not disappoint them. They scored 2 goals in a row, making most of the people in the stands become loyal fans of the ferocious Tigers. Isn't it a matter of course for the fans to cheer for their favorite team? Seeing this scene, Li Zixuan secretly smiled. This was the result he wanted. The appearance of fans was the symbol of the prosperity of football. If there were no fans, modern football would not be so popular. It might even die out in the middle of the game. When the number of soccer fans in Great Tang grew larger and larger, it would be hard for Great Tang's soccer to not flourish. By then, Great Tang, as the country of origin of world football, no matter how weak it was, it wouldn't be as weak as the modern-day national football team. It would definitely become a world football powerhouse. By then, Han football would no longer be a joke in the eyes of foreigners. By then, Li Zixuan would have achieved his goal of bringing football to Great Tang 1,000 years in advance. Beep! The referee blew the whistle and the Fergana horses kicked off. Under the cover of the 3 players and the coordination of the passing, the football quickly charged into the Fergana Tigers' front half of the field. His attacks were as swift as lightning. The Fergana horse team had played the entire half of the field, but they still retained their physical strength. Under their sudden outburst, the ferocious Tiger team was actually somewhat unable to withstand it. Quickly get into a defensive formation. Everyone defend. The manager of the ferocious Tigers was sweating profusely. He stood by the side of the field and shouted. He did not care if the players on the field could hear him. The sudden change in style caused the audience in the stands to be unable to react for a moment. When they finally reacted, they could not help but turn pale with fright. What's going on? Didn't the ferocious Tiger team play well in the first half? Why is the Fergana horse team going to shoot now? It seems like the ferocious Tiger team's physical strength is failing. Their physical strength is failing? How is that possible? The ferocious Tiger team scored 2 goals in the first half. How can their physical strength be failing? The reason why the ferocious Tiger team was able to score in the first half was because of their ingenious coordination. Now that the Fergana horse team has changed their style and is attacking with all their strength, the ferocious Tiger team is in danger. The ferocious Tiger team will win. It was unknown who shouted loudly, but the audience in the stands began to shout. For a moment, the shouts of the ferocious Tiger team will win became louder and louder. It even reached the sky. Li Xiaogong looked at the ferocious Tiger team players below the stands and could not help but clench his fists. The ferocious Tiger team was destined to withstand pressure in the second half. However, whether they could withstand the pressure completely depended on the ferocious Tiger team players' teamwork and performance. The roaring in the stands more or less gave the ferocious Tiger team players some invisible strength. They quickly restored the formation that was previously disrupted by the opponent and resisted the Fergana horse team's attack with all their strength. In the end, the Fergana horse team's wave of attack was intercepted by the combined efforts of the 2 defenders of the ferocious Tiger team. The goalkeeper went out to catch the ball that was rolling, and then threw the ball to his own players. Next, there was a jaw-dropping scene. The ferocious Tiger team players actually moved left and right in their own half of the field. The audience in the stands was in an uproar. What are the ferocious Tiger team players doing? Why aren't they attacking? It looks like they are stalling for time. Yes, that's right. Anyway, the ferocious Tiger team is leading by 2 o'clock. As long as they drag it out until the end of the game, they will be able to get these 3 points. But isn't this against the rules? It really doesn't seem to be against the rules. Isn't that too sullen? If the ferocious Tiger team doesn't attack, how can they be called the ferocious Tiger team? Why don't we just call them the tortoise team? Some of the audience expressed their understanding of the ferocious Tiger team's passive game, but some of the audience felt very angry. After all, everyone hoped that the person or team they liked was super powerful. Moreover, attacking football was obviously more interesting than defensive football. The boss of the Fergana horse team did not know what the audience was thinking, but he was so angry that he was about to stomp his feet. He stood by the side of the field and shouted loudly, "Attack! Everyone press up and attack! You must break the goal." With a boom, Almost all the Fergana horse team players moved out and entered the ferocious tiger team's half of the field to fight for the ball. After all, they were young men. They were full of vigor and energy. After a few fights, the ball quickly fell to the feet of the Fergana horse team players. Several players cooperated with each other and fought with the ferocious tiger team players several times. Finally, the ball was shot into the opponent's goal. "Oh, it's in! It's in!" The audience in the stands sighed, but this did not prevent the Fergana horse team players from celebrating. All the players hugged each other. After being suppressed for half of the field, they could finally party to their heart's content. "Just play like this. Equalize the score as soon as possible," the boss of the Fergana horse team shouted at the top of his voice. His players did indeed do so. When there was still a quarter of an hour before the end of the game, the number 1 player of the Fergana horse team finally sent the ball into the ferocious tiger team's goal once again. "Haha! It's in! It's in! We equalized the score!" The Fergana horse team players celebrated in the ferocious tiger team's half of the field, but the ferocious tiger team players were all gloomy. "Hurry up and score another goal. We have to win this game," the boss of the Fergana horse squad shouted once more. Chapter 1268. From a 2 o'clock lead in the first half to a 2-2 tie, the sudden change in the situation caught everyone off guard. Li Daozong pursed his lips tightly. In the first half, he felt that victory was within his grasp, but now at the end of the first half, after Li Zishuan's analysis, he knew that the ferocious tigers would be at a disadvantage in the second half, but he did not expect them to be at such a disadvantage, so much so that they were directly equalized by the opponent. Moreover, according to the current momentum, the ferocious tiger's goal would definitely be broken through again in the following period of time. At that time, not only would the ferocious tigers not get 3 points, they might not even get 1 point. The atmosphere in the stands suddenly became solemn. Although many people were scolding the ferocious tigers players for not living up to expectations and wasting a good situation, they still hoped that the ferocious tigers could win. Perhaps this was the modern national football fans' attitude towards the national football team. The ferocious tigers players all had solemn expressions, and the ferocious horses players on the opposite side were all crazily pressing into the ferocious tigers' half of the field as if they had been injected with chicken blood. However, the continuous fierce attacks since the start of the second half had consumed more than half of their stamina. On the other hand, although the ferocious tigers had been suppressed in the second half, they had been shrinking and defending in their own half of the field, moving their feet left and right. In comparison, the ferocious tigers players had consumed much less stamina. Therefore, at this time the physical condition of the players on both sides had basically reached the same level. In fact, the ferocious tigers' condition was even slightly above the ferocious horses. This was a very important detail, but the ferocious horses' boss, who was anxious to let the team take the lead, neglected this detail. For him, nothing was more important than scoring another goal. "Attack! Attack! Everyone attack!" The ferocious horses' boss roared crazily on the sidelines. His players were also attacking crazily on the field, but how could they easily break through the ferocious tigers' meticulously built iron bucket formation? The previous 2 goals were only because they used their physical advantage to force a breakthrough. The breakthrough was very difficult. Now their physical advantage no longer existed. The scales of victory were gradually tilting towards the ferocious tigers. On the field, after the 2 sides fought a few times, seeing that the time left was getting shorter and shorter, the bloodthirsty Fergana horses, who wanted to score another goal, finally stopped holding back. They completely gave up on defense, and the only 2 defensive backs left in their half of the field also rushed to the Fergana tigers' half of the field to join in the fight. "Liao Pengfei, send it to me." At that moment, the football suddenly landed at the feet of one of the tigers' defenders. Another player roared loudly as he ran out. Bam! The player named Liao Pengfei did not hesitate to do a side pass, and sent the football in the direction that the player was heading. At the same time, the number 1 player of the ferocious tigers, who had been pacing back and forth near the midfield, suddenly sped up and dashed madly toward the Fergana horse's goal. His speed was as fast as a cheetah. By the time the Fergana horses players and the boss realized it, the player was already less than 5 feet away from the goal. Bam! The ferocious Tigers player who received the football did not hesitate to kick the football under the ball. The football flew high ahead like a cannonball, and its destination was the direction that the number 1 player was heading. Return to defense. Quickly return to defense. The Fergana horse's boss, who was still in a state of madness, came back to his senses at this moment. He turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted. In fact, there was no need for him to say anything. The Fergana horse's players had already reacted. They all ran toward their own goal in a panic like a swarm of bees. Whoa! In the stands, the spectators who were already in a state of despair suddenly burst into an uproar. They were first shocked and incredulous. Then they excitedly stood up from their seats and shouted in unison at the top of their voices. Ferocious Tigers! Victory for sure! Ferocious Tigers! Victory for sure! Ferocious Tigers! Victory for sure! Li Daozong, Li Er, and Li Zishuan also stood up from their seats at this moment. Their eyes stared intently at the field without blinking. They saw that the number 1 player on the field had already received the falling football at this time, and had single-handedly charged into a spot 3 feet in front of the goal. He could directly shoot at this distance, or he could play it safe and dribble forward before shooting again. The Fergana horse's goalkeeper did not dare to abandon the goal to attack this time because he had suffered a loss in the first half. He bent his body and stared at the number 1 player of the ferocious Tigers with a guarded expression. At the same time, he secretly prayed that his teammate could rush over before the opponent shot. Bam! The number 1 player of the ferocious Tigers did not choose to continue dribbling forward because he felt that it was too late. The back of his right foot fiercely knocked against the lower right side of the football. With a bang, the football left behind a series of afterimages in the air and rushed toward the Fergana horse's goal. At this moment, everyone on the field felt as if the world had suddenly quieted down. They could not hear cheers or roars. It was as if they could only hear the sound of their own breathing. The Fergana horse's players who rushed to the backfield to help stopped at this moment. They stared at the football in the sky with wide eyes and prayed frantically in their hearts. Don't go in! Don't go in! The Fergana horse's goalkeeper focused 120% of his attention at this moment. He looked at the football in the sky and quickly judged the landing point of the football in his heart. Top right corner. In a flash, the goalkeeper made a judgment. At the same time, his body also reacted. His whole person bounced up from the ground and rushed toward the upper right corner of the goal. Oh no! Some of the spectators in the stands with good eyesight felt their hearts skip a beat. They secretly cursed because the flying direction of the number 1 player of the ferocious Tigers was vaguely toward the upper right corner of the goal. Li Daozong and Li Er both clenched their fists. A few blue veins could be seen on their foreheads. It was obvious that the two of them were also very nervous at this moment. Just when everyone thought that the shot was going to be blocked, the football suddenly changed direction when it was 5 feet away from the goal, and went straight toward the lower left corner of the goal. The Fergana horse's goalkeeper closed his eyes in despair. He was still in the sky at this time. Even if he saw the football change direction, what was the use? Bang! In the end, the football fell into the net without any suspense. Beep! This was the whistle that indicated that the goal was valid. Beep! 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 Coincidentally, it was followed by 2 short and 1 long whistle that signaled the end of the game. Oh! It went in! The ball went in! The ferocious Tigers won! The ferocious Tigers won! Ha ha ha! At this moment, the entire football field was like a powder keg that had been ignited and completely exploded. Cheers and roars rose and fell one after another. The ferocious Tigers finished off the Fergana horses with a strange shot at the last moment. This made many spectators in the stands unable to help but hug each other and cry with joy. Even though they did not know each other before, they got to know each other because of the game. Because of such an exciting game, this was enough. They won. The ferocious Tigers actually won. Ha ha ha. Li Xiaogong hugged the little snow goose behind him and gave it a big kiss. Then he talked to himself excitedly. Chapter 1269. Wonderful. Too wonderful. In the stands, Li Er was not clapping his hands and laughing. Instead, he was waving his fists and laughing excitedly without the image of an emperor. Then he smiled and said, Daozong, in my opinion, why don't you let Li Zishuan train your feral tiger team? This kid knows more about football than you do. Haha. Li Daozong hugged Li Shuyan and turned his head to look at Li Zishuan. With a face full of smiles he said, Your Majesty, I would like to hire the Marquis of Yong, and to coach the team, but firstly, I can't afford the price. Secondly, the Marquis of Yong, and is usually busy with official business. I'm afraid he has no time to take care of it. Lier laughed. Haha. It's true that you can't afford it. This kid is the one who doesn't lack money in the whole Tang Empire. Just the money from the tickets for this match should be quite a lot, right? Li Zishuan took 2 steps forward and clasped his hands. He smiled bitterly and said, Your Majesty, the money from the tickets will eventually belong to the Tang Empire Football Association. It will not fall into my personal pocket. No matter how much money I earn, it has nothing to do with me. Since the Tang Empire Football Association was an official organization, recognized by the imperial court, Li Zishuan naturally had to distance himself from the association. This was a matter of principle. Li Er praised in his heart. Then he smiled and said, Haha, you brat, you're really clever. But in my opinion, if you can build a team yourself, it will be very interesting. Li Zishuan was speechless. Your Majesty, I will never take the initiative to build a team. How can I be both a referee and an athlete? Li Er was stunned. Although he had never heard of the term athlete, he could roughly guess the meaning from the words. After thinking for a while, he could not help but feel that this sentence was very interesting. Haha, what a good way to be both a referee and an athlete. It's rare that you don't forget to be fair. Li Zishuan smiled. Haha, Your Majesty has handed the Tang Empire Football Association to me. How can I be sloppy? Moreover, given this subject's understanding of soccer, if we were to form a team, who in the Great Tang would be a match for us? Li Zishuan's tone was very calm, but the content of his words was full of arrogance. Li Er and Li Daozong were both stunned. They subconsciously sighed in their hearts at Li Zishuan's arrogance. However, after giving it some thought, they knew that Li Zishuan was not boasting. They could tell just by looking at the difference in the performance of the Tigers after they were instructed on the spot. Moreover, Li Zishuan probably had his own unique way of training the team. If that was the case, then his team was really invincible. Your Majesty, I heard a few days ago that the officialdom of Hunan Province is in chaos. Thieves are everywhere, and it can be described as chaotic. I'm afraid that Wei Zuoqing is in danger in Zhengzhou. After leaving the football field, Li Zishuan walked with Li Er for a while. Seeing that there was no one around, Li Zishuan asked tentatively. Hearing this, Li Er stopped in his tracks. He frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, I already know about this matter. You don't have to worry about Wei Xuanqing's safety. I have my own plans. However, as far as I know, your cousin Yi Fashion took a girl from your workshop to the south a few days ago. They should be going to Hunan Province, right? Li Zishuan was not surprised that Li Er knew that Li Yu and Yi Fashion had left Chang'an. He cupped his hands and admitted, Your Majesty, the two of them are indeed going to Hunan Province. Fashion is going back. There's no need to say more. I don't care where the two of them are going, but now is a critical time. On one hand, they have to pay attention to their safety. On the other hand, don't act recklessly and ruin my plans. After saying that, Li Er did not explain further and left with his 2 bodyguards. Li Zishuan was left standing in the same place, quietly thinking. The first match of the group stage could be said to be full of ups and downs and wonderful beyond compare. The spectators who were present felt that the trip was not in vain. After Li Zishuan finished watching the game, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Because the first game was so exciting, the popularity of football would definitely be completely brought up by this game. With a good start, he was only halfway to success. Next, he could finally put down the affairs of the Football Association at ease and concentrate on the matters of the dam. As for the chaos in Hunan Province, through the previous conversation, he knew that old Li must have a rough idea in his heart. Then there was no need for him to worry about it. At noon, the second match of the 2 football stadiums ended at the same time. Tens of thousands of spectators left the stadium one after another. After the burning atmosphere in the stadium, they were now all fired up. They were about to bring this craze to Lantian County and Chang'an City. Haha! The ferocious Tigers game this morning was so King exciting. especially the last goal. At that time my hair stood on end. Haha. Me too. The last goal was so F***ing beautiful. Who the F***ck would have thought that the football could turn in the sky? The number 1 player of the ferocious Tigers is too amazing. What's his name again? Who knows? I want to be sworn brothers with him. That person is called Lu Chongfeng, but you want to be sworn brothers. Are you worthy? If he wants to be sworn brothers, he should be sworn brothers like me. Hehe. F***ck. Lu Shixiang, what right do you have to say that I'm not worthy? Hey, because you're not as tall as me. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It was lunchtime. In all the restaurants in Lantian County, there were discussions about this morning's game. Of course, there were even more discussions about the Ferocious Tigers vs Ferocious Horses game. Many people even became die-hard followers of the number 1 player of the Ferocious Tigers, Lu Chongfeng, who scored twice on the field. The direction of public opinion was developing in the direction that Li Zishuan expected, and it was getting more and more intense. The next day, the Ferocious Tigers defeated the Ferocious Horses 3-2 at the last minute, became the headline of Datong Daily. People could be heard talking about yesterday's game everywhere in Chang'an City. The ranking league had completely become the hottest topic among the people. Hey, did you hear? Yesterday, the Ferocious Tigers of the King of Jiangxia defeated the Ferocious Horses of Liangzhou at the last minute. It was so exciting. I heard. Unfortunately, I didn't go to watch it yesterday. Brother Zhang, did you go yesterday? I didn't go either. Then how did you know that the game was exciting? Of course, I heard it from others and saw it in the newspaper. But I plan to watch today's game. Brother Zhao, do you want to go with me? I want to go. I have to go. Let's hurry to the football stadium in Lantian County and see if there are any tickets left. Chapter 1270. The Ferocious Tigers' comeback became a hot topic in Chang and in the surrounding counties. This directly led to the tickets for the next day's game being sold out. The 2 football stadiums were full again. Many people who came late couldn't even buy tickets, so they could only listen to the cheers from outside the football stadiums. As for Li Zishuan, he didn't care about the league anymore, because the dam that had been prepared for a long time had officially started construction. On the 9th day of the 3rd month of the 2nd year of Zhengguan, Li Zishuan, Mo Zhong, Yan Xiaoning, Faubert and County Magistrate, he led the newly recruited more than 20,000 craftsmen to the bank of the Murky River and officially started construction. The management style of the entire construction team was exactly the same as the management style of the army during the construction of Yanhuang College. The construction team was divided into 5 regiments. There were teams in the regiments and groups in the regiments. The specific tasks were given by the HQ, and in the end it was assigned to everyone. Of course, the most important thing was that there was a complete set of rewards and punishments. This was the best way to motivate the craftsmen and workers to work. This time, many of the people in the construction team had participated in the construction of Yanhuang College last year. The news spread like wildfire. Those who participated in Li Zishuan's construction for the first time knew that as long as they worked hard, they could become rich and completely turn their lives around. Gu Xiaomao, who opened a supermarket in Yanhuang College, was the most typical example of someone who became rich by participating in Li Zishuan's construction team. It was said that the Gu family now had a supermarket branch in Chang'an City, and their business was booming. Based on that, Li Zishuan did not need to say any inspiring words at all during the groundbreaking ceremony. More than 20,000 craftsmen and workers were already rubbing their fists and rubbing their hands impatiently. They were all full of motivation. Why would Li Zishuan need to motivate them? With a command, more than 20,000 people started to dig the canal, quarry the stone, pull the soil and transport the cement. The murky river outside Plum Village became lively all of a sudden. As far as I know, Lantian County hasn't been this lively for many years. County Magistrate He, as the parent official of Lantian County, naturally had to personally come and take a look at such a big project like the dam. Seeing the bustling scene on both sides of the Ba River, he couldn't help but pinch the small tuft of beard on his chin and smile. This sentence could be said to have a double meaning. The current Lantian County was not only bustling because of the construction of the dam, but also because of the Great Tang FIFA Ranking League being held in Lantian County. The most direct feeling was that the number of merchants coming and going at the county gate every day was dozens of times more than before. Where there were people, there were business opportunities. Many merchants from other counties saw this and wanted to open a shop in Lantian County. This caused the prices of shops in Lantian County to soar. Today's Lantian County's prosperity had already leaped to the top among the counties around Chang'an City. There was no doubt that it was the top. Recently, county magistrate, he was so happy that he could wake up from his dreams. These were all political achievements. Li Zixuan smiled slightly. He looked at the workers and craftsmen who were digging the canal and said with a yearning look, "This is just the beginning. In the future, Lantian County will be the place where Great Tang's industry flourishes. When that time comes, merchants and students from all over will gather. That will be lively. Dams, hydropower stations, electric appliances, 3 acids and 2 alkali, chemical, machine tools, heavy machinery industry. These were all projects that Li Zixuan was about to start. If he could really complete all of them, then Lantian County's status would definitely rise to another level. It was even possible that it would surpass Chang'an City. County magistrate, he wasn't a pedantic scholar. Ever since Lantian County became Li Zixuan's fief, he had spent some time to understand engineering. After listening to Li Zixuan's description, his eyes lit up. Finally, he sighed and said, "This lowly official looks forward to that day. Industry can lead the people to become rich." This was county magistrate he's most direct understanding of industry. Previously, for example, Chitsu Pavilion and Chitsu Pavilion Workshop, they could be said to be making a lot of money every day. Now Li Zixuan was building a dam. Although he didn't know how the dam would make money, because of the construction of the dam, tens of thousands of people in Lantian County could come over to help and earn a generous salary. That was enough. More than 80% of the workers in the construction team were from Lantian County. Initially, under County Magistrate He's suggestion, they were all recruited from Lantian County. If they weren't able to get enough workers, they would go to other counties. Therefore, all the adults in Lantian County were recruited. Li Zixuan's dam directly led to the employment of the entire county's people. Oh, that's right. Marquis, is your Marquis residence in Lantian County also going to start work? County Magistrate, he suddenly remembered that the Marquis residence project was suspended and quickly asked Li Zixuan, Under the condition that the dam's construction progress is not affected, we can start work. If you need money, you can directly ask Butler Wang for it." Li Zixuan nodded and replied, "As the king of Lantian County, if he didn't even have his own residence, how ridiculous would that be?" The Marquis residence in Lantian County was more symbolic than practical. "Marquis, don't worry. It definitely won't affect the construction of the dam." County Magistrate, he smiled and cupped his hands respectfully. Li Zixuan smiled and then walked to Mo Huai's side and said, "Mr. Mo, I'll have to trouble you in Shaoning with the dam. If you encounter any problems, get someone to inform me at any time." Building a dam was a huge and arduous project. It definitely couldn't be done overnight in a short period of time. According to their original plan, they would first dig a drainage channel from the middle to divert the murky river's water from the middle and lower the riverbed's water level. Only then could they build the dam and build it. Just digging this drainage channel would probably take at least a month. In the following period of time, he definitely couldn't come here every day to supervise the work. He still had a lot of things to do, but the construction of the dam was indeed his most important project this year. Of course, he hoped that it would be completed as soon as possible. Yin Shaoning, who was beside him, couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard this. He thought to himself that this bad friend of his was probably going to be a lazy shopkeeper. However, although he thought so, he didn't say anything to undermine Li Zixuan. After all, he still treated Li Zixuan as a brother in his heart. "Yamacho, don't worry. I'll do my best to build the dam as soon as possible." Mo Zhong cupped his hands and said solemnly, "Back when the Mo family was at its peak, building a dam was a piece of cake. However, now that the Mo family was in decline and their talents had withered, this dam was still a big challenge for Mo Huai and the others. There were many technical difficulties that needed to be overcome." "Good. I'll celebrate with all of you when the time comes." Li Zixuan laughed heartily. Chapter 1271. The bigger the fief, the more things changed because Li Zixuan wanted to lead more people to become rich. In addition, he also had many other positions on his shoulders, such as the president of the Tang Football Association, the general manager of the Yanhuang Bank, and so on. He was busy every day. At this time, he deeply felt the importance of talents. If he had talents in related fields, he could completely unload a part of the heavy burden on his shoulders and hand it to others, while he himself could focus on developing engineering. Therefore, recently, he had been giving Li Ku more and more special lessons. He wanted to instill some basic knowledge of finance into Li Ku as soon as possible. Then, he would place Li Ku in the Yanhuang Bank for an internship, until Li Ku was fully in charge of Tang Dynasty's Yanhuang Bank. In this feudal era, the position of central bank governor was a hot potato to him. The sooner he handed it over to the royal family, the sooner he could be free. Li Zixuan was not greedy for power, and he was not greedy for money in this life. As long as the next leader of the Yanhuang Bank was capable and knowledgeable about finance, he was willing to hand over the position of central bank governor. After all, he had shares in the Yanhuang Bank. Since he could earn money by lying down, why would he work so hard every day? Little Ku, what's your next lesson? In the Yamacho office, Li Zixuan was giving Li Ku special lessons again today. In order to instill financial knowledge into this child, he had taken up a lot of Li Ku's normal learning time recently. Oh, it's chemistry. But I heard that Mr. Wang was sick these 2 days. It should be another chemistry teacher coming over to replace him. Li Ku raised his head and replied, "Oh, chemistry class? Let's skip it then. I happen to be free today, so I'll teach you more." Li Zixuan nodded and replied. Li Zixuan had already been set as Tang Dynasty's future economist. For physics and chemistry classes, Li Zixuan felt that there was no need for this child to listen to every lesson. To an economist, these classes were too hardcore. Speaking of which, as a principal, he actually encouraged students to skip classes. He could be considered as the weirdest principal in history. Yes, Yamacho. Li Ku frowned and thought to himself that he would have to look for other students to tutor him this weekend. Although he did like economics, he also wanted to be a well-rounded student. He still wanted to get a good ranking in the next final exam. If he continued to skip physics and chemistry classes, he would most likely fail in the final exam. Oh, by the way, you mentioned earlier that Mr. Wang has been sick recently. What kind of illness? Are you all right? Only now did Li Zixuan notice another piece of information in Li Ku's words. Every single one of the professors of the academy was a treasure. Losing any one of them would be a great loss to the academy. He had no choice but to take them seriously. Li Ku scratched his head and recalled, "I think it's abdominal pain. I heard that Daoist Sun has already taken a look at Mr. Wang. It shouldn't be a big problem." Li Zixuan frowned slightly. Abdominal pain could be serious. After all, there were many organs in the human abdomen. You can rest for a quarter of an hour first. We won't rest for the next 2 periods. We'll go straight to school. Li Zixuan made up his mind to ask Sun Simiao about it in the afternoon. He then turned to Li Ku and said, "Yes, Yamacho. Young master, you're here?" In the afternoon, Li Zixuan went to Sun Simiao's courtyard after lunch. In the courtyard, who was actually using a medicine roller to grind herbs. After noticing Li Zixuan's arrival, Hu quickly stood up and greeted him. "Yes, you're actually grinding herbs." Li Zixuan glanced at the medicine roller on the ground and said with a friendly smile, Yes. Master has used up a few herbs here. He needs to replenish them as soon as possible. Young master, are you here to look for master?" Hu replied with a smile. This girl's smile was very beautiful. It was like a spring breeze caressing one's face. It made people feel very comfortable. In modern terms, her smile was called a healing smile. Since Sun Simiao brought her back to Chang'an last year, the master and disciple had been living in Yunshan. Not only did Hu help Sun Simiao treat illnesses, but she also took care of Sun Simiao's daily needs. It was as if she treated Sun Simiao as her own elder. The villagers were the most simple people. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. What's more, healing her eyes and allowing her to see again was a great kindness. That's right. Is Priest Sun here? Li Zixuan was happy from the bottom of his heart, when he saw that the melancholic girl from before was now living so happily. He nodded and asked, "Master is in the house. Dr. Qin and Dr. Wang are also here. Young master, you can go in directly." Hu looked around the room and said to Li Zixuan with a smile, "Yes, then I'll go in first." Li Zixuan made a sound of acknowledgement and walked towards the inner room. "Oh, Yamacho is here." The commotion in the courtyard could be heard in the house. Li Zixuan had just walked to the door when Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, and Dr. Wang came out to welcome him. "Haha, let's go in and talk," Li Zixuan said with a smile. They entered the house and exchanged greetings. Li Zixuan asked about Wang Ji's illness. Sun Simiao pondered for a moment and stroked his beard. "Mr. Wang's illness is in the spleen and stomach. He likes warmth and dislikes cold. Recently, he has been having abdominal pain. In my opinion, it's very likely that it's because of long-term alcohol abuse, causing his spleen and stomach to be weak. Recently, he's been overworked or suffering from the cold, causing his abdominal pain to be particularly severe. I've already given him a few prescriptions to warm his spleen and relieve his stomach pain. They'll take effect in 1 day and he'll recover in 3 days. Xiaoxian, you don't have to worry." Li Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he wondered if he should find a way to make Wang Ji quit drinking. One had to know that drinking was the most harmful to the stomach. Although the bearded man was also a heavy drinker, his internal energy was strong, and he naturally didn't care about this little loss. Wang Ji was different. This old man was just a weak scholar after all. If he continued drinking like this, he probably wouldn't live past 60 years old. Besides, looking at the history of those scholars who were addicted to alcohol, how many of them lived long? "Thank you, Master Sun." Li Zixuan sincerely bowed to Sun Simiao and said. Sun Simiao waved his hand and said, "Haha, it's just a small matter. Don't worry about it." At this time, Dr. Qin next to him laughed and said, "Yamacho, before you came, Brother Wang and I were discussing with Dr. Sun about the medical school of Yanhuang College. Since you're here, you can also give us some ideas." The medical school was the condition that Li Zixuan promised last year in order to tie Sun Simiao's heart. In addition, there was also the joint medical center of Tang Dynasty. These were all going to be started this year. Li Zixuan said with a smile, "Dr. Qin, you three can decide on the medical school's matters yourselves. After the medical school is established, we can first give all the teachers in the college a physical examination. Those who are sick should be treated quickly, and those who have hidden diseases should be treated regularly." Chapter 1272. At the end of July, the medical school's entrance exam will begin. I will ask Mr. Ma to publicize the medical school in advance on Datang Daily. On the one hand, we will recruit some doctors with noble medical ethics and excellent medical skills to be teachers. On the other hand, we will recruit students who are interested in medicine. In the courtyard, Li Zixuan looked at Dr. Qin, Dr. Wang, and Sun Simiao, the 3 future elders of the medical school, and said, "The medical school was different from the current Yanhuang College's teaching system. According to the modern university education model, the current Yanhuang College couldn't even be considered as a college in a university. At most, it could be considered as an ordinary middle school, because it only taught students the most basic mathematical, physical, and chemical knowledge. However, the medical school of the future Yanhuang College was equivalent to the medical school of the university in his previous life. This was a subdivision of the specialties into the college. There was still a big difference between the two." Dr. Qin nodded and said with a smile, "That's good." When Yanhuang College recruited the first batch of students, they also used Datang Daily to advertise. Now they were just doing the same thing. They were already familiar with it. Li Zixuan thought for a while and said, "The examination content of the entrance exam, as well as the doctors who come to apply for the medical school, will depend on the 3 of you to personally check. Oh, in addition to this, there are also teaching materials. The future medical school will combine theory and practice, so teaching materials are necessary. I wonder if Dr. Qin, Dr. Wang, and Daoist Sun have any ideas?" "Haha, Xiaoxian, wait a moment." After the voice fell, Dr. Qin and Dr. Wang looked at Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao smiled, got up and walked into the side room. After a while, he came out with a stack of manuscripts and handed it to Li Zixuan, saying, "Xiaoxian, since last year you suggested this poor Taoist to recruit disciples and teach them what I learned, this poor Taoist began to write a book. Some of the diseases and treatment prescriptions I encountered in my travels over the years have been organized into a book. Although this book is not finished yet, it should be able to be used as teaching materials for the medical school for the time being. In the future, this poor Taoist will continue to expand and perfect this book. A prescription for 1,000 gold pieces. Li Zixuan took the stack of manuscripts and saw the words "priceless prescription" on the front page. He couldn't help but be lost in thought. His little butterfly had finally affected the course of history. This 1,000 gold prescription should have been written during Li Ji's Yonghui era. Because of his arrival, it should be brought forward. Haha, that's right. I think that the value of life is more precious than 1,000 pieces of gold, and a prescription can save people from danger. It is very appropriate to name this book with 1,000 pieces of gold. What do you think, Xiaoxian? Sun Simiao stroked his beard and smiled. Li Zixuan came back to his senses and sighed. What Taoist priest said is true. Life is precious, how can it be compared with money? This priceless prescription is the result of Taoist priest Sun's hard work. If it can be used as a teaching material for medical schools, thousands of doctors and thousands of patients in the future will be grateful for Taoist priest Sun's kindness. When Dr. Qin and Dr. Wang saw Sun Simiao come out with a stack of manuscripts, they were slightly moved. This time they gathered around Li Zixuan, wanting to see what was recorded in this book. After all, the author of this book was a divine doctor recognized by the Tang Empire. As doctors, they had to read it no matter what. Sun Simiao shook his head and laughed. Haha, Xiaoxian, you are also well versed in medicine. Help this poor Taoist take a look at the contents of this book. Since it is a teaching material, it should be strict. As a Yamacho, you have to check it first. Li Zixuan was shocked. Is there a mistake? He is facing the king of medicine, Sun Simiao. His masterpiece actually needs me to check it? He hurriedly said. Taoist priest Sun, you are asking too much of me. With my insignificant medical skills, I am not qualified to check it for you. In my opinion, why don't we let Dr. Qin and Dr. Wang take a look? When Dr. Qin and Dr. Wang heard this, they waved their hands and said, Yamacho, you must be joking. Our medical skills are not as good as Dr. Sun's. We are not qualified to comment. When a person was slightly stronger than you, you might still have thoughts of competing with them. But when a person was several times or even dozens of times stronger than you, the only thing left in your heart was to look up to them. Dr. Qin and Dr. Wang were in this situation. Why don't we read it together? In the end, Dr. Wang couldn't hold back the loneliness in his heart. Oh no, it was curiosity. Swordsmen would want to try out a famous sword with their own hands. Doctors would also want to read a great medical book or two. That's great. Li Zixuan nodded. In this life, he didn't know nothing about traditional Chinese medicine. He also wanted to read Sun Simiao's priceless prescriptions. Sun Simiao's priceless prescriptions only had 10 volumes. Volume 1 was the general theory of medicine, herbal medicine, and so on. Volumes 2 to 4 were gynecological diseases. Volume 5 was pediatric diseases. Volume 6 was 7 orifice diseases. Volume 7 to 10 was wind diseases, beriberi, typhoid, and so on. In total, it recorded more than 1,400 prescriptions. According to the official history, priceless prescriptions had 30 volumes, a total of 233 prescriptions, and more than 5,300 prescriptions. Obviously, the current priceless prescriptions was still incomplete. It would continue to be expanded and perfected. Without carefully scrutinizing the correctness of each prescription, the three of them only roughly went through the contents of the 10 volumes of priceless prescriptions. It took them nearly an hour. During this time, the three of them couldn't help but exclaim at the descriptions of pathology and treatment methods in the book. When they flipped to the last page, they were shocked to find that they had finished reading it. This book contains a wide range of classics, and we can see Dr. Sun's rich medical experience from it. It's simply an excellent teaching material for medical school. I'm really glad for the future medical school teachers and students. Thank you for teaching me, Dr. Sun. After savoring it for a moment, Dr. Qin clasped his hands solemnly and said to Sun Simiao. Dr. Wang echoed. Dr. Qin's words are very good. I admire Dr. Sun's medical skills. Sun Simiao waved his hand helplessly and said, all right. I asked you to help me find mistakes, so stop praising me. Everyone was speechless. They thought that other people's medical books might have mistakes, but you are Sun Simiao. How could your medical books have mistakes? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Priest son, you don't have to be so humble. The medical school will use this priceless prescriptions as teaching material first. Later on, priest son, you will bring Dr. Qin, Dr. Wang, and the other teachers of the medical school to complete the priceless prescriptions together. Other than studying, the medical school students will also have to go to the Tang Empire Joint Medical Center regularly to try to treat patients. From next month onwards, we can build a Tang Empire Joint Medical Center in Lantian County and Chong and City respectively. Ooh. Chapter 1273. Medical practitioners should practice. People who practice medicine must have rich experience in treating illnesses and saving lives. Yamacho is using the Tang Empire's Joint Medical Center to complement the medical school's teaching. Wonderful. Wonderful. Dr. Wang clapped and sighed. Actually, in addition to prescriptions of 1,000 gold, I think Priest Sun and the two of you can consider compiling a medical reference book on the medicinal properties of herbs for students to refer to in the future. After handing the prescriptions of 1,000 gold to Sun Simiao, Li Zishuan suddenly had another idea in his mind. He looked at Sun Simiao and the others and said, Medicinal properties of herbs? Sun Simiao frowned and said, Xiaoxian. Most of the medicinal properties of herbs are recorded in Shenong's Classic of Materia Medica. Why do you have to go the extra mile and write another book? Shenong's Classic of Materia Medica, also known as Materia Medica or Materia Medica, was one of the 4 classics of Chinese medicine. It was the earliest Chinese medicine book in China. It originated from Shenong and was passed down orally from generation to generation. It was compiled into a book during the Eastern Han Dynasty. The book was not written in a short period of time, and the author was not a single person. Li Zishuan shook his head. Of course, he knew about the existence of Shenong's Classic of Materia Medica, but he didn't mean to write another book. He wanted to write a medical book similar to Compendium of Materia Medica. He pondered for a moment and said, Priest son, Shenong's Classic of Materia Medica does record the medicinal properties of a large number of herbs, but the classification method is a little rough. Moreover, many of the records have been lost for a long time, so it's inevitable that there will be some mistakes. For people who practice medicine, a small mistake is likely to cost the patient's life. Therefore, I hope the 3 of you can spare some time in the future. On one hand, you can revise and correct the mistakes in Shenong's Classic of Materia Medica. On the other hand, you can divide the herbs recorded in Shenong's Classic of Materia Medica into categories according to the compendium and form a complete and detailed herbal reference book. Just like the Tang Dynasty Dictionary to Scholars, the herbal reference book that the 3 of you will revise in the future will be the Tang Dynasty's herbal reference book. Doctors can quickly find out the medicinal properties and effects of certain herbs through this book. For example, the 3 of you can divide the medicine into different parts according to its properties, and each part can be further divided into several categories. Li Zishuan had not read the Compendium of Materia Medica in his previous life, so naturally, he did not have a complete memory of it. However, even if he had read it in its entirety, he would not copy the Compendium of Materia Medica for Sun Simiao and the rest. In Li Zishuan's previous life, the Compendium of Materia Medica had a very high status. Not only was there a corresponding text in elementary school textbooks, but it was also called the Encyclopedia of Ancient China by Darwin. However, the Compendium of Materia Medica's contribution to TCM was very low, and it was far from being praised by elementary school textbooks and Darwin. At that time, the historical background was that Sun Simiao's prescriptions of 1,000 gold had a large amount of Taoist Yin and Yang concepts, while Li Shizhen's Compendium of Materia Medica was more inclined towards botany. Darwin definitely did not understand the Taoist Yin and Yang theory, but he felt that some of the points in the Compendium of Materia Medica could support his own theory of evolution. Therefore, he wantonly promoted and praised it in the West. In the Ming Dynasty era, the general trend was that foreign monks were good at chanting scriptures, and if foreigners said that it was good, then it was naturally excellent. Therefore, the status of the Compendium of Materia Medica was infinitely raised. It could be said that the fame of the Compendium of Materia Medica was the result of a deliberate hype by foreigners to support its academic theory. At that time, the textbook was edited to cater to this hype, and carried out another false packaging, packaging Li Shizhen as a great TCM scholar. But in reality, Li Shizhen's contribution in the field of materia medica was far less than his contribution in the field of pulse diagnosis. When he first became famous, he relied on the two medical books, Lakeside Pulse Technique and Examination of the 8 Extraordinary Meridians, and not the Compendium of Materia Medica. In his previous life, Li Zixuan had a master's degree friend from the Capital University's medical department who said that in the Chinese Medicine Encyclopedia, only 3 herbs were recorded in the Compendium of Materia Medica. The rest were mostly recorded in the Shennong's Materia Medica and the Materia Medica collection annotations, written by Tao Hongjing of the Southern Liang dynasty. In other words, when it came to the commonly used Chinese medicine was basically based on the Shennong's Materia Medica and Tao Hongjing's Materia Medica. Moreover, although the Compendium of Materia Medica recorded as many as 1892 types of medicine, Li Shizhen was just a poor doctor in the countryside who did not even have a published book. Naturally, he did not have the financial resources and ability to verify each and every one of these 1,892 types of medicine. This led to many of the medical records being untrue. In the end, in the Compendium of Materia Medica, there were such absurd prescriptions as foot binding cloth to treat typhoid and fever, and hanging rope to treat insanity. However, this did not mean that the Compendium of Materia Medica had no merit. Its greatest contribution was that it opened the way for the classification of medicinal herbs. It used a man-made classification method. Compared to the rubbish and primitive classification methods in the previous medical books, the Compendium of Materia Medica's man-made classification method was many times more advanced and scientific. In the Compendium of Materia Medica, Li Shizhen divided all the medicinal herbs into 16 divisions: water, fire, earth, metal, stone, grass, valley, vegetable, fruit, wood, clothing, insect, scale, mesa, bird, beast, and human. Each division was further divided into several categories, with a total of 62 categories. Among them, there were 1,195 types of plants, 340 types of animals, and 357 types of ores. With such a classification, if a doctor wanted to find out the medicinal properties of a certain medicinal herb, it was simply too convenient. It was as convenient as looking up rare words in the Tang Dynasty dictionary. Therefore, what Li Zixuan wanted to do was to recommend the excellent classification method of medicinal herbs in the Compendium of Materia Medica to Sun Simiao and the others. He wanted them to use this classification method to organize some of the previous medical books and form a medical reference book similar to the Compendium of Materia Medica. He believed that with the ability of these 3 people, the quality of the medical book organized by them would definitely not be lower than Li Shizhen's Compendium of Materia Medica. Yamacho. If we use this classification method to organize the previously recorded medicinal herbs into a book, then when the students learn about medicine, it will undoubtedly be more convenient and faster. After listening to Li Zixuan's detailed explanation, Professor Qin and Professor Wang looked at each other and praised. N. Xiaoxian, your method of classifying medicinal herbs is indeed superior. It can be understood at a glance. I will find some time in the future to organize such a medical book for the medical school. Sun Simiao also nodded and praised. Then he changed the topic and said with a smile, "But if I remember correctly, Xiaoxian, you promised to make a tool for me to see small things last year. But it has been almost a year, Xiaoxian. Have you forgotten about this matter?" Ah? Li Zixuan was stunned. He didn't expect old Sun to ask him to repay his debt. Cough cough. Chapter 1274. Cough cough. Ink girl. You're still busy? After assuring Sun Simiao that he would deliver the microscope within a month, Li Zixuan left the courtyard. He wanted to go to another courtyard to look for Mo Lingwei, but he was informed by the servants that Mo Lingwei was in the workshop. Li Zixuan had no choice but to leave Yunshan and go to the workshop. He found Mo Lingwei in a small house beside the steel factory. Yamacho? Mo Lingwei raised her head and looked at Li Zixuan in surprise. Yamacho, you're finally here. In the past month, I've already understood all the principles of the generator. I'm now letting the workshop's craftsmen try to build it. Oh? Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows in surprise and said happily, Ink girl is really talented. You can understand the generator so quickly. Cough cough. But don't worry about the generator. There's something more urgent that needs Ink Girl to do. Mo Lingwei frowned in dissatisfaction. She wasn't the kind of person who liked to give up halfway. Yamacho, what can be more urgent than the generator? According to my estimation, I will be able to build the generator in another half a month. Can you postpone your matter for a while? Although this girl was usually fierce and loud in front of Yan Xiaoning, she was still quite restrained in front of Li Zixuan. In the end, it was because Li Zixuan was simply too perfect. His knowledge and martial arts were all at the level of a grandmaster. The more she understood Li Zixuan, the more she felt like she was looking up at a mountain. Therefore, she was quite respectful to Li Zixuan, the Yamacho of the academy. After all, the one who was more accomplished was the teacher. If Yan Xiaoning said these words now, Mo Lingwei would definitely explode. Half a month. Ink Girl seems to be very confident. Li Zixuan smiled and said, but in half a month the dam won't be built. Even if the generator is built, I'm afraid it won't be useful. Also, my matter isn't difficult for Ink Girl. I estimate that it won't take more than half a month. Mo Lingwei frowned and thought for a while. Finally, she nodded and said, all right. Yamacho, what do you want? Li Zixuan said, Ink Girl, the academy is about to set up a medical school. I want you to build a microscope for the medical school. The previous telescope was used to see the stars thousands of miles away, but this microscope is used to see the microscopic objects or living things that are invisible to the naked eye. Mo Lingwei asked curiously, Yamacho, isn't this a magnifying glass? I've already made one for Master Lu and the others. Besides, what kind of small things can't be seen with the naked eye? Li Zixuan was helpless. The textbooks in the academy included mathematics, physics, chemistry, and geography, but there was no biology. Therefore, not only did Mo Lingwei not know about the concept of microorganisms, none of the teachers and students in the academy knew about it. The reason why he didn't include biology in the academy's curriculum was because he had his own considerations. The most basic theory of biology was evolution. If he wrote that humans evolved from monkeys in the book, wouldn't it cause a huge uproar? Would Li Er, who called himself the true dragon, forgive him? Would the descendants of the Yellow Emperor forgive him? Darwin proposed the theory of evolution in the 19th century. At that time, the power of the church was greatly weakened. Moreover, the scientific system in the Western countries had already been formed. The ideology of tolerance had already been born, and there was a lot of tolerance for a hypothesis. Of course, the most important thing was that Darwin's theory of evolution couldn't be found to attack God. Therefore, the church believed that Darwin didn't oppose God. In the current Tang Empire, the wisdom of the people hadn't been developed. Everyone still believed that humans were created by Nuwa. It was really not the right time to propose the theory of evolution. Therefore, when Li Zixuan established Yanhuang College, he directly banned the course of biology. Of course, there were many unreasonable things in doing so, and it wasn't conducive to the development of medicine. Later on, he might release a shortened version of the textbook biology. But that was a story for another time. Ink Girl. A microscope is not the same as a magnifying glass. Its magnification is higher than a magnifying glass, and it can see things more clearly. As for things that can't be seen with the naked eye, Ink Girl, have you seen rotten meat? Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and smiled. Mo Lingwei was a little confused. She was startled and replied, of course I've seen rotten meat. Yamacho, why are you talking about this? Li Zixuan smiled and said, the reason why the meat will rot after a long time is actually because there are very, very small insects in the air that we breathe. Some of these insects eat meat, and they can digest it. Therefore, after a long time, the meat will completely rot. When Mo Lingwei heard this, her face suddenly became frightened. She quickly covered her nose and widened her eyes. She said, Shan, Yamacho, then there are many insects that can enter our bodies through our mouths and noses. It's over. I'm going to become a pile of rotten meat. I'm still young, I don't want to die yet. Towards the end, this girl's voice had a hint of sobbing. Li Zixuan helplessly rolled his eyes and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, ahem. Ink Girl, although there are some insects that can enter our bodies through the air, there are many things in our bodies that can kill these insects. Therefore, only dead people's bodies will rot, and living people won't. Ink Girl, don't worry too much. Mo Lingwei blinked and put down the slender hand that was covering her nose and mouth. After holding it in for a while, this girl's face was red. She quickly took a few breaths and said angrily, "Phew! You scared me to death. Yamacho, why didn't you finish your sentence? You made me think that I was going to rot." Li Zishuan was speechless. He thought to himself, "You're the one who was too dramatic. Are you blaming me? Okay, Ink Girl, let's get back to the topic. Let me tell you about the structure of a microscope." Li Zishuan coughed twice. Then he saw that there was chalk and a small blackboard in the room. He walked to the blackboard and picked up the chalk. He began to draw as he explained. The simplest microscope is actually a convex lens. However, this convex lens is a little special. Its curvature is very large and its focal length is very short. The magnification factor is much larger than a normal convex lens. Of course, this kind of convex lens requires the skills of the lens maker. What I'm going to tell Ink Girl today is not this kind of single convex lens magnifier. Instead, it's made up of two convex lenses. One with a long focal length is called the objective lens, and the other with a short focal length is called the eyepiece. The light reflected by the object first passes through the objective lens to form an image. At this time, the object should be between 1 and 2 focal lengths of the objective lens, forming an enlarged inverted image. Then, using the first image as the object, it passes through the eyepiece to form a second image. Chapter 1275. Microscopes were not a unique product of advanced industrial society. In the beginning, microscopes were made by hand. In 1590, two Dutch opticians and their father began to try to make microscopes with lenses. They put some lenses into a circular tube, and an important discovery was made. Objects near the bottom of the tube were magnified, and the magnification was much higher than that of any single magnifying lens. To a large extent, their first microscope could be considered an innovation. It could not be used as a scientific instrument because the magnification was only 9 times, and the image was somewhat blurry. The world's first real microscope appeared in the late 17th century. The inventor was Leeuwenhoek, a Dutch cloth merchant and pioneer of microscopes. He made a simple microscope by himself. It only had one lens that could be held in the hand for observation. Leeuwenhoek made greater achievements than his contemporaries by making lenses in an innovative way. He made a lens out of a small glass ball, and the magnification reached 270 times. At that time, the magnification of other microscopes was only 50 times. He used this lens to make the world's first practical microscope. Currently, Li Zishuan's workshop had no shortage of opticians who knew how to polish lenses. Mo Lingwei also knew how to polish lenses. However, the most difficult part of a biconvex microscope was not the lens, but a series of fine adjustment devices. Li Zishuan planned to imitate Leeuwenhoek's microscope. He would connect a convex lens with a long screw to a metal holder, and through the small displacement caused by the screw, he would be able to adjust the focus of the microscope. Currently, there were no lathes in the workshop. The screws needed to be polished and carved by hand, which was more time-consuming. Yamacho, I understand what you mean. This microscope should be easier to make than astronomical telescopes. The lecture on the principle and manufacturing process of microscopes lasted for almost 2 hours. The small blackboard was full of light circuit diagrams and formulas. At this time, Mo Lingwei said excitedly. Li Zishuan nodded slightly and said, "Generally speaking, microscopes are simpler than astronomical telescopes. After all, Ink Girl, you are very experienced in polishing lenses." Mo Lingwei immediately frowned and said, "Yamacho, polishing lenses is very troublesome. Look at my hands. They used to be smooth but now they are a bit rough. How can I get married in the future? How about I ask Xiaoning to help me polish lenses?" Looking at Mo Lingwei's white and flawless slender hands, Li Zishuan was speechless. How was it rough? Wasn't she lying through her teeth? Ink Girl, Xiaoning has been busy building dams recently. How can he have time? But what you said is not unreasonable. How about this? I will ask someone to make some skin protection treasures in the future. How about I give you some? Speaking of cucumber masks not only on the face but also on the hands, Li Zishuan thought silently in his heart. Mo Lingwei's eyes lit up. Now everyone had a consensus that Li Zishuan's products must be the best. Although she didn't know what could protect her skin, It didn't stop her from ordering one from Li Zixuan. Okay. Yamacho. Then it's settled. Helplessly, Li Zixuan walked out of the workshop. He cursed in his heart. If Yan Xiaoning married Mo Lingwei, the Yan family would be lively in the future. This girl is lively and interesting, but sometimes she is very noisy. Husband, Dad wrote a letter. When he returned to the Yunshan residence, Han Yushi greeted him as soon as he entered the courtyard. Oh? What did father-in-law say in the letter? How is he doing over there? Li Zixuan held his wife's slender waist and asked with a smile. Han Yushi struggled but couldn't break free, so she gave up. She turned her head to look at Li Zixuan and replied, Father said that he bought 3 farmsteads over there, and has already dug the sewage treatment pond near the mine. It's already in use. He asked someone to buy a lot of curved plows from the workshop and rented them for free to the people who don't have plows. The spring plowing over there has already started a few days ago. Father even let the commoners drink boiled water. He said that if anyone was found to drink unboiled water, their rent would increase by 5%. Now, Father's manners were the manners in Yifang County that loved to drink boiled water the most. County Magistrate Wang of Yifang County has praised them many times. Oh, Dad also asked you in the letter. Now that the sewage treatment pond is done and the water quality of the river beside the villages has also improved, what else should be done? Li Zixuan nodded slightly. It seemed like Han Tianhu wanted to move the Han family village's development model over there. He pondered for a moment and said, Since there is a sewage treatment pond, the next step is to plant trees. Plant trees beside the river. Once there are more trees, not only will the water in the river become cleaner, but the air will also become fresher. Lan Province was rich in water sources. Not only did the Yellow River flow through the western part of Lan Province, but there were also small rivers like the Lan River, Lani River, and Weifan River. Rich water sources meant that there was a variety of crops, so the people in this area lived a very happy life. It was also because of this reason that the political and economic centers of the dynasties before the Song dynasty were all in the north. However, after the population expansion of the Sui and Tang dynasties, as well as the chaos at the end of the Tang dynasty, serious soil erosion would occur in the Lus Plateau, causing the water source to be polluted and even dry up. At that time, this land would no longer be a livable land, and China's political and economic center would gradually move southward. The most direct and effective way to control soil erosion and water pollution was to plant trees. Not only did they plant trees in Yifang County, Li Zixuan also wanted to suggest Li Er to plant trees in the waters near Chang, and on a large scale. Chang'an was currently the largest city in the world, with a population of over 1 million. At its peak, the population exceeded 2 million. Even though Chang'an was surrounded by 8 rivers now, behind the prosperity of Chang, and was a serious drain on its natural resources and ecological environment. It was destined to not last long. The modern Chang, and had always been lukewarm among all the provincial cities in the country, and one of the most important reasons was the lack of water. Yes, the modern Chang'an lacked water. The Tang dynasty's 8 rivers around Chang, and had no water left in the modern era. If not for the Heihe River Diversion Project, who knew what would happen to Chang'an? If Tang dynasty wanted to stand at the top of the world forever, and if Chang'an wanted to continue to prosper and expand, then the Forest Protection Project had to be started now. Han Tianhu's letter gave Li Zixuan the idea of promoting Tree Planting Day in Tang dynasty. If the momentum was good, it might really work. The main thing was to think of a way to convince Li Er. Oh. Chapter 1276. Arbor Day? Ha! Guanin's servant, do you think this kid has nothing better to do? He wants to plant trees? 2 days later in the evening, Li Er was reading memorials in the Hall of Nectar. He saw a strange memorials and couldn't help but laugh at Empress Zhongsun, who was beside him. At this time, Li Zixuan spent an entire day organizing a memorials that suggested Li Er to promote Arbor Day, and to encourage the people of the Yellow River region to build more protective forests. During this time, he also went to the Yanhuang College Library to look up a lot of ancient books. Oh, it was worth mentioning that since the day the library of Yanhuang Academy was built, Li Gang had been working hard to expand the number of books inside. Many of the unique books that even the nobles could not get their hands on were all obtained by old Mr. After the printing department of the workshop made copies, they would be sent to the Academy's Red Tower to expand the library. Today, the Yanhuang College Library could be considered the second largest collection of books in the vicinity of Chang'an City. As for the first place, it would definitely belong to the royal family. However, based on this trend, it would only be a matter of time before the Yanhuang College Library's collection surpassed that of the royal family. However, even though Li Zixuan spent a lot of effort on this memorials, Li Er's first reaction when he saw it was to sneer. This couldn't be blamed on old Li. Throughout history, the emperors only cared about the people and their own country. Who would be so free as to care about the environment and planting trees? In the entire ancient China, no one would have such a concept. Planting trees? Your Majesty, whose memorials is this? Could it be from the Marquis of Yong'an? Empress Zhongsun heard this and asked with a smile. With her intelligence, she didn't need Li Er to remind her to guess who the author of this strange memorials was. Other than Li Zixuan, there was probably no one else in the imperial court who could think so wildly. Yes, Guanin's servant is indeed smart. It was written by Li Zixuan. This kid, his writing is quite interesting. Li Er laughed as he watched. Suddenly he couldn't laugh anymore. His face revealed a look of surprise. Empress Zhongsun was surprised. She calmly turned her body to the side and cast her gaze on the memorial in front of Li Er. Gradually, the disdainful sneers in the hall disappeared. Instead, a solemn atmosphere gradually filled the hall. After a quarter of an hour, Li Er stood up and walked 2 steps with his hands behind his back. He then instructed Zhao Song in the hall, after the morning assembly tomorrow, have Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhongsun Wuji, Xiaoyu, and Yin Lide stay behind to discuss matters. Also, summon Li Zixuan to the palace tomorrow to wait for the emperor. Zhao Song's eyebrows twitched. He hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his fists solemnly. This old servant obeys. Husband, do you think His Majesty will listen to what you say? After dinner, Han Yushi came to the study room with a cup of hot water. Seeing Li Zixuan reading a book, she couldn't help but ask. Obviously, she had also read the contents of the memorial. Li Zixuan raised his head and said with a smile, "Haha, wife. There's a saying that goes, do your best and know your destiny. This memorial is already the best your husband can do. Furthermore, I've asked Li Gang and Ma Zhou to help me check it out. If His Majesty can listen to these words, it will naturally benefit the future generations. If he can't, your husband will also find a way to do his part. After all, I don't want our future generations to not even have a mouthful of clean water to drink." These words were not alarmist words. According to the current development of the Tang Empire, in less than 20 years, it would enter a full flourishing age. At that time, the population of the Chang, an area would continue to surge. This would bring great pressure to the ecological environment of the Lus Plateau. The water of the Yellow River would also become more turbid. The 8 rivers circled Chang'an, but at that time, could the 8 rivers really support the supercity of Chang'an? In fact, in ancient times, the Yellow River was not called the Yellow River, at first, but the river. The river was called the Yellow River, because the color of the water changed. Therefore, the surname of the Yellow River was yellow. The name Yellow River started in the Eastern Han Dynasty, but as early as the spring and autumn period, there were written records that the water of the Yellow River was not clear. However, during the Han Dynasty, the yellow color of the water became more eye-catching, so people called it the Yellow River. In the middle of the Han Dynasty, the Grand Marshal Zhongrong, courtesy name Zhonggong, said, "The water of the river is heavy and turbid. It's called a stone of water and 6 buckets of mud." This was a phenomenon that no one had mentioned in the early Han Dynasty. In the middle of the Western Han Dynasty, the Jingshui River was famous for its turbid flow. During the time of Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty, the Jingshui River was used to irrigate the farmland and improve the soil. The Jingshui River and the Wei River Basin were the earliest areas of agricultural development in the Lus Plateau. With this kind of development, the original vegetation was destroyed and soil erosion increased, causing the water of the Yellow River to become more and more turbid. It probably developed in the Eastern Han Dynasty and became conspicuous, hence the name Yellow River. As the Tang Empire entered a full flourishing state, the Lus Plateau would have to support more people. At that time, a lot of farmland would be exploited and the soil erosion in the Yellow River Basin would become more serious. Li Zishuan said that his children and grandchildren would not be able to drink clean water in a few years was completely possible. Children and grandchildren. Han Yushi's expression suddenly became a little complicated. She muttered in a low voice. Husband, when can we have our own children? I'm already 16 years old this year. After saying that, she blushed. Li Zishuan almost vomited blood. This sentence that he said, the focus was not on this at all, okay? Ah. Husband, what are you doing? Put me down quickly. Hee. Wife, don't you want children? Let's go make a child. Ooh. The next morning, the young couple was having breakfast in the courtyard when Zhao Song came to pass the imperial edict, asking Li Zishuan to enter the palace to wait for the emperor. Although Li Zishuan's expression did not change, he could not help but feel happy. After all, he was not a proper civil official and was not as experienced as Wei Zheng and Fang Xianling when it came to writing memorials. Although the process of drafting this memorial was helped by Li Gang, Ma Zhou, and the others, he was still not confident. Now that Li Er was willing to summon him to the palace to discuss matters, the matter was basically half done. The few of them rode fast on horses and rushed all the way to the imperial city. After handing Whitey over to Peng Feiji, Li Zishuan followed Zhao Song through the palace gate and went straight to Taiji Palace. In Taiji Palace, Li Zishuan and the other officials were in the morning court. Naturally, Li Zishuan could not interfere at this time. This was not the same as being late for class and making up for a report. The morning court was very formal. Besides, old Li's imperial edict asked Li Zishuan to wait in Ganlu Hall, not to participate in the morning court. Chapter 1277. Inside the Ganlu Palace. Just when Li Zishuan was bored out of his mind and wanted to find a place to sit down and rest, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside the palace. Li Zishuan's face turned solemn, and he hurriedly stood in the hall. Haha, you must be impatient from waiting, right? Sure enough, the person who came was Li Er. Old Li walked into the hall with a majestic gait. When he walked to Li Zishuan's side, he said with a smile that was not a smile. Although Li Zishuan also had this thought in his heart, he was not stupid enough to say it out loud. Hearing this, he hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty must have something important to tell me by summoning me to the palace. I'm in high spirits right now, ready to listen to the imperial lecture. How can I be impatient? Haha, you brat. Li Er used his finger to point at Li Zishuan and snappily smiled. Then he walked towards the seat of honor. At this moment, a servant reported, Your Majesty, Minister Zhao, Minister Fang, Minister Du, Minister Xiao, and Minister Yan are waiting outside the palace. Let them in. Li Er sat on the couch and said in a deep voice. After a while, a few important officials of the empire walked in. Seeing Li Zishuan in the palace, Zhang Sun Wuji and the rest were surprised. After a round of greetings, Li Er nodded at Zhao Song. The latter took out 5 small booklets and gave one to each of the 5 officials. Li Er then said, Dear officials, this is the memorial that Li Zishuan presented yesterday. I've asked someone to copy it. Please take a look. After you've finished reading, I'll ask you questions. Yes. The 5 ministers agreed one after another, and then they all glanced at Li Zishuan imperceptibly. They were probably thinking in their hearts, sure enough, wherever Li Zishuan is, there will be right and wrong. When everyone lowered their heads and saw the first few sentences of Li Zishuan's memorial, they all felt that it was absurd. If it wasn't for the occasion, they would probably laugh out loud like Li Er at the beginning last night. But soon their faces became serious. Time passed bit by bit, and the hall was completely silent. Li Zishuan crossed his arms and stood silently in the hall, secretly guessing what kind of difficult questions these old officials would ask him in a while. Have you finished reading? Dear officials, do you have any objections to the Marquis of Yong'an's memorial? About 15 minutes later, Li Er's voice sounded in the palace. The 5 officials first looked at each other, then Fang Xianling stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, this old official has a few questions to ask the Marquis of Yong'an. Li Er waved his hand and said, Everyone, there's no need to be so restrained. If you have any questions for the Marquis of Yong'an, feel free to ask. Your Majesties. All the officials cupped their hands and said. Fang Xianling looked at Li Zishuan and asked, Marquis of Yong'an, you said that the water of the Yellow River was clear before the Qin and Han dynasties. Do you have any evidence? Li Zixuan stepped forward and said, Of course I have evidence. Over the past few days, I've been reading through the history books of previous dynasties with the teachers of the academy. We've found that the records of Huqing started in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. This means that before the Eastern Han Dynasty, Huqing phenomenon was relatively common and not unusual. That's why no one recorded it. Since the Eastern Han Dynasty, the amount of sand in the Yellow River increased and it became more muddy. Therefore, Clear River became an auspicious sign for the country and was written in history. Fang Xianling pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. Marquis of Yong'an said in the memorial that if the Yellow River is left unchecked, the 8 rivers of Chang, and will become muddy in less than 20 years? Li Zixuan said, Regarding this point, I believe that even if this junior doesn't say it, Minister Fang should be clearer than me, right? What was the water quality like around Chang? And in the previous dynasty? What is it like now? You all should have your own ideas. He had only been here for a year, and naturally did not know about the situation in the previous Sui dynasty. But Li Gang knew. According to Li Gang, the water quality around Chang, and was indeed not as good as in the previous dynasty. Fang Xianling, Zhang Sunwuji and the others looked at each other and finally sighed. Obviously, they had acquiesced to this fact. Li Zixuan said again, The quality of the water quality is related to the lives of millions of people inside and outside Chang'an. Last year, there was a cholera in Chang'an. Although it had nothing to do with the sand in the river, it was still caused by the pollution of the water quality. The land we are in now is soft. When there is a strong wind, yellow sand will fill the air. When there is a heavy rain, the yellow sand will flow into the river. In the long run, the amount of sand in the Yellow River will be higher and higher. No one can bear the consequences. Everyone's expression changed. After all, the cholera in Chang, and last year was still vivid in their minds. Fang Xianling paused and asked after a while, Marquis Yong'an, you said that the increased amount of sand in the Yellow River will easily cause the downstream riverbed to be too high. When there is a heavy rain, the Yellow River will burst its banks. Is that true? Li Zixuan smiled and said, Of course. Minister Yan is good at engineering. He should know this better than me. If Minister Fang does not believe me, you can ask Minister Yan. Without waiting for Fang Xianling to ask, Yanlai nodded and said, That's right. If the sand in the Yellow River is allowed to accumulate, the sand will be deposited downstream where the flow is slower and the riverbed will be too high. After a long time, it will not be a problem for the riverbed to be raised by 10 feet. If there is a continuous rainstorm, the Yellow River will definitely burst its banks. At that time, thousands of people will suffer. In fact, Yanlai's prediction was still optimistic. In modern times, the Yellow River's water level was more than 70 meters higher than the sea level of Kaifeng City. It was a veritable floating river. Xiao Chua asked in a low voice, Marquis Yong'an, you mean that if the imperial court does not adopt your plan, the flood in the lower reaches of the Yellow River will become more and more serious? Li Zixuan nodded and said, In the past few days, Mr. Li Gang and I have read the records of the counties in the lower reaches of the Yellow River. It is well documented that in the 800 years from the Eastern Zhou dynasty to the end of the Eastern Han dynasty, there were only 20 floods in the lower reaches of the Yellow River. That is to say, on average, there is a flood every 41 years. In the 400 years from the Three Kingdoms to the Sui dynasty, there were 23 floods in the lower reaches of the Yellow River. On average, there is a flood every 17 years. If we do not take action now, the Yellow River will burst its banks more and more frequently in the future. It will even burst every 3 years. At that time, the amount of money the imperial court spends on managing the flood and saving the people will far exceed the amount of money spent on planting trees. Using data to speak, using facts to speak, this was what Li Zixuan, an engineering genius, was best at and also what he liked to do the most. After these words were spoken, the faces of everyone in the hall all became serious. Li Zixuan's next words were even more shocking. Before my master died, not only did he predict this year's locust plague, he also predicted that 9 years later, the Yellow River will burst its banks again. At that time, Luoyang City will be flooded, and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Chapter 1278. In modern times, there was a song called The Descendant of the Dragon. The lyrics of the song went like this. In the Far East, there is a river, its name is the Yellow River. The Yellow River was the mother river of the Chinese nation. This surging mother river had given birth to the brilliant Chinese civilization, but it had never been a good mother. Throughout history, the constant diversion and flooding of the river had brought countless devastating disasters to the people in the Yellow River basin. Even in the 21st century, there were still many floating corpses in the Yellow River. Looking at the development of human civilization, it was actually a history of the struggle between man and nature. There were harmonious coexistence, but there were also confrontations. Following the flourishing of Chinese civilization in the Yellow River basin, more and more human activities and increasing population met with floods. Without any accidents, it would develop into floods. From the history of China, the Yellow River basin had always been in a cycle of decline, war, reconstruction, prosperity, and decline. Every new cycle of prosperity was a new cycle of disaster for nature. As the agricultural civilization of the Han culture moved further and further south, the accumulated silt of hundreds of years finally welcomed a new cycle of eruption. In the Ming and Qing dynasties, the Yellow River had more frequent breaches and dikes. According to the introduction to Controlling the River in the Ming and Qing dynasties, within the 277 years of the Ming dynasty's existence, the number of times the Yellow River broke and changed its course reached an astonishing 456 times. On average, it happened once every 7 months. In the 1,500 years from the Eastern Zhou dynasty to the end of the Tang dynasty, the number of breaches in the Yellow River basin was only 60 or so times. On average, it would happen once every 25 years. While the Yellow River floods took millions of lives, it also caused a large number of refugees and people to migrate. It formed a big disaster, big tide, small disaster, small tide situation. In the Ming dynasty, out of the 60 million people in the country, about a tenth of them became refugees. Not only did they not have a fixed residence, they wandered in foreign lands. Famine was everywhere and many starved to death. The worst hit was the Hunan region. In the early Ming dynasty, 72% of the floods occurred in the Hunan region. Of course, because of this, the amount of money that the court spent every year on building dikes and controlling floods was uncountable. According to historical records in the Ming dynasty, the annual cost of building dikes and controlling floods reached 10% of the court's revenue. In the Qing dynasty, this ratio reached a terrifying 20%. Within the Sweet Dew Hall, the atmosphere at this moment suddenly became tense. Li Er asked with an ugly expression, "There will be a flood in Luoyang in 9 years?" Li Zishuan, did spiritual master Ling Su really have such a prophecy when he was alive? The 5 ministers in the hall all looked at Li Zishuan with burning gazes. The Yellow River bursting its banks and flooding Luoyang was not a small matter. Spiritual master Ling Su had already become a legend by many people. The prophecy that he made was something that they had to pay attention to. Last year, Li Zishuan had said that in the 6th month of this year, there would be a plague of locusts in Guangzhou. In the end, with Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin leading the military group acting as guarantors, the court sent a fleet down south to trade for grain. At that time, Zhang Sun Wuji and the rest of the civil officials felt that even if the locust plague didn't happen as scheduled, the imperial court wouldn't lose out by exchanging so much food from a small country like Nanyang at such a low price. Moreover, everyone could predict that the decisive battle between the Great Tang and the Turks would take place in the next few years. Even without the plague of locusts, the Great Tang would still need a lot of provisions to prepare for war. Therefore, they had agreed to Li Zishuan's plan of stockpiling provisions. But now Li Zishuan had said that in 9 years, there would be a flood in Luoyang, causing the entire city to be flooded. How could they accept this? One must know that Luoyang's position in the Great Tang was second only to Chang'an. In the first year of Emperor Yang's great undertaking, Luoyang was already established as the eastern capital. After Li Yuan established the Tang dynasty, he ordered people to build palaces in Luoyang. Later on, Wu Zetian, who had monopolized power and was the ruler of the dynasty, directly changed the name of the eastern capital to Chengdu. From this, one could see the important position of Luoyang in the Tang dynasty. Chang'an was the political center of the Great Tang while Luoyang was the economic and cultural center of the Great Tang. Although the population of Luoyang was not as large as that of Chang'an, it wasn't far off. The city had at least 700,000 to 800,000 people. If Luoyang was flooded, the loss would be too great. Under the gazes of the crowd, Li Zishuan cupped his hands towards Li Er with a solemn expression. Your Majesty, this is a matter of great importance. This subject does not dare to speak carelessly. My teacher said that in the 11th year of Zhengguan, yellow gas filled the sky. It rained heavily and the valley water overflowed. It entered Luoyang Palace and was 4 feet deep. It damaged the left gate and destroyed 19 palaces and temples. This matter was of great importance. Li Zishuan indeed did not dare to speak carelessly. According to official history, in the 7th month of the 11th year of Zhengguan, Luoyang would indeed be flooded. However, these words were not said by spiritual master Ling Su, but written in the history books. What? Water entered Luoyang Palace? Hearing Li Zishuan speak as if he had seen it with his own eyes, Li Er's face was instantly shrouded in a layer of haze. Luoyang Palace's terrain was so high. If even Luoyang Palace was flooded 4 feet deep, then wouldn't the common people be flooded and millions of corpses would be strewn across the land? According to what you said, if we plant trees in the Yellow River Basin, we can avoid the Luoyang flood 9 years later? Last year, Chang'an City did not have any snow for the entire winter. This year's locust plague was almost a foregone conclusion. Li Er did not dare to ignore the prophecy of Li Zishuan's master, spiritual master Ling Su. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, as the saying goes, it takes 10 years to grow trees and 100 years to nurture people. A sapling growing into a tree is not a matter of 1 or 2 days. Improving the soil structure of the Yellow River Basin is definitely not something that can be done in 1 or 2 years. This subject cannot guarantee that planting trees will be able to change the fate of Luoyang being flooded 9 years later. However, compared to building dams and disaster relief, planting trees is definitely the most effective and cheapest way to control the Yellow River. Once there is a large-scale shelter forest in the Yellow River Basin, the amount of sand in the Yellow River will be greatly reduced. At that time, even if we cannot avoid the Luoyang flood 9 years later, the overhanging rivers and dams that may appear 10 or 20 years later will definitely not appear so easily. This is a matter that will benefit the current generation and the future generations. Your Majesty is wise and has great ambitions. This subject hopes that Your Majesty can make a careful decision. Although the Tang dynasty's Yellow River floods were more frequent than the previous dynasties, compared to the Song dynasty, Ming dynasty, and Qing dynasty, the Tang dynasty's floods could be said to be less frequent and less serious. However, Li Zishuan was a descendant of the Yellow Emperor, and a transmigrator who knew about the future. Since he was reborn in such an open and tolerant era, he felt that he had a responsibility to control the Yellow River when it was just beginning to become dirty. This way he could prevent millions or even hundreds of millions of Han people from dying in the flood. Those people who died in the Yellow River floods were his compatriots. His Tang dynasty did not allow for any regrets. Therefore, Li Zishuan spent a lot of effort and a lot of words to persuade Li Er, and this group of trusted officials of the Tang dynasty to believe in his policy of planting trees and preventing floods. Thousands of years later, perhaps no one would remember Ma Qiyong and Li Zishuan, but those who drank the water of the Yellow River as they grew up would remember him as the person who initiated the planting of trees and forests. Oh, Chapter 1279. Within the Ganlu Hall. After Li Zishuan said that, Li Er frowned and fell into deep thought. The 5 ministers in the hall were no longer as casual and indifferent as when they had first entered. They all lowered their heads, silently digesting Li Zishuan's words in their hearts. A moment later, Xiaoyu stepped forward and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, the words of the Marquis of Yong'an make sense. If the Yellow River is raised in a few years, the amount of money needed to build a dam will be in the tens of thousands. In comparison, the cost of planting trees is just a drop in the ocean. I suggest we return to the old system and re-establish the positions of Shan Yu and Lin Heng. The old system that Xiaoyu mentioned was the old system of the Zhou dynasty. During the Western Zhou dynasty, the imperial court established the positions of Shan Yu and Lin Heng to manage the forests of the country. In the rights of Zhou, there was a clear description of these 2 positions. Mountain Yu is in charge of the government of the mountains and forests. Things are fierce and are thus forbidden. Midwinter chop yang wood, midsummer chopping wood. Common people chop ji wood, chop ji wood. When the time comes, the people chop ji wood. When the time comes, the people chop ji wood. Shan Yu cuts ji wood in the middle of the season, and Lin Heng is under Shan Yu. If there is any injustice, he will be rewarded and punished accordingly. This meant that Shan Yu's position was higher, and he was mainly in charge of protecting the resources of the forests and making decisions on the planting and cutting of trees. Lin Heng's position was lower, and he was under Shan Yu's leadership. His main responsibility was to patrol the forests and enforce laws. From this, one could see that the dynasties before the Qin and Han dynasties placed a lot of importance on protecting the environment and forests. However, the history of planting trees in China could be traced back to 3,000 years ago. The Book of Rites said, "In the first month of spring, the virtue is in the trees." This meant that planting trees in the spring was the greatest moral act. As early as the Yushun era in the later period of the patrilineal clan society, there was an official in charge of the forest called Yuguan. During the Western Zhou dynasty, the imperial court established Shan Yu, which evolved from Yuguan. This was the earliest minister of forestry in China's history. During the time of Yuxia, there were also administrative regulations to protect the forest. The Great Collection of the Book of Zhou said, "Use prohibition in the third month of spring. The forest does not climb the axe, but the vegetation grows." Therefore, the concept of protecting the environment and forests was not first proposed by modern people. Our ancestors had considered this problem from the very beginning. Now that Xiao Yu proposed to restore the old system and reappoint Shan Yu and Lin Heng, other than Li Zishuan, everyone in the hall regained their senses. Since there were precedents for planting trees and protecting the forest, Li Zishuan's Arbor Day was no longer so abrupt. Furthermore, even though the Great Tang didn't have officials who were in charge of managing the forest like the Western Zhou, the people still had the consciousness to plant trees. It was just that they didn't plant trees by the Yellow River, but on the ridges of their own fields. In the Tang dynasty, every Yongye field would have a certain number of trees planted around it. This was called the farmland shelter forest. Marquis Yong'an, have you estimated how much it would cost to build a shelter forest in the Yellow River basin? Li Er stood up and paced in front of the dragon table. Then he looked at Li Zishuan and asked in a deep voice. Clearly, after a long period of consideration, old Li was moved. Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, the Yellow River is more than 5,000 li long, but the area with serious soil erosion is only 3,000 li. I believe that building a shelter forest with a width of 5 li, and a length of 3,000 li will be enough to solve the problem of the Yellow River overflowing with sand and the rising of the river bed. I have estimated that this shelter forest will require about 300 million saplings. If we use poplar saplings that are easy to survive and cheap, they will only cost 1 or 2 copper coins each. 300 million saplings will cost at most 750,000 strings of cash." Li Er almost fainted. He said angrily, 750,000 strings of cash? Is this the cheapest way to manage the Yellow River? Xiao Yu and the others also widened their eyes in shock. They shouldn't have spoken up for Li Zishuan just now. The expenditure was too huge, so huge that the Great Tang Imperial Court couldn't afford it. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, the estimated price of 750,000 strings of cash is based on the fact that the white poplar saplings are being purchased in large quantities, causing the price to skyrocket. Currently, the price of white poplar saplings in Chang'an City was as low as 1 copper coin for 2. Moreover, the saplings could be directly obtained by cutting the branches of adult trees in the fields. The cost was low and the reproduction speed was fast. It was completely possible to mobilize the people of various counties to cultivate the saplings themselves. The imperial court can also encourage the people of the counties along the Yellow River to plant trees to offset part of the taxes. Moreover, this protective forest belt is definitely not something that can be completed in a year. This subject conservatively estimates that it will take at least 5 years. In other words, within 5 years, the amount of money that the imperial court spent on building the forest belt, directly or indirectly, was at most 150,000 strings of cash. Furthermore, the government did not have to fork out all of the money. They could ask the citizens to fork out a portion, such as the Warmtang Foundation. Based on this calculation, the imperial court would spend at most 70,000 to 80,000 strings of cash to build the forest belt, and the actual amount of money needed would be much lower than this. Li Er's expression softened slightly. He frowned and said, 70,000 to 80,000 strings of cash is not a small amount. Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, each year is at most 70 to 80,000 strings of cash for a total of 5 years. Ideally, the imperial court's investment in these 5 years should be able to solve the problem of the Yellow River once and for all. Otherwise, the Great Tang will frequently face the risk of the Yellow River bursting its banks. Your Majesty, think about it. Every time the Yellow River bursts its banks, the imperial court would have to repair the banks and open up the warehouses to provide relief. How much money would be spent on this? It can be said that the losses that a large-scale flood would bring to the Tang Empire would be comparable to the cost of building the forest belt. Therefore, this subject believes that instead of frequently repairing the banks and opening up the warehouses to provide relief in the future, it would be better to start building the forest belt on both sides of the Yellow River. Furthermore, the imperial court can set up a day as Tree Planting Day and encourage the people to plant trees on that day. The more people there are, the more strength there is. This can reduce the financial burden on the imperial court. Hearing this, Li Er closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. Finally he said, All right. I'll believe you this time. We'll do as you say. We'll restore the old system and reappoint Shan Yu and Lin Heng. We'll build the forest belt on both sides of the Yellow River. From now on, the 20th of March will be Tree Planting Day. As for Shan Yu and Lin Heng, do any of you have suitable candidates in mind? Everyone looked at each other and finally looked at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was dumbfounded. He quickly waved his hands and said, Your Majesty, you can't. You can't. This subject has too much work to do. I really don't have the energy to take on the roles of Shan Yu and Lin Heng. Your Majesty, please find someone else. Chapter 1280. In modern times, China's Arbor Day was proposed by the foresters Hanan and Ling Daoyang. It was initially set on April 5, Qingming Day. In 1928, Arbor Day was changed to March 12 to commemorate the 3rd anniversary of Sun Yat-sen's death. Li Zishuan did not know why Li Er decided to set Arbor Day on the 20th of March, but he did not mind. It was better than nothing. Furthermore, March 20th was the time when flowers bloomed. It was not too late to plant trees. Yamacho, are you saying that His Majesty has agreed to set up Arbor Day? Yanhuang Academy. At this moment, Li Zishuan had returned from Chang'an City. After he told Li Gang about Li Er's decision in the imperial court, the old man was very surprised. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Yes. Not only that, His Majesty wants to restore the old system and appoint Shan Yu and Lin Heng to manage all the forests in Tang Dynasty. The former assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, Ji Shou, will be appointed as the first Shan Yu. When they were at the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er had indeed intended to let Li Zishuan take up the position of Mountain Oracle. After all, this matter was brought up by Li Zishuan. No one was more suitable for this position than him. However, Li Zishuan currently held too many positions. If he were to give this position to him, he would definitely be too busy. Hence, after much consideration, Li Er finally gave the position of Mountain Oracle to someone else. Ji Shou. Li Gang's eyes flashed with surprise. He stroked his beard and laughed. Haha! His Majesty is wise to assign Ji Shou to the position of Shan Yu. He is making the best use of him. Li Zishuan was stunned. When Li Er announced that Ji Shou would be the first Shan Yu, he let out a sigh of relief. He did not have the time to think about who Ji Shou was. From his point of view, the basic plan for the Yellow River Forest Belt was already set. It did not matter who was the Shan Yu as long as they followed the plan to the letter. However, Li Gang's reaction showed that Ji Shou was not someone to be trifled with. Teacher Wenji, who is this Ji Shou? Why do you have such a big reaction? Li Zishuan asked curiously. Li Gang chuckled and replied, Yamacho, you may not know this, but Ji Shou is the 13th grandson of Ji Han. Back then, Ji Han could be considered a famous scholar in the Wei and Jin dynasties. However, he was not willing to climb up the social ladder, and was only interested in studying exotic flowers and plants. While he was alive, he had compiled a book called Southern Flora, which could be considered a wondrous book. Later, it was passed down from generation to generation in the Ji family. Although this old man has read thousands of books, I have never seen this book with my own eyes. The current assistant minister Ji Shouqing had inherited the style of the Ji family's ancestor, and was very knowledgeable in the Tao of plants. Therefore, I believe that Jisho is making the best use of his talents by taking over the position of Mountain Yu. What Li Zixuan didn't know was that southern flora was the world's earliest flora, more than 1,000 years earlier than the Western botanical monographs. Therefore, to say that Ji Han was the world's first botanist was fully deserving of the title. Although Li Zixuan didn't know the historical position of southern flora and fauna, he was quite surprised when he heard that there were people in ancient times who especially liked to study exotic flowers and plants. Oh? If that's the case, Jisho is very suitable for the position of Mountain Yu. Your Majesty's talent in using people is far better than even Qin Huang and Hanwu. This praise was truly from the bottom of Li Zixuan's heart. The reason the Great Tang Imperial Court was able to operate so efficiently was inseparable from Li Er's ability to make the best use of people and resources. From this perspective, Old Li was a very qualified leader. After getting Arbor Day from Old Li, Li Zixuan didn't slack off. On the same day, he asked Ma Zhou to instruct all the editors of Datong Daily to promote the Yellow River Forest Protection Belt and promote the upcoming Arbor Day. He wanted to use Datong Daily to let everyone know the importance and significance of the Yellow River Forest Protection Belt. Since he could convince Li Er and Zhongsun Wuji, Li Zixuan believed that he could convince the people of Tang Dynasty. He wrote down the contents of his memorial word for word and handed it to the editors of Datong Daily. At the same time, he also wrote down the conversation between the emperor and the official in the imperial court and handed it to the editors. Of course, he deleted the part about Zhengguan's prophecy about the Luoyang flood. After all, if this was announced in advance, wouldn't the world fall into chaos? As for the following matters, it would all depend on the editors of the editorial department. After a year of training by Ma Zhou, the editors of the editorial department had already broken away from the ranks of corrupt scholars. Their thinking could be said to be the most advanced in the entire Tang dynasty. The next day, His Majesty rearranges Mountain Yu and Lin Heng's positions. Every year, the 20th of March will be Arbor Day, planting trees to end the flood of the Yellow River for thousands of years, starting today. His Majesty wishes to plant trees by the Yellow River 30 miles east of Chang and city on Arbor Day, planting trees to benefit the present and the future generations. Discussing the importance of planting trees. Without any warning, the front page of today's Tang Dynasty Daily was almost entirely filled with articles related to planting trees. At first glance, the commoners were somewhat confused. Mountain Yu and Lin Heng? What positions are these? How would I know? Scholar Su, do you know? You are all ignorant and incompetent. Mountain Yu and Lin Heng were officials in charge of the forests and forests during the Western Zhou dynasty. Looks like His Majesty wants to restore the old system. Ah? Restore the old system? What's the use of having these two officials? There's a Arbor Day? What kind of day is that? As the name suggests, Arbor Day means that everyone is supposed to plant trees on that day. Plant trees? Then why do we need to plant trees? You, Huang Jinzhou, can't you read the newspapers? Do you need to ask about everything? Hehe. Scholar Su, isn't it because you're well-read? Why don't you read it to us illiterate people? That's right. Scholar Su, you're the star of literature. If you don't read it to us, who will? What the newspapers are saying is that the reason why the Yellow River has become muddy in recent years is because the soil on both sides of the river is loose and flowing into the river. Duke Yong'an believes that if the soil on both sides of the river is allowed to erode, in the long run, the lower reaches of the river will be raised by a few feet. When that happens, there will be a suspended river in the lower reaches of the river. Once there's a storm, the river will burst its banks. When that happens, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. That's why Duke Yong'an wrote to His Majesty and suggested building a 3,000-mile-long shelter forest on both sides of the river to prevent the river from becoming muddy. Chapter 1281. What? Planting trees can prevent the flooding of the Yellow River? Is this a joke? The entire front page of Tang Daily was filled with topics related to tree planting and afforestation. After learning that planting trees could solve the problem of the Yellow River flooding that had plagued the people in the north for hundreds of years, everyone was shocked. Even the emperor is going to plant trees himself, how can it be fake? Furthermore, these words came from the Duke of Yong'an, so it must be true. That's right. How can the Duke of Yong'an's words be fake? It will be the 20th of March in another 2 to 3 days. By then, I will be planting trees by the Yellow River in the east of the city. I will go too. The saplings beside my Yongye field are all ready made. I will go plant a few trees too. When the Yellow River clears up and there are no more floods, Icho-san will have a part to play. Haha. Since the Emperor and Marquis are going, then what reason do we have not to go? Go. Just treat it as doing good deeds. If the Yellow River clears up, we will all be doing good deeds. As the saying goes, whatever the superior likes, the inferior will follow. Now that Emperor Li Er was going to personally plant trees, how could the nobles, generals and ministers, as well as the common people continue to be indifferent? Other than responding to Li Er and Li Zixuan's call to plant trees, there were also many people who thought of planting trees on Arbor Day as a good deed. After all, in the entire Tang dynasty, the majority of the people lived in the Yellow River basin. If they could use planting trees to completely solve the future flood of the Yellow River, it could be said that most of the people were willing to part of their wealth to plant trees. Living in such an era, the people knew the horror of floods. Therefore, even if the Tang Dynasty Daily didn't design a set of beautiful advertising slogans to promote afforestation, it was enough to say that afforestation could prevent floods. It was enough to move the hearts of the commoners. Henan Province, outside Guangqing County. In the Tang Dynasty, Zhengzhou was also known as Xingyang County. The Zheng clan of Xingyang was referring to this place. Zhengzhou's administrative center was located within Guangqing County. As the administrative center of the state, Guangqing County's city walls were lofty and towering. Outside the city walls there was even a moat. When Qin Wang Li Shimen fought Wang Shichong in Luoyang, he had planned to replenish Guangqing County's provisions. As the saying goes, those who wish to conquer the world must first conquer the Central Plains. Henan is the most central province in China. During the Tang Dynasty, the Yellow River was still an important waterway and irrigation hub. At this time, Hunan's agricultural and economic development was at the forefront of the country, but at the same time it was also targeted by many people. Correspondingly, Zhengzhou could be considered as a battleground since ancient times. It was understandable that the city walls were built higher and sturdier. Brother Fa Shan, thank you so much for escorting me all the way here. Now that I've arrived at Zhengzhou City Guan, you should hurry and attend to your own matters. Outside the city gate of Guangqing County, a 13 to 14-year-old boy and girl were saying goodbye to each other in an open space not far from the city. Taking a closer look, who else could they be but Little Fishy and Yi Fashion? Along the way, the two of them did not encounter any danger. They did not even meet any bandits. Who knows if it was because the security of the various prefectures along the way was too good, or if it was because these two newbies were too lucky. However, along the way they did meet a few scammers. Fortunately, between the two of them, one of them was much more mature than his peers, while the other was mischievous and experienced in surviving in society. Normal scammers would not be able to scam them of their money. Along the way, it could be said that there was no danger. It's nothing. It was just on the way. Yi Fashion shook his head. He raised his head and looked towards the city gate not far away. Suddenly, he frowned and asked suspiciously, "The city gate of Guangqing County seems different today. Miss Liu, please be careful." Liu instinctively asked, "What difference could there be?" "Haha. Fa Shan, aren't you making a fuss over nothing?" Yi Fashion observed for a while more before retracting his gaze. With a serious face he said to Liu, "Miss Liu, look, the number of soldiers guarding the city gate of Guangqing County is much more than the number of soldiers outside Chang'an City. Moreover, there are very few commoners entering the city. It's only 7 in the morning now. This should be the time of the day when most people enter the city. But now there are only about 10 people queuing outside the city to enter the city. What's even more unusual is that there are only commoners entering the city, but no commoners leaving the city. Isn't this unusual?" Hearing this, Liu's face turned serious. The little girl looked towards the city gate and asked, "Fa Shan, was Guangqing County like this in the past?" Yi Fashion shook his head and said, "Definitely not. Although Guangqing County is not as prosperous as Luoyang, there are still many rich families here. Every day there is an endless stream of merchants. How could it be so quiet? There must be something fishy about this. It's even better if there's something fishy. I'm just afraid that there's nothing fishy about it. My mission this time is to find out what's fishy about Zhengzhou. Little Yu'er suddenly smiled and said to Yi Fashion, Fa Shan, go back to Nanyang. I'll be fine here alone. I won't hold you up any longer. I hope that you can find the way to the south soon. She tightened the bag on her body and was about to walk towards the city gate. Hey, Miss Liu, wait. Just as Liu was about to walk, Yi Fashion's voice came from behind her. Little Yu'er paused and said, Fa Shan, what's wrong? There must be danger in the city. I can feel it. Are you really determined to enter the city? Yi Fashion walked in front of Liu and said with a serious face. When Liu heard this, the scene of Li Zixuan persuading her not to come to Zhengzhou appeared in her mind. Of course, there was also her bold words. I want to go. I have to go. After thinking for a while, Liu nodded vigorously at Yi Fashion. After saying that, she let out a sigh of relief. She was smart and eccentric. How could she not see that there was something wrong in Guangxing County? However, she came all the way from Chang and to Zhengzhou with a mission. How could she be afraid before the battle and run away? All right then. I'll go with you into the city. Yi Fashion sighed silently in his heart and suddenly said, Fa Shan, aren't you going back to Nanyang's ancestral home? Also, you're going to the south to search for Dao. Why do you want to go with me into the city? Little Yu'er asked curiously. Yi Fashion said seriously, Cousin asked me to take care of you on the way. Now that you're going to risk your life alone, how can I just sit back and watch and leave alone? Let's go. Let's go into the city. Chapter 1282. Stop. Where are you from? What are you doing in Guangxing County? At the entrance of Guangxing County, Little Yu'er, Yi Fashion, and their group of young men and women were stopped by the city guards. The leading black-armored man questioned them fiercely. He couldn't be blamed for asking. The carriage behind Liu's group was the Don't Touch Me carriage from Strange Interest Pavilion. Those who owned such a carriage were definitely from the top families. He had seen all the young masters and young ladies from the big families around Zhengzhou before. However, the two people in front of him were unfamiliar. They must be from a foreign country. Little Yu timidly took 2 steps back. Just as she was about to say something, Yi Fashion stepped forward and said, General, my sister and I have come from Bianzhou to Zhengzhou to visit our relatives. I hope you can make it convenient for us. The black-armored soldier let out an imperceptible sigh of relief and said, Visit your relatives? What relatives do you have in Guangxing County? Little Yu'er's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. She didn't expect the soldier to ask such a detailed question. What if Yi Fashion made up a name and the soldier didn't recognize it? Wouldn't they be exposed? Thinking of this, she calmly looked at Yi Fashion. Yi Fashion's face was calm and relaxed. He calmly cupped his hands towards the soldier and said, This one's second uncle Yi Minglei is currently working in Guangxing County. I haven't seen him for many years, so I specially brought my sister to pay a visit. You are the nephew of Deputy Yi? The black-armored man's eyes darkened slightly as he asked in a low voice. Yi Fashion cupped his hands and said, Yes. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to escort my sister and me to Guangxing County. You will know the truth then. Hearing this, the black-armored man's face became gentler. He grinned and said, Seeing this young master's extraordinary bearing, I am sure he wouldn't use this kind of thing to deceive me. However, Zhengzhou is now in a special period. In order to ensure your safety, I will send 2 people to escort you and this young lady to the county office. What do you think, young master? Although it was said to be an escort, who didn't know that this was surveillance? In the end, the black-armored man was still suspicious of Yi Fashion and Little Yu'er's origins. Little Yu'er's face turned slightly pale. She thought to herself that this was bad. She had to think of a way to send away the soldiers who were escorting them. Yi Fashion smiled and cupped his hands. Thank you for your kind intentions, General. I haven't been to Guangxing County for many years, so I can't remember where the county office is. I'll have to trouble General's subordinate to lead the way for us. Humph. The muscular man in black armor snorted and called 2 guards over. He whispered to them first and then said loudly, You two escort this young master and young lady to the county government. You must send them to County Deputy Yi personally. Do you understand? Understood. The two soldiers hurriedly cupped their fists and answered loudly. Then one of them led the way in front while the other helped to pull the carriage from behind. They led Yi Fashion and Little Fishy into the city. In order to prevent Li Yu and Yi Fashion from jumping off midway, the two soldiers didn't even let them sit in the carriage. Along the way, Little Yu wanted to discuss countermeasures with Yi Fashion. However, the pair of eyes behind them kept staring at them, so she didn't dare to make any moves. This was because, from the moment they entered the city, she realized that there was something unusual in the city. Every street was patrolled by soldiers. There were very few pedestrians and peddlers on the streets. The entire county gave her a bleak and austere feeling. Oh no, we're almost there. At this moment at the end of the street, there was a solemn government office. It was obviously the county office of Guangqing County. Little Yu's face instantly turned pale and her hands and feet tensed up. She was prepared to escape with Yi Fashion if the situation turned bad. Haha, little sister, we haven't seen Uncle for many years. I don't know if Uncle's health is well. When you see him later, you're not allowed to throw a tantrum in front of him. Little Yu's body tensed up and she was ready to escape at any time. Her toes were clenched tightly. However, Yi Fashion was calm and relaxed. Along the way, he was still chatting with Li Yu about daily life. Li Yu gritted her teeth. In order to not let anyone see through her, she could only continue to accompany Yi Fashion in acting. Brother, when have I ever thrown a tantrum in front of Uncle? You're talking nonsense again. Humph. Needless to say, this girl's anger was the best performance of the role of a spoiled young lady. She was a living drama queen. No one would be able to see through her act. Haha, Yu. Yi Fashion pointed at Li Yu with a doting look. At this moment the leading soldier cupped his fist and said, Young master, we've reached the county office. I'll go in to report. Please wait outside for a moment. Yi Fashion nodded and said, Thank you for your trouble. When they were about to reach the county office, the leading soldier went in to report. The other soldier followed Li Yu and Yi Fashion to wait outside. Li Yu's palms were sweating. She had no choice but to step forward and pull Yi Fashion's sleeve lightly. She prayed that he would understand her meaning and think of a way to escape together. Little sister, what's wrong with you? Could it be that you're hungry after walking for so long? Don't worry. When you see Uncle later, do you think you'll be short of food and drinks? Who knew? Yi Fashion felt someone pulling him from behind. He turned his head and said with a smile, Eat. Eat your head. Little Yu roared in her heart in exasperation. However, she said, Brother, I'm not hungry. I'm just a little tired. However, why did it sound like she was gnashing her teeth when she said this? You're saying that my nephew is here? Where is he? At this moment, a middle-aged man's voice was heard from the county office. There were also sounds of footsteps. District Deputy Yi, he's just outside. Look. Immediately after, a middle-aged scholar wearing a dark blue robe walked out of the county office. Behind him was the soldier from before. Little Yu's expression changed drastically. She was about to pull Yi Fashion away when Yi Fashion took a step forward and saluted the middle-aged scholar. Fashion greets Uncle. At this moment the air seemed to have frozen. Little Fishy did not even have the time to retract her foot that had stepped out. Her entire body froze on the spot. The two soldiers who had brought them here suddenly loosened their grip on the weapons at their waists. Then the two of them turned their gazes to the middle-aged scholar, wanting to see how he would react. Yo! So it's Fashion who's here. Come over quickly and let Uncle have a look. Yo! You've grown so tall. What's wrong? Did you come alone? The middle-aged scholar's face was first filled with surprise, then joy. He took 2 steps forward and looked at Yi Fashion from head to toe. Then he asked with concern, Uncle, other than me, little sister is here to see you too. Come over quickly and greet Uncle? Chapter 1283. In front of the Guangqing County Yamen. When the middle-aged man shouted Fashion, no matter how stupid little Yu was, she understood that Yi Fashion had a relative who was a deputy in the Guangqing County Yamen. At this moment, the little girl stepped forward and bowed to the middle-aged man with a smile. He was Yi Fashion's second uncle Yi Minglei. She said sweetly, "Little you are Greet's second uncle." Yi Minglei's eyes were filled with confusion, but it was quickly concealed. He stepped forward with a face full of joy and said, "Yo, little you haven't visited me in so many years. Why are you willing to come today?" "What are you talking about, second uncle? It's not that I don't want to come. My mother was worried that I would meet with danger on the way here, so she didn't let me come. Second uncle, how have you been?" Li Yu saw that Yi Minglei was so considerate. She went forward and tugged at Yi Minglei's sleeve. Yi Fashion's eyebrows twitched slightly. If one looked closely, they could see that his cheeks were twitching. Haha, Yi Fashion. Let's talk when we get back. We'll talk when we get back. Yi Minglei laughed dryly, then looked at the two soldiers and said, "Thank you for escorting this old man's nephew and niece to the county yamen. Please thank Commandant Chui for this official." "You're welcome. Deputy Yi will take our leave first." The leader of the soldiers saw that Yi Fashion was indeed Yi Minglei's nephew, so he cupped his fist and bid farewell. Yi Minglei clasped his hands together and watched the two soldiers leave. Then he calmly said, "Monk, come with me." After that, he swung his sleeves and walked towards the street west of the yamen. "Yes, second uncle," Yi Fashion responded and then gave Little Fishy a look. The two of them hurriedly followed Yi Minglei, one in front and one at the back. "Hey, Brother Fashion, is Deputy Yi really your second uncle?" On the way, seeing that there was no one around, Li Yu pulled Yi Fashion's sleeve and asked softly. Yi Fashion looked at Li Yu strangely and said, "Yes. Miss Li Yu, you don't think that I'm purposely trying to get away from the city gate guards, do you?" Li Yu pouted and said angrily, "That's right. That's what I thought at the beginning. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you have a second uncle who is a deputy county magistrate here? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have had to worry all the way." His words were full of complaints towards Yi Fashion. Indeed, on the way from Chang'an to Zhengzhou, Li Yu had been planning in her heart what she should do when she arrived in Zhengzhou. Only then would she be able to find out the secret behind the chaos in the officialdom and the chaos among the people in Zhengzhou. She had to admit that it was very likely that she would be in danger. After all, this was the nest of the Chui family in Qinghe, and she represented Datong daily. Her backer was the archenemy of the Chui family in Qinghe, Li Zixuan. Once her identity was exposed, she might not be able to return. Now that Yi Fashion's second uncle was a deputy county magistrate in Guangqing County, things would be much easier. At least she would have an insider, and her safety would be guaranteed. Yi Fashion was speechless. He thought to himself, women are really not easy to get along with. Father really didn't lie to me. At the beginning, Li Yu and Yi Fashion were not familiar with each other. Naturally, both of them were polite to each other. However, along the way, they became familiar with each other, and Li Yu treated Yi Fashion as a good friend. Since they were good friends, there was no need to be polite to each other. "Miss Li Yu, this is my distant uncle. He has been an official in Guangqing County for a few years. If you don't want to be discovered in Guangqing County, it's best that you don't tell anyone that you're from Chang'an. When we entered the city just now, I realized that the soldiers here are very strict with foreigners. It's best that we be careful." Yi Fashion thought for a while and whispered to Li Yu. Li Yu stuck out her tongue. She was very dissatisfied with Yi Fashion's perfunctory attitude, but she also knew that it was not the time to throw a tantrum. She nodded and replied, "Oh, I got it." Yi Fashion nodded. Then he quickened his pace and caught up with Yi Minglei. He asked casually, "Second uncle, the two soldiers just now should be soldiers from the state government, right?" Yi Minglei paused and coughed lightly. "Fashion, how did you know?" Yi Fashion smiled and said, "I guessed. But second uncle's reaction, it seems like it's true?" Yi Minglei's face turned red. He did not expect that a man in his 40s would be tricked by a teenager. He nodded helplessly and said, "They are indeed soldiers from the Guangqing County. Those are indeed soldiers from the state capital. Now the entire Guangqing County has been taken over by the state capital's army. The citizens outside are only allowed to enter and not leave." Little Yu'er's face changed. She wanted to go forward and ask for more details, but when she thought of her identity, she could only give up on the idea. Fortunately, Yi Fashion helped her ask the question. Second uncle, why is this so? Why would Guangqing County be taken over by the state government's soldiers? Did something happen in the county recently? Under normal circumstances, the law and order of a county was handled by the county government's patrolling officers. The state government's soldiers were responsible for the safety of the entire county. As long as there was no war, they would not be mobilized easily. Hearing this, Yi Minglei's expression changed. He looked around and quickly whispered, "Monk, things are different now. This is not the place to talk. If you have something to say, let's talk later. Let's go to second uncle's house first." Okay. Yi Fashion nodded and gave little Yuer a look. The three of them then went to the west side of the county government. Yunshan Yanhuang College. Yamacho, we have already bought 5,000 saplings, and they are all stored in the college's warehouse. In the evening, Mo Zhong came to Li Zishuan's office and gave a fist and palm salute. Li Zishuan raised his head and said with a faint smile, I got it. Ask Mr. Yen to inform all the students in the college to prepare for the tree planting event at the bank of the Yellow River 10 miles away. Everyone must be there. No absences are allowed. That's right, he planned to let these students participate in the tree planting event on Arbor Day. He had high hopes for these kids. The future of Tang Dynasty belonged to them. Of course, the task of protecting the environment also belonged to them. From now on, he had to instill in them the belief of tree planting. Yes, Yamacho. Mo Zhong gave a fist and palm salute before he left. Li Zishuan leaned back on the sofa and leisurely began to busy himself with his previous work. What he didn't know was that a not-so-big, not-so-small trouble was coming for him. Soon he wouldn't have the time to slack off. Oh. Chapter 1284. The Tang Football Association's Football League ranking tournament was in full swing. Those rich young masters and ladies who were usually empty and lonely had recently had their fill of watching the matches. They no longer felt that their days were boring. However, the attendance of the two football stadiums was dropping again and again. Overall, the enthusiasm of the people to watch the matches was not as good as before. There were no more full stadiums after that. Aside from the uneven quality of the matches, there was another important reason, and that was the economy. Not everyone was as rich as those rich young masters and young ladies. If they wanted to watch every match, they would have to have a gold mine at home. In addition, without the guidance of a modern person like Li Zishuan, football betting in modern society had quietly been born recently. Some rich young masters did not come to the football stadiums purely to watch the matches, but to bet with 2 or 3 of their friends. Under normal circumstances it was a small private bet, but some of the bets were not small at all. There were even bets of thousands of strings. Of course, where there was money there would be corruption. And football betting was the easiest way to breed corruption in football. In order to win the bet, some rich young masters privately bribed a team to fix the matches. The Tang Football Association had investigated at least 5 or 6 such cases in recent days. Those teams that fixed the matches were first removed from the Football Association, then everyone in the team, including the team owner, was blacklisted by the Football Association. They would not be able to participate in any football-related activities for life. As for those rich young masters who spent money to fix the matches, the Tang Football Association had already submitted the relevant evidence to the Supreme Court. If the victims wanted to pursue the matter, they could go to the Supreme Court to report. With the evidence provided by the Football Association, not only could they recover the losses, they could also punish the other party. There was always darkness under the sun. Although the Tang Football Association could not dig out all the darkness, the Football Association could use a strict punishment system to punish the chickens to the monkeys, as a warning to others. In this way, before those teams wanted to fix the matches in the future, they would have to carefully consider it. Compared to watching football matches, which was a high-cost form of entertainment, ordinary people were more willing to watch the gossip news on the Datong Daily. For example, a certain assistant minister's concubine eloped with a servant, a certain rich young master spent a lot of money on a certain singer in a brothel, and so on. These were more or less the topics of conversation after meals. Of course, there were even more commoners who liked to read the novels in the Talking About Martial World section. Compared to football matches and news, novels were a better way to kill time. However, There seemed to be something wrong with the bragging world section in March. There were no new novels, and those that were still being serialized were all novels that had been published in the past and hadn't ended yet. In the beginning, the readers did not notice this phenomenon. But now it was already the middle of March and Big Word's Martial World was still the same few novels that were being updated tepidly. It was like a pool of stagnant water, making people feel lifeless. Everyone was looking forward to the addition of fresh water to this stagnant pool. No. Didn't Leather Knight say that they would release a new book in March? It's already the middle of March. Why hasn't he started writing yet? In the vast sea of people, there were always some people with good memories. In a tea house, 3 or 4 friends were having a small gathering. One of them suddenly shouted, "Yeah, F***ck." He had almost forgotten about it while watching the football match. What about the new Leather Knight novel? This guy had just finished writing his last book, and now he was resting for several months. It had been almost half a year. How was it? Did the newspaper publish his short story? I want to see it. Publish my ass. It's all his previous novels. Speaking of which, he couldn't have forgotten about releasing a new book in March, right? F***ck. You don't say. It's really possible. If we can forget that he is releasing a new novel because we are watching the football match, then it's very likely that he will forget to write a new novel because he is busy watching the match. You're saying that Leather Knight also likes to watch football matches? Isn't that obvious? Football matches are so interesting. As long as you have money, who wouldn't like to watch it? And Leather Knight definitely doesn't lack money. This guy might be watching football matches every day. Yes. Let's go find him. Let him quickly write a new book. Hey, Brother Yang, wait. We have never seen Leather Knight before. Even if he is really watching football matches, we won't know which one is him. Oh, Brother Wu, you're right. Then how do we find Leather Knight? Let's go to Datong Daily's editorial office. There must be someone there who knows Leather Knight's true identity. Ask them to pressure Leather Knight and get him to release a new book quickly. That's right. Let's go to Datong Daily's editorial office. But with just the few of us, I'm afraid we are a little weak. Haha, what are you afraid of? I'll go to the Imperial College and the Hongwen Library later and call some friends. There will be at least 20 to 30 people in total. Let's go together. Okay. Then let's go now. Let's go. The young people were in high spirits and sometimes left as soon as they said they would. The group of people left the tea house and headed straight for the Imperial College. Half an hour later, more than 50 young people walked together on Vermilion Bird Avenue. They shouted, "March is already here, why hasn't Leather Knight released a new book yet?" As they marched toward the eastern city of Chang. Speaking of which, the young man who took the lead to cause trouble had only planned to bring 20 to 30 friends to boost his momentum. He never expected that after the others heard the news, they would rather skip class and follow along. What was even more unexpected was that the size of their group grew as they walked. Before they reached the eastern city gate, there were already more than 100 people. After all, they were not the only ones who had been waiting for Leather Knight's new book for the past 6 months. Young master! There are so many scholars outside who are clamoring to cause trouble at the Datong Daily's editorial office. It's so lively. South of Chang'an City, Lin family mansion. Maid Xiao Shi hurried to the backyard and reported to Lin Hao, who was immersed in his studies. "'Cause trouble? What trouble are they causing?" After half a year of studying wholeheartedly, Lin Hao's temperament had changed a lot. He was less of a wastrel, and more of a positive and energetic person. At this moment, he raised his head and looked at his little maid as he asked calmly, "Young master, they said they want to go to the Datong Daily's editorial office and ask Leather Knight to quickly publish the next book." Xiao Shi bowed and said, "Gosh, I almost forgot about that." The cultured and refined Lin Hao, who had the demeanor of a scholar, instantly regained his original temperament. This fellow's eyes lit up and he roared, "No, I have to go too. Xiao Shi, don't tell my parents." Dad, Mom, why are you here? Take a seat first. I have an urgent matter to attend to and need to go out. It was no wonder that he was so excited. He was a hardcore fan of A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Now that March had arrived and Leather Knight had yet to release a new book, how could he not be anxious? Unfilial son. Stop right there. Lin Wenyuan's angry roar came from the backyard of the Lin family mansion. But to Lin Hao, this was not important. Oh. Chapter 1285. There were many people like Lin Hao who rushed out of their houses to block the entrance of Datong Daily's editorial office. After all, when A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality became popular, there were thousands of League Masters. These people were the most hardcore of hardcore fans. It was just that the recent Chang'an City Football League was so popular that it could be said that it was the first time in thousands of years that such a grand event had occurred. Therefore, most people had forgotten the sentence written in the last chapter of Immortal last year. Next March, the swordsman will return. Even if some people still remembered, they thought that Leather Knight might release his book at the end of March, so they did not cause a ruckus. Now that someone was leading the uprising, the followers were of course a sea of people. At this moment, those hardcore fans of Immortal, who had nothing to do at home, all ran out and went straight to the Datong Daily's editorial office in the new workshop outside the city. Therefore, on the cement road to Plum Village there was such a spectacle. Although the thousands of people did not walk in a very orderly manner, the slogan that everyone shouted together sounded quite imposing. Some of the villagers who were rushing into the city saw this scene and could not help but be stunned. To them, who were always rushing about to make a living, the actions of these young people on the road were completely out of their minds. What novel was more important than filling one's stomach? Manager Fu. Not good. Not good. A lot of people are coming to our workshop. In the new workshop, Song Xiaoxi rushed to Faubert's office and said breathlessly, "A lot of people? How many people exactly? What are they doing in the workshop?" Fubo didn't panic. Firstly, there were guards from the Marquis estate inside the workshop. Secondly, there were imperial guards sent by Second Li to look after the workshop. Ordinary people with evil intentions wouldn't be able to easily enter the workshop. Song Xiaoxi panted and quickly replied, There are thousands of people. Manager Fu, these people seem to be looking for Leather Knight. They said that they want him to release his new book quickly, or they will break his legs." Thousands of people? They want to break Leather Knight's legs? Cough cough. Faubert had just calmly taken a sip of water, but upon hearing this, he immediately spat out the water in his mouth, causing him to choke and roll his eyes. Although he didn't know that The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was written by Li Zixuan, The Legend of a Mortal had been serialized on Datong Daily for several months. How could he not have heard anything about it? Therefore, when he heard that these people wanted to break Leather Knight's legs, Faubert inexplicably wanted to laugh. Please forgive this old man for taking pleasure in other people's misfortune at this time. Ahem. Quickly go to the Cloud Mountain and ask Mr. Ma to come back. Only he can handle this matter. Faubert calmed himself down and hurriedly gave the order with a serious face. After all, the people who came to block the door were hardcore supporters of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. They were also considered customers of the workshop. Since they were doing business, there was no reason to treat customers as enemies. Therefore, he added, "Tell Commander Liu outside the workshop that as long as these people don't offend the workshop, they won't do anything. Go. Speaking of which, if the Imperial Army really treated these true fans who urged him to release the novel as troublemakers and arrested them, it would be a big problem. Not only would it hurt the customers' feelings, but it would also smear Li Zixuan's reputation." "Yes, Manager Fu," Song Xiaoxi responded. He didn't even have time to take a sip of water before he ran out again. "Oh, it's already March. Why hasn't Leather Knight released a new novel yet? Did he go to watch football matches every day and forget to write a novel? Hand over Leather Knight. Tell him to hurry up and write a novel. Yes, hand him over and we'll break his legs. Tell him to write 10 chapters a day for us. How can 10 chapters be enough? He needs to write 100 chapters a day. Hand over Leather Knight. Hand over Leather Knight." Not long after Song Xiaoxi ran out of the workshop, the army of urging from Chang and arrived at the entrance of the workshop. Everyone shouted at the closed door of the workshop one after another. When they saw that no one except for the guards of the workshop came out, everyone shouted in unison. Master, 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 master. Hand over leather knight. In the forest a few hundred feet away, a group of Imperial Army soldiers who had been lying in ambush were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. General, are we going to attack or not? A soldier swallowed his saliva and asked the man who was leading the group. The man was clad in black armor, but he gave off a scholarly and dignified aura. Looking closely at his face, he was rather handsome, comparable to Dugu Exine and Dugu Feiying. Stay put. These are just some young masters from Chang'an City, not thieves who are here to steal the secrets of the workshop. The workshop's guards are enough to deal with them, but we have to keep our eyes open. If they force their way into the workshop, we will rush out immediately. But don't hurt anyone. The man in black waved his hand to stop them. Yes, General. Inside the workshop, Faubert walked back and forth anxiously with his hands behind his back. The louder the people outside shouted, the more panicked he felt. It was not that he did not want to go out and take charge of the situation and calm the soldiers, but he was too old and had been obsessed with technology all his life. In the face of such a situation, he was really powerless. Godfather Ma is back. Godfather Ma is back. Song Xiaoxi, the clever boy, sneaked in from the back door of the workshop and said to Faubert while panting. Behind him a person was walking quickly. Who else could it be other than Ma Zhou? Faubert's eyes lit up. He walked up to him and said, Mr. Ma, the people outside the workshop are all. Without waiting for him to finish, Ma Zhou waved his hand and said, Manager Fu, little fourth prince has already informed me. I will take care of the matters outside. Manager Fu, you can go back and rest at ease. Faubert was old, so Ma Zhou knew how to be considerate of the elderly. Good, good, good. Thank you, Mr. Ma. Faubert was very confident in Ma Zhou's ability. He replied with a smile and walked to the backyard. Xiaoxi, open the door. After watching Faubert leave, Ma Zhou took a deep breath and ordered Song Xiaoxi. Yes, Godfather Ma. Without any hesitation, Song Xiaoxi carried out the order because he trusted Ma Zhou. Wow, the door is open. The door is open. Who is that? It's the head editor of the editorial department, Ma Zhou. He is also a professor at Yanhuang College. Wow, a professor at Yanhuang College. That's amazing. Who cares if he's a professor or not? Whoever comes has to hand over the leather knight. If they don't, I won't leave today. Yes, hand over the leather knight. When Ma Zhou walked out, the crowd outside started to discuss among themselves. Then they shouted in unison. Ma Zhou looked at these crazy fans indifferently. Although he did not show it on his face, his heart was full of envy. These people were here for Li Zishuan's new book. These fans could not be more loyal. When would he, Ma Zhou, have so many supporters? Ahem. Ma Zhou collected his thoughts and coughed twice. Then he pressed his hand down. After a long time, the crowd finally quieted down. Mainly because there were too many people. Unless one had Li Zishuan's lion's roar skill, to make them all quiet down at once. Everyone, please allow me to say a few words. After the crowd quieted down, Ma Zhou quickly took the opportunity to speak loudly. First of all, on behalf of everyone at Datong Daily, I would like to thank everyone for their continuous support. Secondly, I have good news to tell you about your request today. As far as I know, Leather Knight's new book, which has been meticulously preparing for nearly half a year, will be serialized in Datong Daily tomorrow. Please look forward to it. Boom! Ma Zhou's words were concise and comprehensive, but they were no less than a heavy bomb. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd immediately exploded. What? Leather Knight's new book will be published tomorrow? That's great. Haha. Could it be that we have misunderstood the great swordsman? He hasn't published a book for so long because he has been meticulously preparing for it all this time? Just a while ago they wanted to break Leather Knight's legs, but now they are calling the great swordsman great. How nice. Wow. It must be. We have all misunderstood the swordsman. I have nothing else to say. Go home and prepare money. I will tip 100 Tang Yuan tomorrow. I want to tip too. I'll tip 1,000 Tang Yuan. I want to be the leader. Chapter 1286. What? Brother Ma, You told them that my new book will be released tomorrow? Yunshan Yanhuang College. After Li Zixuan received the news that the workshop was blocked, he wanted to go down the mountain to take a look. However, Ma Zhou had already returned from the workshop. After asking about the details of the matter, he shouted F***ck in his heart. Then, he stared at Ma Zhou and asked in disbelief. Ma Zhou asked with a face of surprise. Yes, Marquis, didn't you say that you would release your new book in March? It's already the 19th of March. Marquis, you are a man of your word. You must have already prepared your new book, right? I'll have to trouble Marquis to give the manuscript to me so that I can take it back to the workshop in the afternoon to typeset and print it. Li Zixuan opened his mouth and wanted to say, I'm not prepared. However, under Ma Zhou's, you are a man of your word, you can't go back on your word gaze, and thinking about the workshop being surrounded today, Ma Zhou didn't seem to have any other suitable way to deal with it other than this method. Therefore, Li Zixuan could only swallow the words that were already at the tip of his tongue. I have already prepared it. However, there are still some places that still need to be modified and sculpted. Brother Ma, why don't you go back to the workshop first and leave 10 chapters for tomorrow's bragging world? For me first. I'll get someone to send the manuscript to the workshop before 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock in the morning. N. That's good. What? Marquis, you mean before 3 o'clock? When Ma Zhou heard Li Zixuan's promise, he wanted to nod his head. However, he immediately felt that something was wrong. After thinking about it carefully, he was suddenly shocked. Marquis, it's just a small modification. It shouldn't take that long, right? If they waited until 3 o'clock, then their editorial department and the printing department would probably be shut down by Li Zixuan tonight. No one would be able to sleep. Li Zixuan rolled his eyes. Can you blame me for this? Who told you to tell those fans that I'm releasing the book tomorrow? Ahem. Brother Ma. Due to the many things that had happened recently, the quality of the novel had dropped by a lot. It needed to be carefully polished a few more times. Brother Ma, you often write articles, so you should know, right? Haha. Li Zixuan coughed twice and said to Ma Zhou. Ma Zhou looked at Li Zixuan and nodded. All right. I'll go back to the workshop and inform everyone in the editorial and printing departments that I won't rest tonight. This guy was also a drama queen. After working with Li Zixuan for so long, how could he not see that Li Zixuan did not have a single word in reserve? The reason why he did not expose him was because he was giving Li Zixuan face. Seeing through him but not exposing him, this was called, don't expose people when they are in a difficult situation. Li Zixuan said apologetically, Brother Ma, thank you for your hard work. Please help me say thank you to the editorial and printing departments for your hard work. Tell them that tonight's wages will be counted as 5 days' wages. Ma Zhou chuckled as he cupped his hands and said, That's great. I'll thank Marquis on behalf of my brothers. After that he said goodbye and left. Li Zixuan's brows were furrowed into a ball because he hadn't even thought of what to write for his next book. It was really a headache. The news of thousands of people surrounding Datong Daily's editorial department in the morning spread quickly. After all, it was hard for others not to know about it. Of course, what made the public even more excited was the news that Leather Knight would be releasing a new book tomorrow. Countless fans of A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality could not help but cheer after hearing the news. Finally, there was no more shortage of books. Finally, they could read exciting novels again. It was not that the novels in Bragging World were unsightly, but compared to A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, the rest of the novels were mostly different. Whether it was in terms of the excitement of the plot or the number of daily updates, they could not be compared to A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Now that Leather Knight was finally releasing a new book, the fans who had been waiting for so long finally had food for thought. They could eat their fill for a while. Those who could afford it were raising money and preparing to go to the Datong Daily offices on the streets tomorrow to tip Leather Knight for his new book. Although they had been full of complaints about Leather Knight not releasing a new book for the past 6 months, now that the new book was about to be released, they still had to tip him. Father, give me 500 Tang Yuan. After lunch, Lin Hao hesitated for a moment before extending his hand to Lin Wenyuan. Lin Wenyuan stared and said angrily, 500 Tang Yuan? What do you need so much money for? After the workshop opened for the new year, the production of bicycles was very plentiful. Because the Lin family was a member of the Chamber of Commerce, they also made a lot of money. Now that their business had expanded to the south, they had already earned back all the money they had invested previously. Therefore, the Lin family did not lack money at all. Their assets were even more powerful than before. After solving the family's financial problems, Lin Wenyuan focused on raising his son. According to the country's laws, the sons of merchants were not allowed to take part in the imperial examinations. If Lin Hao wanted to succeed in the future, it seemed that the only way was to get into Yanhuang College. Therefore, under his coercion, Lin Hao could be considered to have gone into seclusion to study for more than half a year. Lin Hao shrunk his neck and said, "Father, I have my own uses. Don't worry, I will not mess around. I will stay at home and prepare for the examinations." Lin Wenyuan blew his beard and stared at him. "Humph, you think I don't know what you want to do? You followed those troublemakers to the workshop in Plum Village this morning and blocked the door. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Now you have the face to ask me for money? No way. Not only that, you are not allowed to go out for a while, and you are not allowed to read Datong Daily's novels. In another 3 months, Yanhuang Academy's entrance exam will begin. You'd better study hard for this old man. If you get in, everything will be fine. If you don't, Father Lin snorted angrily and left with a flick of his sleeves. Lin Hao rolled his eyes at his father's back and muttered, If you don't want to give, then don't give. Why are you so fierce? Aren't you going to give your family business to me in the future?" Mother Lin saw this and could not help but smile. She took out a few notes from her sleeve and said with a smile, "How your father is doing this for your own good. Yanhuang College is a sacred place for learning that everyone wants to go to. If you can get in, your father and mother will be proud. This is 800 Tang Yuan. Take it first. If it's not enough, ask me for more. But there's one thing I have to say. You are not allowed to delay your studies. I know you like to read Datong Daily's novels, but Yanhuang College's entrance exam is equally important. You must put aside everything else and focus on preparing for the exam. If you get in, your father and I will not scold you no matter how you read novels. Do you understand?" In the end, as a mother, she knew how to dote on her son. If he wanted 500, she would give him 800. Lin Hao nodded and said, "Thank you, mother. I know what's important." After that, he took the money from Mother Lin and ran out like a wisp of smoke. "Xiao Shi, go to my room and get another 200 Tang Yuan. Adding this 800, that's 1,000 Tang Yuan. First thing in the morning tomorrow, you'll go help me give this money to Paixia as a reward. For the next few months, save up all the newspapers for me. When I'm done with the exam, take them out for me to read. Do you understand?" Lin Wenhao returned from a rewarding journey. Once he returned to his backyard, he loudly ordered his servant, "Yes, young master." Chapter 1287. Have you heard? Leather Knight is releasing a new book tomorrow. Haha. Yanhuang College cafeteria lunchtime. Damn. I almost forgot that this guy said he would release a new book in March. I didn't expect that he would release it only when March is almost over. What a scammer. Hey, Yanfu. Is this news reliable? Leather Knight is really releasing a new book tomorrow? Hey, how can it be fake? I heard that early this morning, more than 1,000 people came from Chang'an City to urge Leather Knight to release a new book. They blocked the Datong Daily's editorial department. In the end, Professor Ma stepped in and calmed them down. Most importantly, Professor Ma said that Leather Knight's new book would be released tomorrow. Haha, that's great. I've been waiting for his new book for half a year. But it's a pity that we have to plant trees with Yamacho tomorrow morning. We won't have time to buy newspapers. What a pity. Brother Zhang-sun, don't worry. My page boy will buy it for us in advance. When we come back from planting trees, we can go to the academy after picking up the newspapers. Haha, Yanfu, you're so thoughtful. That's a good idea. In the cafeteria, Zhang Sunchong, Chu Yanfu, and the others were eating while discussing what happened at the workshop in the morning. When they were talking about something exciting, their laughter could cover the other noises in the cafeteria. As the saying goes, the speaker may not mean much, but the listener will. After hearing what they were talking about, A group of people immediately gathered around. Xiao Chong, did you just say that Leather Knight is releasing a new book? Is that true? Chang Chumo came over and said excitedly. Of course it's true. It's Yinfu's news. How can it be false? Haha. Then what's the name of Leather Knight's next book? Chu Yinfu replied. I'm not sure. But Professor Ma will definitely know. Chang Chumo scratched his head and said hesitantly, forget it. I won't ask. Anyway, everything will be clear when it comes tomorrow. He was still a little scared to look for Ma Zhou, the leader of the economics department, not far away in a corner. After hearing the discussion, the three students looked at each other, put down their bowls and chopsticks, and walked out of the cafeteria together. Tianhua Hongyi, did you hear that? They said that Leather Knight will be releasing a new book tomorrow. Sai, what's meant to come will come. Speaking of which, there's basically no new novel appearing in Big Word's world this month. Everyone's just making way for Leather Knight. As the three of them walked out of the canteen, a young man with a medium build said. The person who spoke was Liao Feichen, one of the so-called heroes of Jinyu. Chen Tianhua wasn't as pessimistic as Liao Feichen. He smiled and said, Feichen, you don't have to say such depressing words. Although Leather Knight's influence in Bragging World was huge, if he released a new book, it would also greatly boost the popularity of the entire Bragging World. When that time comes, our readers might also gradually increase. Besides, aren't you curious about what kind of book Leather Knight will be releasing this time? For us, this is also an excellent learning opportunity. Hua Hongyi laughed loudly and said, Haha, Feichen is right. I'm also very curious about what kind of book Leather Knight will be releasing this time. Of course, more importantly, I finally have a chance to compete with him on the same stage and determine who's better. Haha. In the afternoon, I'm going to take a break from class and go to Detong Daily's editorial department. Hearing that, Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen were both stunned. After being stunned for a moment, Chen Tianhua said, Hongyu, you're not really going to release a book on the same day as Leather Knight, right? Hua Hongyi nodded and said as if it was a matter of course. Of course. I've already told you guys before. As the saying goes, a gentleman's word cannot be taken back. How can I go back on my words now? I've already prepared the manuscript. I'll show it to the editor of Dehua Jianghu in the afternoon. Liao Feichen was a little suspicious of his good friend's brain. He said, Hongyi, it's hard to say if your novel can pass the editor's eyes. Previously, I asked you to show Tianhua and me the manuscript first, but you weren't willing. Now Sai. Hua Hongyi said, Feichen, I appreciate your kindness, but my novel is not the same genre as yours. Even if I show it to you guys, you can't give me any opinions. It's better to just give it to the editor of Dehua Jianghu. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. I'm going back to the dorm to get the manuscript. Li Zixuan, who was sitting quietly in the study of the courtyard, naturally didn't know that someone wanted to compete with him in terms of novels. This guy had been sitting in the study ever since lunch and told Han Yushi not to let anyone disturb him. He was thinking about what to write for his next novel. Oh no, it should be said that which great god's work should he use as a reference. He sat there until the evening, but he still couldn't think of what to write. It wasn't that he didn't have any ideas, but that the popular novels in his previous life were mostly about time travel and cheat codes. This kind of novel was definitely not suitable for him to write in the Tang Dynasty. As for traditional martial arts novels such as Master Jin Yong's novels, although there was no time travel and cheat codes, and the plot and words were brilliant, Master Jin Yong's works were mostly set in the Song Dynasty or after the Song Dynasty. If he wanted to use it as a reference, he might have to fabricate a dynasty that didn't exist in history. In professional literary terms, this was called creating a void. But in that way, the immersion would be much weaker. After all, Master Jin Yong's works didn't only show the wonderful Jianghu conflicts, but more importantly, it was to show the noble feelings of a great hero serving the country and the people. If the dynasty was created as a void, it would be very difficult for people to integrate into that kind of feelings. Therefore, Li Zixuan's requirements for his next novel were no time travel, no cheat codes, and no background that would affect the immersion. There were actually many novels that met these three requirements, but other than that, it had to be something that Li Zixuan liked and had a brilliant plot. As a result, there were a lot fewer novels to choose from. Hey, I got it. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Li Zixuan's mind, and he shouted excitedly, "Knock, knock." At this moment there was a soft knock on the door outside. Li Zixuan was stunned. He knew that Han Yushi was probably calling him for dinner. He quickly said, "Wife, come in." With a creak, sure enough, it was Han Yushi who walked in. She was wearing a white dress. Although it was a little cold outside at night in March, the heating in the courtyard was still on, so there wasn't any cold at all. "Husband, I know that you're busy, so I brought the food over. Please eat first." Han Yushi walked over with a plate of food and placed the food beside Li Zixuan. Inadvertently, her hair touched Li Zixuan's face, and the fragrance of her hair made someone's heart itch. Cough, cough. "Wife, I just had some inspiration. I'll eat later." "Wife, you should go and rest first." Li Zixuan forcefully suppressed the wild thoughts in his heart and said in a serious tone. Han Yushi knew that Li Zixuan had been sitting quietly in the study for the entire afternoon because he was thinking about the novel. Hearing this, she didn't want to continue disturbing him. She could only say, "Then you must remember to eat. I won't disturb you anymore." After that, Han Yushi turned and left, leaving Li Zixuan alone in the study. Sigh. Other people read Swords by the Light at night, but I, as a marquis, have to write a novel by the light at night. Li Zixuan muttered, rolled up his sleeves and started writing. At the beginning of the paper, there were the words Celestial Slayer. Chapter 1288. Earning money from writing novels was not Li Zixuan's goal. He had a lot of responsibilities now and was even busier with official business. If it weren't for the fact that he had promised to start a new novel in March, he definitely wouldn't have started writing again. Poetry, songs, and prose was just a small matter. Similarly, writing novels was also a small matter in Li Zixuan's eyes. The reason he wrote novels was to guide the literati who were interested in this field to write novels that made people feel comfortable and happy. He wanted to add a new form of entertainment to this boring era, and promote this form of entertainment. This way he could realize his dream of staying at home and hugging his wife while reading novels. He was waiting for the Tang Dynasty's novel world to flourish, or for someone to write novels that were close to or even better than his. When that time came, he would completely stop writing. After all, writing novels was not as comfortable as reading novels. There were originally no deities in this world, but since the ancient times, humans saw the world around them with all kinds of strange things. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, storms raged, natural disasters and man-made disasters. There were countless casualties and wails everywhere. It was definitely not something that humans could do or resist. Hence, they believed that above the 9 heavens, there were various deities. Below the 9 underworlds, there were also Ain spirits and Yama's palace. Hence, the legend of deities was passed down to the world. Countless people sincerely kowtowed to the various deities that they imagined to create, praying for blessings and complaining. Incense was at its peak. In today's world, the righteous path flourished and evil retreated. The Central Plains had beautiful mountains and rivers, flourishing with people and abundant natural resources. It was firmly occupied by the righteous sections. Among them, Qingyun sect, Tianyin Temple, and Fengxiang Valley were the 3 major pillars and were the leaders. This story began from Qingyun sect. The introduction of celestial bane was not strange, but there was a trace of majesty in the ordinary. However, a novel was not enough to attract readers just because of the introduction. The most important thing was the content. Celestial Bane was a pioneer in modern xianxia novels, and was known as the martial arts Bible of later Jin Yong. Before the appearance of Celestial Bane, novels on the internet were mainly wuxia novels and fantasy novels. Celestial Bane was the first novel to combine the fantasy of the immortal world and the wuxia world. After the appearance of Celestial Bane, xianxia novels on the internet rose as well. Celestial Bane also won the hearts of a large number of readers for xianxia novels. Li Zixuan also fell in love with xianxia novels at that time. Celestial Bane was undoubtedly a classic in terms of plot and writing style. Of course, Li Zixuan valued Master Xiaoding's portrayal of the characters in the book the most. All the characters, whether it was the main character Xiaodanan, Lu Sueki, Bai Yao, or the other supporting characters, they were all made of flesh and blood. Lin Jingyu was righteous and talented. Xiao Huan, who was infatuated with Xiaodanan, was naive and kind. and Shaw Danan's first crush, Heidi, and so on. These characters each had their own personalities and stories. The word love was very heavy in Celestial Bane. Someone once commented that Celestial Bane was a romance novel in the guise of xianxia. Although this comment was a little taken for granted, it could be seen that the description of love in the book was absolutely profound. The scene that Bai Yao left the deepest impression on Li Zixuan was the moment when she opened her arms to block the sword rain that filled the sky for Shaw Danan. When Bai Yao lightly chanted, "Spirits of the netherworld, gods and demons of the heavens, with my blood and body, I offer you as a sacrifice. 3 lives and 7 worlds, forever falling into the king of hell, only for love. Even if I die, I have no regrets." Even the most stone-hearted spectator could not help but feel a faint pain in his heart. That was the infatuation curse, the most tragic curse in the demon cult. Life was precious, but the value of love was even higher. Bai Yao died for Shaw Danan, but in exchange she also received 10 years of Shaw Danan's care and nostalgia, as well as the half-piece of green cloth that was forever kept in Shaw Danan's arms. In fact, Bai Yao's pure personality had already doomed her bleak fate. Even if life could be restarted, even if time could be reversed, Bai Yao would still block the fatal attack for Shaw Danan, and she would never regret it. I am a demon, so what? If you are in danger, even if I have to exchange my life for yours, I am willing to do so. This was Bai Yao. She dared to love and hate. She was infatuated with love and loyalty. With the sound of pencil rubbing against paper, Li Zixuan gradually immersed himself in the poignant xianxia world. Outside the house, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The people, birds, beasts, and insects on the cloud mountain seemed to have entered the land of dreams. Only Li Zixuan's courtyard was still lit by candles. At midnight, Li Zixuan stretched, walked out of the study, and came to the front yard. "Feiji, quickly send these manuscripts to the workshop and pass them to Mr. Ma. Tell him that these are 50 chapters of content. Other than the 10 chapters on the first day, we will send 5 chapters every day." In the front yard, Li Zixuan passed a thick stack of manuscripts to Peng Feiji and ordered. This was the hand speed of a grandmaster. How could an ordinary person compare to it? "Yes, Marquis." Peng Feiji saluted with his fists and left the mountain with the manuscripts. This was the advantage of living on the cloud mountain. They could move around at night, unlike in Chang, and where they were restricted by the curfew at night. The next day, the 20th of March, was the first tree planting day in Tang Dynasty. After breakfast, the students of Yanhuang College were called to gather at the field. Each of them received a bundle of saplings. Under Li Zixuan's command, each of the students took a shovel and carried a bundle of saplings. They went down the cloud mountain and headed to the east of Plum Village. They were going to plant trees at the intersection of the Ba River and the Yellow River. Walking on the cement road of Plum Village, the students were all staring in the direction of the workshop. They all knew that the newspaper that would be delivered today would have Pai Xiake's new book on it. Too bad they couldn't go and buy it now. However, the people in Chang and did not have such a problem. At 7 in the morning, the Datong daily offices in every square and street officially opened to sell newspapers. The small newspaper boys also began to take newspapers and scooter to every street and alley. Selling newspapers. Selling newspapers. The freshly published Tang Dynasty Daily. After A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, Leather Knight's new book, Celestial Bane, reappears in the world. The shouting of newspaper sellers caused an uproar in the morning in Chang'an City. Leather Knight's new novel is called Celestial Bane? Hey, quick! Give me 2 copies of today's Big Talk World. I want 5 copies. 5 copies of today's Big Talk World. Give me 10 copies. Ever since the editorial department received more novels, the Big Talk World section was separated from Datong Daily and became a separate book. Therefore, many fans of Immortal only bought Big Talk World and did not buy Datong Daily. Oh. Chapter 1289. Celestial Bane? That name sounds very domineering. It should be the same genre as Immortal's Journey to Immortality, right? That's great. Last time I didn't get enough of Immortal, and other cultivator novels were boring. This time I can finally feast my eyes. At the foot of Mount Qingyun, 50 miles northwest of the big city Heiyang, there's a small village called Grass Temple Village. There are more than 40 families living here. The villagers are simple and honest. Most of the villagers collect firewood in the mountains and exchange it for some money to live on. TSK. If I'm not wrong, the main character should be in Grass Temple Village. Wow. The sentences in this novel seem more poetic than A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Looks like Leather Knight's writing has improved. That's right. It's very comfortable to read. I hope the plot will be more exciting. The fans of Mortals in Chang'an City bought the latest issue of Bragging World that they had been dreaming of early in the morning. After they finished reading the prologue and the first page of Celestial Bane, the fans could not help but discuss among themselves. Many people couldn't help but compare Celestial Bane to A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. From the first few chapters, they could see that Celestial Bane's writing was much more delicate. In fact, that was the case. As the first work of Xianxia novels, although Celestial Bane's word count was much less than A Mortal's Journey to Immortality, the novel's language chased after artistic conception. It was more like the artistic conception in Jin Yong's novel, and the language was very touching. Although The Mortal's Journey to Immortality's writing was not bad, it was still lacking compared to Celestial Bane. However, one couldn't say that Immortal was inferior to Celestial Bane just because of that. The world structure of Immortal extended from the human world to the spiritual world, and then to the heavenly realm. The world structure system was huge, but it was not messy and orderly. That was something that Celestial Bane couldn't compare to. It could only be said that both had their own merits. Apart from commenting on Celestial Bane in private, the people who bought Bragging World of Martial Arts flocked to the office of Tang Dynasty Daily, which was the closest to their homes, to gift Celestial Bane like crazy. Chang'an's Chao family's eldest son, Chao Shi, rewards the Jade Dynasty Leather Knight with 3,000 Tang Yuan. Chang'an's Murong family's young master, Murong Jun, rewards the Jade Dynasty Leather Knight with 1,000 Tang Yuan. Changzhenhu family's Hu Yuanbao rewards the Jade Dynasty Leather Knight with 1,000 Tang Yuan. Lin Hao of Chang'an's Lin family rewards the Jade Dynasty Leather Knight with 1,000 Tang Yuan. Money at this moment seemed to be just a string of numbers, losing its original meaning of value. Countless amounts of money were sent to Datong Daily's office by crazy fans. The fans only wanted to show their faces under Leather Knight's new book. They only wanted to express their gratitude and support for their favorite author. Such a crazy scene reminded people of the day last year when Mortal Man came to an end. In a single day, over 1,000 Alliance Masters appeared. The coffers of the Tang Dynasty Daily's offices in Chang'an were filled to the brim with copper coins. On that day, the cement road from Chang'an to Plum Village was filled with horse carriages transporting copper coins. It stretched for miles, attracting the envy of countless shop owners. Today, Tang Yuan had become popular all over the world. Therefore, although there were more people who came to gift than last year, most of them settled in Tang Yuan. Therefore, the amount of money received by Datong Daily's office was not enough to fill the vaults. Jiangnan's Misty Rain Villa's young master, Zhang Qianjun, rewards the Jade Dynasty Leather Knight with 5,000 Tang Yuan. Today was different from the past. Due to the ranking league organized by the Football Association, many people from other states and counties lived in Chang'an City. These people used to read the legend of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality through Datong Daily. However, due to geographical restrictions, the updates they saw were delayed by many days compared to those in Chang'an City. Now they were gathered in Chang'an City because of football. They could finally be the first to see Leather Knight's new book, Jade Dynasty. How could they not express their gratitude? Wow! 5,000 Tang Yuan. Misty Rain Villa's young master? What's the background of this villa? Why is their young master so rich? Hey! You don't even know about Misty Rain Villa? This villa monopolizes the grain, porcelain, and silk business in Jiangnan. Manor Master Zheng might not even care about 5,000 Tang Yuan. Oh! So awesome! I heard that the boss of Team Tempest in this ranking league is Misty Rain Villa's old Manor Master Zheng. Yo! Team Tempest has won 10 matches in Group A recently. They are in the limelight. Old Manor Master Zheng's team is indeed awesome. Haha. That's right. Other than Team Tempest's young master who came over to reward Jade Dynasty, other teams more or less sent people over to reward. This scene was even better than the end of Mortal's Journey last year. Hurry up. Get the masters to move faster. Badges, badges. Let's make the League Masters badge first. As for the rest, we'll owe them first. Let the readers who rewarded us receive their badges in 2 days with the note issued by Datong Daily's office. The people in Chang'an City were frantically rewarding. In the workshop, Faubert was extremely busy. Everyone in the workshop started work before dawn. There was only one purpose, and that was to make badges for Jade Dynasty's fans. Last night, Ma Zhou and the others had only composed and printed Celestial Bane. The number of copies for this issue of Bragging World was 5 times more than the previous ones. Therefore, they did not have the time to arrange for people to make badges. After the novel was printed, Ma Zhou thought of the badges and immediately asked Song Xiaoxi to inform all the craftsmen to start work ahead of time. Although the workshop would have produced a batch of badges by the time Datong Daily and Bragging World were released, it was less than 2 hours before the various offices announced that they were running low on badges. Left with no other choice, Uncle Fu could only come up with this plan. He ordered the craftsmen to make a batch of Celestial Bane's leader badges as soon as possible. After all, relatively speaking, the number of leader badges was still much lower. Yes, Manager Fu. In Chang'an City, all the Datong Daily's offices had urgently posted relevant announcements, saying frowny face due to everyone's excessive enthusiasm, Jade Dynasty's badges have been used up. Therefore, only the League Master badges will be issued today. As for the rest of the badges, everyone can use the credentials issued by Datong Daily to redeem them tomorrow or the day after. Datong Daily's editorial department was not prepared this time. We sincerely apologize to all the readers of Jade Dynasty. We will urge Leather Knight to quickly update later to compensate all the readers. Haha, this Datong Daily is so interesting. As long as you can urge Leather Knight to update a few more chapters every day, I don't care if you give me my League Master badge a few days later. Yes, yes, yes. I've read the first 10 chapters of Jade Dynasty. It's very exciting. I look forward to Leather Knight's update as soon as possible. I feel the same way. After reading the first 10 chapters, I feel that Jade Dynasty is as exciting as a record of a mortal's journey to immortality. Chapter 1290. Tens of thousands of citizens in Chang, and were obsessed with the first 10 chapters of Celestial Bane. However, something big was happening in the palace. After the morning assembly, Li Er did not announce the end of the assembly as usual. Instead, he led all the officials out of the palace. Outside the palace, hundreds of war horses were prepared. Tang Empire was founded on martial arts. Even the officials knew how to ride a horse. Li Er took the lead and mounted his horse. Crown Prince Li Changqian, Prince Li Ku, Li Yu and the others accompanied him. Li Ku and Li Tai were still studying in Yanhuang Academy, and could not make it in time. The Empress and the Princess chariots followed closely behind. As for the civil and military officials and imperial guards, they followed behind the chariots. This group of people at the top of the Tang Empire headed toward the east gate of Chang, and in a mighty manner. With such a luxurious lineup, it naturally attracted the attention of the pedestrians along the way. That's His Majesty and the officials. Why is His Majesty leaving the palace? What is he doing? Wherever the huge group passed, the citizens bowed. After the group left, the people on the roadside could not help but discuss. I don't know. It looks like His Majesty is going to bring the officials out of the city, but I haven't heard of anything big happening outside the city. Have you forgotten? Today is Arbor Day. Datong Daily said that the Imperial Court not only established the position of Mountain Yu, but also established Arbor Day. It's today. I heard that His Majesty is going to plant trees by the Yellow River. I heard that the Duke of Yong and brought all the students from Yanhuang College to plant trees early in the morning. Whoa, I almost forgot about that. Since His Majesty and the Duke of Yong and are going to plant trees, how can I be idle? I want to plant trees by the Yellow River too. That's right. I want to go too. But I haven't finished Celestial Bane yet. Bah! Second Tiger Yang, you little brat. Can't you read the novel after it comes back? Are you going to plant trees by the river with me now? Dad? Why don't we go in the afternoon? Bulsh asterisk T. Come home with me to plant trees now. Dad. Let go of me. The power of a role model was infinite. If one were to ask who the first role model in the hearts of the Tang people was, it would definitely be Li Er. After all, old Li was the current emperor. Moreover, when Li Yuan raised his army in Taiyuan, half of the world's rivers and mountains were conquered by Li Shimin, the king of Qin, personally led the army. All along, Li Er's reputation among the people was very, very high. Now that old Li had become the emperor of Tang, even though the process of ascending the throne was a little disgraceful, history books were always written by the victors. Li Er's crime of murdering his brother and imprisoning his father was glossed over by the imperial censor as a victim who was forced to kill his brother and abdicate the throne. Other than Li Er, Li Zishuan, the Marquis of Tang, also had a high reputation among the people. Ever since Li Zishuan's debut, the things he did were mostly good for the country and the people. Moreover, the Yanhuang College he founded was regarded by the people as the best place for the poor children to stand out. Therefore, when they heard that Li Zishuan led the officials out of the city, and that Li Zishuan led all the students of Yanhuang College to plant trees, the people on the streets all went home, took out their tools and saplings, and ran out of the city after the big group. Sigh. I don't know what father is thinking. Why did he have to plant trees by the Yellow River? Because of this, I didn't even have time to read Leather Knight's new book today. In the group, Li Changqian and two other young men followed behind Li Er. The older one could not help but whisper. Li Changqian frowned and scolded. Brother, you don't spout nonsense. The construction of the Yellow River Shelter Belt is a national project that father has decided on. As father's sons, you and I should set an example. How can we let ourselves be distracted by novels? So that young man was the future prince of Qi Li Yu. Yes, brother, you're right. It was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Li Yu didn't expect that Li Changqian would hear him when he was only muttering in a low voice, nor did he expect that Li Changqian would specially reprimand him for such a trivial matter, so he could only hurriedly apologize. However, in this little fellow's heart, it was inevitable that he would feel some degree of hatred towards Li Changqian because of this. That's for the best. Li Changqian nodded in satisfaction. Even though he hadn't had the time to watch Celestial Bane, he knew that he had to prioritize. Of course, the most important thing was that the idea of Arbor Day and the construction of the Yellow River Shelter Forest was proposed by his good friend and brother. Of course, he had to support it. In the eastern suburbs of Lantian County, at the entrance of the Ba River into the Yellow River, the students of Yanhuang College had split up into classes and started planting trees. Some dug holes, some helped trees, and some carried water. It was a lively scene. Young master, let us plant these trees. These students from the college are all literary stars. They're going to do great things in the future. Planting trees is a rough job that farmers like us should do. As Li Zishuan's fief, all the farmers in Lantian County who had nothing to do came over to plant trees. Second Elder Lu, who was only wearing a coarse shirt, did not mind the cold. He walked over and spoke loudly to Li Zishuan. As soon as he finished speaking, some of the students nearby could not help but sneak a peek. It was obvious that they did not want to soak in sweat while digging holes to plant trees. Li Zishuan's facial features were sharp. He snorted and purposely raised his voice. Second Elder Lu, thank you for your kindness. But who said that scholars can't plant trees? Since they are Yanhuang College's students, they can't be lazy. In the future, they will use their knowledge to benefit the people. If they don't work in the fields and don't work, how can they benefit the people? Speaking of which, he was the Marquis of the Tang Empire and the Yamacho of the college. He stayed up so late last night to write novels, but didn't he come over early in the morning to plant trees? These little brats had eaten and slept well last night. Did they still want to be lazy today? After he finished speaking, he turned around and spoke loudly to all the students with a serious face. Whoever doesn't finish planting their saplings today, don't even think about returning to the college today. He would leave the moment he finished planting them. Do you all hear me? Although the students were standing rather scattered, Li Zishuan's voice was transmitted to everyone's ears without any difference. Hearing this, they all responded. We heard it. Yamacho. At this time, the students who wanted to be lazy could not help but give up completely. They dug even harder. Second Master Lu looked at Li Zishuan and the students of the Yanhuang Academy with mixed feelings. He shook his head and left. He muttered in a voice that only he could hear. I'm sorry, Li Zishuan. Amazing. Young master students will be amazing in the future. The people will have a good life in the future. Chapter 1291. Added to Ling Faming's bounty. Haha, Mencius once said. When the heavens are about to bestow a great responsibility upon a great man, they must first torment his will, toil his muscles and bones, and starve his body and skin. Marquis Yong, we greatly admire your teachings. Coincidentally, Li Zixuan had just finished lecturing his students when Li Er arrived on horseback, laughing loudly. Behind him were the empress, princes, princesses, and civil and military officials. Li Zixuan was startled. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. This subject Li Zixuan respectfully welcomes your majesty. The students of Yanhuang College and the citizens of Lantian County who had come to plant trees all hurriedly followed suit and bowed. We pay our respects to your majesty. There were quite a few people here, numbering at least a few thousand. Their voices were like a large bell, resounding through the clouds. Li Er loved the feeling of being supported by the people. After all, which emperor didn't have a bit of vanity? He raised his hands with a smile and said, "Rise! Today is tree planting day set by the imperial court. We are gratified that you can come here to plant trees." The citizens of Lantian County were only willing to plant trees because Li Zixuan had been promoting tree planting recently. Now that they heard Li Er's words, it was as if they had been conferred the title of Marquis. They were so excited that they didn't know where to put their hands. One had to know that the other party was the Emperor of Great Tang. The Emperor of Great Tang had actually personally praised them. How could they not be excited? As for the students of Yanhuang College, each of them held their heads high. Li Er was the dean of Yanhuang College in name. Today's praise made them, the emperor's students, very proud. At this time, there were no longer any students who were unwilling to plant trees. Haha! Continue. Continue to plant trees, Li Er said to the citizens on the shore. He then turned to Duguxen and ordered, "Men, distribute saplings and tools to the officials." "Yes, sir." Duguxen accepted the order and left. At this time, Empress Zhongsun and Princess Changel also walked down from the imperial carriage. Changel smiled and said, "Imperial father, Changel also wants to plant trees. Mother's health isn't good, so I'll help her plant Changel." Hearing this, Empress Zhongsun's eyes were full of love. "Changel, my body has been nourished for a winter. How can I be as delicate as you say? You go plant trees with Changqian and the others. Don't tire yourself out. Imperial mother will plant it with your imperial father." It was now the end of March. During the day it was not as cold as before. It was because of this that Li Er dared to let Empress Zhongsun leave the palace. Otherwise her illness would easily relapse. On the other hand, not only was Changel's qi completely cured, but she also had Taoist genuine qi in her body. Her physique was much better than before. Li Er was completely relieved about this. "Yes. Changel, go plant trees with Changqian. Your imperial mother has imperial father." Li Er smiled. His face was full of love. "Yes." Seeing this, Changel went to find Li Changqian and the others. After a while, the civil and military officials were each given a shovel and 3 saplings. Seeing that the emperor and empress had personally planted the trees, what else could the ministers say? They all began to look for a place to plant the trees in groups of 3 or 5. "Little Xian, what's the name of your new book? After today's court session I came straight here. I really didn't have time to read it." The 2 siblings, Li Changqian and Changel, insisted on teaming up with Li Zixuan to plant trees. The former was there to hug his thigh and be a bystander, while the latter, while planting trees, Li Changqian asked quietly. He and Changel were among the few people who knew Leather Knight's true identity. "Changqian, when you go back later, get someone to buy you the latest Talking Big World, and you'll find out." Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Without a doubt, he would be the one digging the tree holes. Li Changqian was weak and could not be counted on. As for Changel, forget it. He could not bear to let the little girl do such menial work. Li Changqian giggled. "Heh, I can't wait anymore, can I? In the end, this is still your fault. It would have been fine if you released the new book a few days earlier or a few days later. Why did you have to do it today? By the time the officials finish planting the trees, it would be noon when they go back." It would have been better if he did not say anything. Now that he said it, Li Zixuan was even more depressed, because he did not have to release the new book today. All of this was arranged by Ma Zhou. For this reason he stayed up half the night. As the empire's crown prince, how can Changqian lose your will? Here, you dig the hole, Chang'e, and I will help you hold the tree. Li Zixuan straightened his back and handed the shovel to Li Changqian with a straight face. There were only 2 trees left. No matter how slowly Changqian dug, he could finish before noon. Li Changqian was instantly dumbfounded. Chang'e could not help but giggle. Hee. Good. Brother Crown Prince, come and dig the hole. Brother Little Xian and I will help you hold the tree. The Taoist true qi in the little girl's body not only nourished her body, it also made her complexion look many times better than before. At this moment when she smiled, there was a kind of breathtaking charm. Li Zixuan was only dazed for a moment before he came back to his senses. Li Changqian pretended to be angry. Good. Chang'e, you actually joined forces with Little Xian to bully your own brother. Let's see if I still send good things to Chang'e Palace in the future. Chang'e smiled. Brother Crown Prince won't. Chang'e knows that Brother Crown Prince treats Chang'e the best. Alright, with the little girl's words, what else could Li Changqian say? He shook his head, rolled up his sleeves, and began to dig the hole. Brilliant, you haven't finished planting the trees at your door? After a while, Chang Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, and Li Tai walked over with shovels. The 3 of them were in a group previously. Not yet. Chonyo, Baolin, Qingke, you guys finished planting so quickly? Li Changqian raised his head and said in surprise. He had heard from Li Zixuan that each student of the academy was given at least 8 saplings. If Chang Chumo and the others were in a group of 3, that would be 24 saplings. It wouldn't be easy to finish planting all of them. Haha, what's this? A mere 20-something saplings aren't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Oh right. Brilliant, have you read Leather Knight's new book? Chang Chumo smirked and asked again. Li Changqian shook his head and said, not yet. Chang Chumo said regretfully. Sigh. Then forget it. After saying that, he turned to Li Zixuan and said, Yamacho Qingke Baolin, and I have finished planting the trees, so we'll be returning to the academy first. This time, I might be able to learn something from Leather Knight's new book. When the time comes, Chang Chumo, might be able to become a god with 1 book. Haha. Li Zixuan didn't know where this idiot's confidence came from. He thought for a while and said, Chumo, on next year's Arbor Day, I want to plant a tree in your heart. Chang Chumo was stunned and asked, what? Li Zixuan smiled and said, the name of that tree is called the Force Tree. Chang Chumo was still confused. What do you mean? Li Zixuan said unhappily, I want you to know the force in your heart. You want to write a novel? You better pass all the subjects first. Ha ha ha. Li Changqian, Li Tai, and Yuchi Baolin burst into laughter. Li Zixuan was too funny. Chang'e's face was red. She wanted to laugh but was too embarrassed to do so. She thought to herself, Brother Xiaoxian is usually full of talent and is like a gentleman. I didn't expect him to make such a joke. Although this joke is crude, it sounds really funny. F***CK. Xiaoxian, are you scolding me? Chapter 1292. Next year on Arbor Day, I want to plant a tree in your heart. The name of the tree is Bai Tree. It was unknown whether Chang Chumo knew what was going on, but there was another kid who did not seem to know what was going on. He was currently planting trees and feeling uneasy. This person was Hua Hongyi. Hongyi, are you still worried about your novel? Needless to say, the heroes of Jin and Yu were planting trees in the same group. Chen Tianhua saw Hua Hongyi's absent-minded look and knew what was on his mind. He comforted him gently. Hongyi, you don't have to feel pressured. Actually, the fact that you have the courage to publish your novel today is already stronger than most people. Even if your results are bad, Feichen and I won't laugh at you. This was the truth. Although Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen felt that Hua Hongyi was being reckless by wanting to compete with Leather Knight, if they were in his shoes, they would not have the courage to do so. This was also the reason why no author was willing to publish a new book in March. Tianhua is right. Hongyi, you don't have to worry too much. Even if the editor doesn't like your novel, you can always edit it and send it out again. Both of us will support you. Liao Feichen laughed. Hua Hongyi acted as if nothing was wrong. He said, "Hey, who said I was worried about my novel? I was thinking about the plot. After all, I have readers now and I have to be responsible for my readers. I have to make sure that I update every day. Feichen, you said that the editing department might not like my novel. Let me tell you, that's impossible. As for competing with Leather Knight, I'm sure that I will surpass him in the future." This guy was the type who was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Although he was panicking, he did not want to say it out loud. Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen understood their friend's personality, so they didn't try to persuade him any further. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, all the ministers had finished planting the trees. Li Er announced that the army was returning to the capital. The emperor, empress, princes, princesses, civil and military officials were returning to Chang, and in a grandiose manner. In the morning, through the propaganda of the Great Tang Daily, and the example set by Li Er and the civil and military officials, nearly 100,000 people had gathered to plant trees on the banks of the Yellow River in Lantian County. At this moment the crowd had dispersed. Li Zishuan looked at the originally bare riverbank and saw that it had become a bare forest in the morning. The saplings didn't have many leaves yet, so they looked bare. With a rueful expression he muttered to himself, "Great Tang! 10 years for a tree, 100 years for a man. 10 years later, when these saplings grow into towering trees, I don't believe that the soil on both sides of the Yellow River will be washed into the river by the rain. Haha." Today, this old man finally understood why the Yamacho was so persistent in promoting this strategy of planting trees. Li Gang had unknowingly appeared beside Li Zishuan and said with a chuckle, "Today, Yanhuang College was planting trees not only for the students, but also for the teachers of the college." Li Gang was old, so naturally, no one forced him to plant trees. The old teacher walked around the banks of the river twice and felt the loosening of the soil. Only then did he truly understand Li Zishuan's painstaking efforts. At this moment, he looked at Li Zishuan and sighed. 10 years for a tree, 100 years for a man. Yamacho said it well. This old man doesn't have many years left to live, but this old man dares to say that in 100 years, the students of Yanhuang College will spread to every corner of Tang. Engineering would bring about an unprecedented revolution to the Great Tang. What a pity! What a pity! This old man knows that I won't live to see that day. Towards the end, his tone was bleak. It was clear that the old teacher was reluctant to part with this world, or rather, he was reluctant to part with Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan felt an inexplicable sadness in his heart. He quickly clasped his hands and said, "Teacher Wenji, why do you say that? Your body is healthy and the college has Dr. Sunday. You will definitely live to 100 years old. The students of the college will become more and more successful. You should take care of your body, and you will definitely see the day when Yanhuang College changes the world." When Li Gang heard that, he suddenly laughed boldly and said, "Haha! With Yamacho's blessing, this old man will try to live for a few more years. Let's see how many waves the students of Yanhuang College can make in the world." It had been less than 10 days since Arbor Day was established. There was not much time left for Li Zishuan and the imperial court to spread the news. However, Li Zishuan was quite satisfied that so many people volunteered to plant trees. Later on, the imperial court could spread the decree to other states and counties. The Tang Daily could also spread the benefits of planting trees to other states and counties. Therefore, next year's Arbor Day would definitely be more lively than this year's. This was also Li Zishuan's goal. He wanted to make Arbor Day into a traditional festival, like the Lantern Festival and the Mid-Autumn Festival. He wanted to cultivate the environmental awareness of the Yanhuang people 1,000 years in advance. F***CK. 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 Celestial Bane is so good. Today is Friday. Tomorrow I Olchang will go reward it. Leather Knight's novels are still the best. I wonder where this guy came from. If I see him, I must become sworn brothers with him. Before the students returned to the academy, most of them sneaked out to buy today's Talking About Martial World. Therefore, in the academy's cafeteria, a large number of students were eating while reading the novel. Chang Chumo finished reading and laughed in satisfaction. Hee. Li Tai heard this and laughed without saying a word, because he knew Leather Knight's true identity. At this time, He had finished reading the first 10 chapters of Celestial Bane. From his point of view, compared to the first chapter of A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, Li Zixuan's writing style was much better. However, he felt that it was lacking in passion. There were too few fighting scenes and he was not satisfied. After lunch, the few of them came out of the cafeteria. Instead of returning to the dormitory, they went straight to the classroom. They still had classes in the afternoon, so they could lie on the table and rest for a while. Li Tai, who had not had enough of Celestial Bane, did not feel sleepy. He picked up talking about Martial World to see if there were any new novels that he could read. Although there were no new novels this month other than Celestial Bane, there were no new novels. There's a new novel today? As he flipped through the pages, Li Tai's eyes suddenly lit up when he was about to finish reading this issue of Bragging World. This was because he had discovered a new novel. Looking at it, he saw the title written in large letters, Dream of Great Qin. A Golden Millet Dream. Hua Ziyu, a young engineering student from Tang Dynasty's Yanhuang College, dreamed that he came to the Great Qin from 800 years ago and became a powerful ranger. At that time, the Great Qin Empire had just pacified the 6 states and was awe-inspiring. However, the remnants of the 6 states were restless. As a wanderer of the Great Qin Empire, how could Hua Ziyu stir up a storm in this era? Chapter 1293. Ouch! It hurts. Where am I? When Hua Ziyu opened his eyes, he found himself lying in a thatched hut. Outside the hut, it was raining heavily. The most important thing was that his entire body was aching. When he wanted to get up, he felt dizzy. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Hee. Young hero Hua, you're finally awake." At this time, an old man wearing a wet brown robe and straw sandals came in. His hair was white and he wore a bamboo hat. When he raised his head, one could see that his skin was dark and his face was full of wrinkles. Hua Ziyu was taken aback. Just as he was about to prop himself up, he felt weak all over and was unable to do so. He strenuously said, "This old mister, you recognize me? Where am I now?" "Young hero, you don't recognize this old man?" The old man frowned when he heard this. He walked over to the bed and grabbed Hua Ziyu's wrist. Then, he closed his eyes and checked Hua Ziyu's pulse. "Young hero's pulse is weak. You must have been seriously injured the day before yesterday and lost too much blood. In addition, young hero's head was injured after falling off the cliff, causing young hero to be unable to remember what happened earlier." After the old man finished checking Hua Ziyu's pulse, he said gently to Hua Ziyu. When he was checking Hua Ziyu's pulse, Hua Ziyu looked at the old man several times. He found that the old man's clothes were not the clothes he usually saw. Moreover, he carefully searched his memory and found that he had never seen this old man before. At this moment, he was convinced that the old man had mistaken him for someone else. As for why he was in this thatched hut in the wilderness, only the heavens knew. Because he was on holiday yesterday, he had just returned home from Yanhuang College. He remembered that he had gone to bed after eating. How did he end up here? That's right, Hua Ziyu was a student of Yanhuang College. During the entrance exam of Yanhuang College in the first year of Zhengguan, he got 3rd place and was admitted to Yanhuang College. He wasn't from a rich family. His father passed away early, and it was his mother who brought him up. He planned to wait until he had some achievements in Yanhuang College before taking the exam to repay his mother. But where was he now? How was he going to go back? "Oh, mister, who are you? Why am I here?" Hua Ziyu shook his head and said to the old man. The old man thought that he was seriously injured and had lost his memory, so he replied, "Young hero Hua, this old man is Xiang'an. You are now in Jiang County. 2 days ago, when the Qin army was encircling our clansmen, at the critical moment, young hero, you drew your saber and helped us. In the chaotic battle, young hero, with your strength alone, you blocked the Qin army and let us retreat first." Later on, this old man asked around and found out that the Qin army had sent a Chu expert to the bamboo cliff, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. That's why I brought people to Bamboo Peak Cliff and pulled a rope through the night to look for you, young hero. Sigh. Wait. Hua Ziyu was dumbstruck when he heard this. Jiang County Qin Army Xiang Clan. These words caused an ominous feeling to arise in his heart. He hurriedly interrupted the old man and asked, Old sir, what era is it now? Xiangyan's eyes widened as he asked incredulously. Huh? Young hero, don't tell me you don't even know what year it is now? Seeing Hua Ziyu's confused face, Xiangyan could only reply. Today is the first year of the first emperor, and Ing Zheng had just ascended the throne. What? This is the Qin dynasty? Hey! Qin Ke! Qin Ke! Class is starting! Class is starting! Hurry up and put away talking big world. After an unknown period of time, Li Tai was completely immersed in this very interesting story. At this moment, he vaguely felt that someone was pushing his arm and calling him. He hurriedly came back to his senses and looked up. The person who pushed and called him was Sun Zifen. At this moment, the classroom was already filled with students. The mathematics teacher, Su Hongji, had just walked to the door of the classroom. It was obvious that the class was about to start. Thank you. Li Tai thanked Sun Zifen, then hurriedly put away talking big world, and took out the mathematics textbook to prepare for class. Hey! No matter how good Celestial Bane is, Qin Ke, you shouldn't have taken so long to finish reading it, right? Sun Zifen muttered softly. It's not Celestial Bane. Li Tai was about to explain when Su Hongji had already stepped onto the podium. He could only shut his mouth and prepare to listen to the class. It's just that the novel and unheard of wonderful plot he saw just now was still lingering in his mind. He couldn't help but think, if the current him went to the Qin dynasty through the dream, how would he survive? In the first 19 days of March, no new books appeared in Talking Big World. In addition, it was common knowledge that Leather Knight released a new book today. Therefore, those who bought Talking Big World would first read Leather Knight's new book, Celestial Bane. No one would read other books. That was because they thought they had read all the other books in Talking Big World. Naturally, they would not have thought that a new novel with a non-cultivation theme would appear in Talking Big World today. Even if a small number of people read it later, they only felt that the novel was novel. They did not realize that Dream of the Great Qin would create a new genre in the Tang Dynasty's novel world. And that was the genre of transmigration. Although this transmigration was a little unconventional and forced, it was undeniable that it was a huge innovation in the subject matter. Hee. Interesting. Interesting. I didn't expect that one of the three could give me such a big surprise. In the Yamacho office of Yanhuang College, Li Zixuan was the same as Li Tai. He only found out that there was a new novel in Talking Big World at noon. Coincidentally, the novel also had 10 chapters released on the first day. After reading the first 10 chapters, Li Zixuan's heart was filled with astonishment. Of course, there was also some excitement. In Talking Big World, there was finally an author who jumped out of the cycle of imitation and began to innovate. This made him very happy. Emozhong! Li Zixuan shouted. Just as he finished speaking, Emozhong walked in from outside the door. Yamacho, you were looking for me? Li Zixuan took out a stack of Tang Yuan from his sleeves and counted it. Then he handed it to Emozhong and said, Here are 2,000 Tang Yuan. Send it to the workshop and tell Mr. Ma that 1,000 Tang Yuan is a reward from me as the Marquis of Yong, and to the author of Dream of the Great Qin, Hua Gongli. The other 1,000 Tang Yuan is a reward from me as another identity. Another identity? Emozhong was a little confused. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, Just say it like that. Mr. Ma will definitely understand what I mean. Yes. Yamacho. Hey, wait. Also, help me send a letter over. Chapter 1294. Oh, Hongyi, this Hua Gongli is you, right? After class in the afternoon, the students who lived nearby went home, while the students who lived far away went to the cafeteria to eat. However, recently, the 2 soccer fields in Lantian County had matches every day. Although the students who lived far away stayed on campus during the weekend, most of them would go out to watch the matches during the day and return to the academy at night. At this time, Chan Tianhua, Hua Hongyi, and Liao Feichen had just finished their dinner. On the path back to the dormitory, Liao Feichen sighed in disbelief. Hee. Feichen, how do you know that Hua Gongli is me? Hua Hongyi did not deny it. Instead, he joked with interest. Liao Feichen crossed his arms, rolled his eyes and said, Hey, even with my toes I can guess it's you. Hua Hongyi, 3 words taking the radical of the last 2 words, isn't that Hua Gongli? Other than you, who else would give themselves this name? Hua Hongyi praised. Feichen is indeed quick-witted. Admirable, admirable. Che. Hongyi, don't give me that. Liao Feichen said unhappily and then said, hey, but I read Hongyi's Dream of Daqin at noon, and I think it's really interesting. I have a feeling that your book's results won't be bad. Chan Tunhua at the side also interrupted at this time. Feichen is right. Last year when novels were just popular, Hongyi, you didn't want to imitate Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. You said that you wanted to write a novel about the main character roaming the Jianghu and doing chivalrous deeds. At that time we all thought it was very interesting. But we didn't expect that you would use a dream to put the main character in the Qin dynasty and let him do chivalrous deeds in the Qin dynasty. This idea is really too bold, too amazing. Hongyi, can you tell us how you came up with this idea? Yes. I also want to know. Liao Feichen nodded. Hua Hongyi smiled. After thinking for a moment he sighed heavily and said, when I was young, I also admired those wanderers. I also thought that when I grew up, I would go to the famous mountains and rivers to learn martial arts. But when I was old enough, my father died of illness, leaving my mother to support the family alone. At that time, I knew that I had no fate with being a wanderer, because I wanted to study hard, get a good reputation, and let my mother live a good life. Last year, when Datong Daily's novels were just becoming popular, I did want to write a novel about a ranger's adventures in the Jianghu and upholding justice. This was my childhood dream. But after thinking about it repeatedly, I felt that the story's appeal was not good enough, so I temporarily gave up. When I was admitted to Yanhuang College, I found that Yamacho had opened the door to a new world for us. The earth under our feet is round. People can communicate with each other even if they are far away. And the sun has 7 colors. After entering the college, I felt that inspiration for writing came rolling in. I felt that Yamacho's engineering could change the Tang dynasty and the world. At that time I had another idea, which was to combine engineering and wanderer. Imagine if someone is proficient in both martial arts and engineering, how wonderful would his life be? In the current era of peace and prosperity, there might not be much use for people with strong martial arts. However, in a different era such as the Great Qin that had just unified the 6 nations, there would be no need to worry about not having a place to use these people who were proficient in both martial arts and the workmanship of the Yanhuang Academy. There was no need to worry about not having a place to use them, and there was no need to worry about not being able to achieve great things. In fact, the idea of returning to the Great Qin in a dream was not something that I thought of out of thin air, but I really dreamed about it before. I dreamed that I returned to the Qin dynasty, but my dream was very short. But Huaziyu's dream was very long. He wanted to help me complete the dream that I could not complete. The main character of this novel is him, or rather I am myself. The Qin dynasty destroyed the 6 countries in a remote area. How tyrannical was its strength! But the dynasty only lasted for a short 14 years. Have you ever thought about what kind of sparks we, Yanhuang College's students who are proficient in engineering, will use our engineering to create when we return to the Qin dynasty? I think that those who read Dream of Great Qin in the future will have this idea, and I call it the sense of immersion. Back then, the reason why the Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was so popular in the Great Tang was because of this sense of immersion. We are all people with ordinary talent, but Han Li, although his talent was ordinary, he was able to use his own intelligence and hard work to walk a different path to immortality. Those who read The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality will all be immersed in it. And so this novel was successful. And now, as long as I firmly grasp this point, my dream of Great Qin will definitely be successful. I firmly believe in it. After saying this, Hua Hongyi's eyes suddenly shot out a dazzling light. At this moment he was so confident and extraordinary. Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen were both stunned. It was because of Hua Hongyi's childhood experience, Hua Hongyi's original intention of writing Dream of Great Qin, and even more so because of Hua Hongyi's conclusion of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, that swept the Great Tang. After a long time, Chen Tianhua solemnly cupped his hands and said, after listening to Hongyi's words, this foolish little brother has learned a lot. Now I understand why my and Feichen's novels have never been able to surpass The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. It is because we have forgotten our original intentions. Novels are just a product of people's dissatisfaction with reality. Hongyi, you are better than us and you have done better than us. If you continue to write Dream of Great Qin properly, it might really be able to compete with Leather Knight's Jade Dynasty in the future. If you have any requests in the future, Feichen and I will definitely do our best to help. We only hope that you will never forget your original intentions. Only then can you become a god with one book. Liao Feichen's expression was complicated. He did not expect that the existence of the bottom of the three of them would have the opportunity to take a peek at the supreme throne of the great Tang novel world. At this time he also said, Tianhua is right. After listening to Hongyi's words, we have indeed benefited a lot. Haha. Without a doubt, before the workshop closes, I will go and reward my good brother. Although I can't afford to be the alliance master, I should still be a hall master. Don't you think so? Although Liao Feichen had been writing novels in Datong daily for more than half a year, 20 strings of coins was still a cut of flesh and blood. Chen Dunhua also reacted and hurriedly said, Yes. Feichen, let's go to the workshop to reward now. Hey. Don't. We are all good brothers. Why are you treating us like outsiders? Hua Hongyi stopped the two and then said with a smile, If you two good brothers want a reward, why don't you just give me 20 strings of coins each? If you send it to the workshop will have to split it in half. Get lost. The two angrily said in unison. Chapter 1295. Guanqing County Yang Square. There was a house with 3 entrances with the words House of Yi written on it. There were 2 servants guarding the door. Looking at this house, it was obviously a rich family. As night fell, 2 lanterns were lit at the entrance of the house, illuminating the street in front of the house. In a side room in the backyard of the House of Yi. Monk, I heard from your second uncle that Guanqing County was attacked by a large number of bandits a while ago, so the security in the city was handed over to the state government. But I feel that this is not the case, something is not right. In the side room, little Yuer and Yi Fashion sat opposite each other. The dim candlelight shone on their faces, and there was a hint of depression in the silence. Hearing this, Yi Fashion shook his head and said, I also feel that something is not right. It has been a few months since the bandits attacked Guanqing County. The state government's troops should have dispersed long ago, but now they are still guarding Guanqing County. And from what my second uncle said, Wei Zuoqing is not in the county. There must be something wrong. Little Yuer frowned and thought for a moment. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she said, Monk, could it be that your second uncle is hiding something from us? I saw that when he mentioned Wei Zuoqing. His face was a bit unnatural. He even advised us not to ask about things that we should not ask about, or else he would not be able to protect us. Today, I went to the city to ask a few people about Wei Zuoqing's whereabouts, but the people said that Wei Zuoqing left Guanqing County a month ago and returned to the capital to report on his mission. How is this possible? If it is really as they said, we would definitely have seen Wei Zuoqing County in Chang, and before coming to Zhengzhou. Yi Fashion closed his eyes. After a while he opened his eyes and said, Miss Liu, your analysis is right. But the reason why my second uncle deliberately hid it from us is because he wants to protect us. The situation in Guanqing County is very delicate now, and anyone can see that there is something wrong. Although my second uncle is only my distant uncle, he has always been close to the Yi family, and he has always been an upright person. He would never harm me. Aya, Monk, what are you thinking? I did not say that your second uncle wants to harm us. Seeing that Yi Fashion seemed to have misunderstood, little Yuer hurriedly explained, I just wanted to say that your second uncle might think that we are still young and is afraid that we will be implicated in Wei Zuoqing's disappearance and meet with misfortune. However, I can directly reveal my identity to your second uncle, and say that I was sent by the Marquis of Yong, and to investigate the disappearance of Left Deputy Wei. Once your second uncle knows of my backing, he will definitely tell me the truth. Absolutely not. Yi Fashion's expression changed, and he shook his head without thinking. Miss Liu, your identity is special, and my cousin has a blood feud with the Cui family. Even I have to deliberately conceal myself in my second uncle's house, and I don't want to see outsiders, let alone you. You don't know how powerful the Cui family is in Zhengzhou. They have many spies in Guanqing County. If old Chui finds out that you were sent by my cousin, he will definitely bring people to kill you. When that time comes, even my second uncle won't be able to protect you. What's more, the inner city of Guangqing County is heavily guarded. Only people can enter and not leave. Even if they kill you and me, my cousin won't be able to get the news in a short period of time. Therefore, your identity cannot be easily revealed. Do you understand? Little Yor bit her lips and nodded. Yes. Fashion, from what you're saying, you also think that the delicate situation in Guangqing County is caused by the Chui family? Yi Fashion said in a deep voice. If it's not the Chui family, who else could it be? This Zhengzhou provincial governor Pan Jinhua was a retainer of the Chui family. With him around, if old Chui wanted to mobilize the state's army, wouldn't it be easy for him to do something? Little Yor frowned. Then do you think that Left Deputy Wei's disappearance was caused by the Chui family? Yi Fashion stood up with his hands behind his back. It's very possible. The most important thing now is to find Left Deputy Wei as soon as possible. I think he should know something that the Chui family doesn't want him to know. Yes. Great minds think alike, I think so too. Little Yor blinked her eyes playfully, and then frowned. But where should we go to find Left Deputy Wei? When Yi Fashion heard this, he fell into deep thought. Then his eyes suddenly lit up and he shouted, "Who is it?" Before he could finish his sentence, his whole body had already rushed out of the door, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. Little Yor turned pale with fright and hurriedly followed him out. She saw a person wearing a servant's uniform being stepped under Yi Fashion's foot. "Who are you? Why were you sneakily eavesdropping outside the door just now?" Yi Fashion asked with a gloomy face. The servant hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Young master, I didn't eavesdrop. I was ordered by my master to bring you tea and snacks." After saying this, he was afraid that Yi Fashion would not believe him, so he pointed at the teacups, plates, and snacks that were scattered not far away. Yi Fashion frowned. At this time, the commotion here had already alerted the rest of the Yi family. Yi Fashion's second uncle, Yi Minglei, was hurrying over from not far away. "Fashion, what happened?" Yi Minglei hurriedly walked over and asked when he saw this scene. Yi Fashion's expression changed. He then took a step back and let go of the servant on the ground. He saluted Yi Minglei and said, "Second uncle, it's nothing. It's just a misunderstanding. Just now, this person came to bring tea and snacks to the Fashion, but the Fashion mistook him for an assassin. The Fashion was reckless. I hope you can forgive him." "Oh, so that's what happened." Yi Minglei looked at the servant on the ground and waved his hand with a smile. "It's all right. It must be the servant in second uncle's residence who did not follow the rules and caused you to misunderstand. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, Fashion and Little Yor, you should rest early." "Yes, second uncle." "Yes, Uncle Yi." Yi Fashion and Little Yor saluted one after another. Yi Minglei nodded and looked at the servant. He said sternly, "You are Wang He, right? Next time be more efficient. If I see you not serving the young master well again, I will chase you out of the Yi family." Yes. I know my mistake. Thank you, master, for your forgiveness. Thank you, young master, for your forgiveness." The servant's face was filled with panic as he knelt down and kowtowed. You may leave." Yi Minglei waved his hand and said, "Yes, master." The servant picked up the scattered snacks and cutlery on the ground and quickly excused himself. Yi Minglei saw that there was nothing to do here. He said a few words of concern to Yi Fashion and then left. Little Yor opened her mouth and was about to say something when Yi Fashion quickly gestured for her to keep quiet. He pointed at the door and said softly, "Let's talk inside." After saying that, he led the way into the house. Little Yor looked around carefully and then followed in. Chapter 1296. Monk, did the servant eavesdrop on us? Yi Mansion. After both of them entered the house, Little Fishy asked Yi Fashion anxiously. After listening to Yi Fashion's analysis, Little Fishy knew how deep the waters of Guangqing County were, and how dangerous their current situation was. Hence, she became more cautious in her words and actions. Yi Fashion frowned and shook his head. "I'm not sure either, but I felt that something was wrong with his expression. Miss Liu, you should go and rest first. I'll keep an eye on Wang He tonight to see if he has any tricks up his sleeve. As for Wei's watching, if we can't find any news about him within 3 days, I'll go to the provincial governor's mansion secretly to see if there are any clues. Yi Fashion noticed someone outside the door and subdued Wang He in a split second. Today was the first time Little Fishy saw Yi Fashion reveal his martial arts skills, but she was still worried. Monk, although your martial arts skills seem to be very powerful, the provincial governor's mansion is heavily guarded. If something happens to you, how am I going to explain it to my teacher? No matter what, you can't take the risk alone. At most, I'll reveal my identity to your second uncle and ask him to cooperate with our investigation. Yi Fashion shook his head. Miss Liu, you don't have to worry about me. Those guards in the provincial governor's mansion won't be able to find me. Moreover, Wei's watching is a good official. As a cultivator, we should take on the responsibility of saving lives. If we save Wei's watching, he can save more people in the future. I've made up my mind, you don't have to persuade me anymore. Go back and rest early. I'll keep an eye on Wang He and see if I can find any clues. After saying that, Yi Fashion tightened his clothes and left the house. Liu wanted to chase after him, but Yi Fashion's figure was nowhere to be seen. So what if you have martial arts skills? Don't you know that people with brains are the most powerful? Little Fishy stomped her feet in dissatisfaction and returned to her room. But after a while, she walked out again because she suddenly remembered that this was Yi Fashion's room. The next day, Chang'an City. After the explosive first day, Celestial Bane's popularity continued to ferment. On the second day of Dahuajianghu, Celestial Bane's section was filled with bountiful red rewards. Among them were quite a few prominent figures such as Crown Prince Li Tai, Princess Chang'e, Prince of Wei, Prince Li Ku, Prince of Han, Changchumo, Zhang Sunchong, and other sons of high officials and nobles. Almost all of them gave hundreds and thousands of strings of rewards. The number one fan of Celestial Bane was none other than the young master of Misty Rain Villa, Sheng Qianjun. Yesterday morning he sent someone to send another 5,000 Tang Yuan. In total, he gave 10,000 Tang Yuan, which was 10,000 strings of cash. There were more than 1,100 people who tipped more than 100 strings of coins. In other words, there were over 1,000 League Masters on the first day of Celestial Bane's release. It was a grand occasion that only happened when a Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was released. From this, it could be seen how terrifyingly popular the so-called Leather Knight was in the Tang Dynasty's novel world. Celestial Bane is crazy. It's just the first day of publication and I've already received so much money. It's unbelievable. His Highness the Crown Prince and Her Highness the Princess both tipped him 1,000 strings of cash. I wonder who this Leather Knight is, to be able to gain the favor of His Highness the Crown Prince and Her Highness the Princess. If he reveals his identity, the Crown Prince will definitely put him in an important position. He has a bright future ahead of him. But why do I feel that Celestial Bane isn't as exciting as a Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality? It's only been 10 chapters. What can we tell from it? It won't be too late to comment after the word count increases. That's right. The beginning of Celestial Bane isn't very exciting, and the fighting isn't intense, but the sentences are beautiful, and it's comfortable to read. Who knows, the plot might get more intense and interesting later on? Whoa! Quick look. Look at the last novel, A Dream Back to Great Qin. There are actually 2 people who gave him 1,000 Tang Yuan as a reward. In a tea house, everyone was commenting on Celestial Bane. Suddenly, someone screamed, and everyone flipped to the last few pages of talking about Martial Arts World at the same time. That was because Big Word's Martial World had been published for such a long time. Other than Leather Knight, no one else had ever received more than 1,000 Tang Yuan as a reward. After all, money didn't come from nowhere. 1,000 Tang Yuan was not a small sum either. If it wasn't for a novel that they really liked, no one would be willing to tip 1,000 Tang Yuan. Oh my god. The Marquis of Yong. And actually tipped Hua Gongli's A Dream Back to Great Qin with 1,000 Tang Yuan yesterday. No. Look at the second person who tipped 1,000 Tang Yuan. It's Leather Knight. Oh my god, who is this Hua Gongli? How did he get the Marquis of Yong and Leather Knight to personally tip him? If I remember correctly, this is the first time Leather Knight tipped someone else's novel, right? And it's a one-time reward of 1,000 Tang Yuan. What is he trying to do? Does he think that Hua Gongli's Dream Back to Great Qin is a good book? No. I have to take a look. A novel tipped by both the Marquis of Yong and Leather Knight. I have to take a look at it no matter what. That's right. That's right. Tongan, go and find me the contents of the previous editions of Dreaming of the Great Qin. Yes. Young master. Young master, I found it. Here you go. What do you mean? Why is there only one? Young master, there's only one. This Dream of Great Qin was only published yesterday. What? You're saying that Dream Back to Great Qin was published on the same day as Celestial Bane? F***ck. This Hua Gongli has guts. He actually dared to publish it on the same day as Leather Knight. No wonder I've never heard of this book before. Haha. I'm definitely going to read this book. Haha. Just based on Hua Gongli's courage, I'm definitely going to read Dream Back to Great Qin. If it's really well written, I'll definitely reward it. After all, even though Leather Knight writes a lot every day, it's still not enough for me to read. The news of Leather Knight and the Marquis of Yong and working together to reward a newcomer's novel quickly spread throughout Chang'an City. Furthermore, people slowly realized that this newcomer had published his new book at the same time as Leather Knight yesterday. They couldn't help but admire Hua Gongli's courage. In an instant, countless people picked up yesterday's big words of Jianghu and began to read the brand new story, Dream Back to Great Qin. Hongyi, you're on fire. Haha, you're on fire. Yanhuang College. On Saturday, most of the students who stayed back in school ran out to watch the football match. Hua Hongyi and Chan Tianhua chose to stay in the classroom to write. Suddenly, Liao Feichen ran in from outside the classroom and said excitedly when he saw him. Hua Hongyi raised his head and said in confusion, I'm on fire? What fire? Feichen, what are you talking about? Chapter 1297. Hongyi, you're on fire now. You're rich now. Yamacho and Leather Knight each tipped you 1,000 Tang Yuan. 1,000 Tang Yuan. In a classroom of Yanhuang College, Liao Feichen panted heavily and said with a flushed face, What? Yamacho and Leather Knight each tipped Hongyi 1,000 Tang Yuan? Chan Tianhua exclaimed. He knew that Hua Hongyi's novel, Dream of the Qin, would be successful, but he didn't expect it to be so successful. He actually won 2,000 Tang Yuan on the first day of publication. This kind of result was probably only The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality could compare. Hua Hongyi himself was also shocked by the news. Obviously, he didn't expect that he would receive such a huge reward on the first day of publication. After a long while, Hua Hongyi said, Dream of the Great Qin Empire, Great Qin Empire. Feichen, you're not joking with me, right? Liao Feichen said unhappily, Who's joking with you? Here. This is today's bragging world. Why don't you take a look at it yourself? Hua Hongyi took the bragging world from Liao Feichen with trembling hands. He flipped to the end and found the section of Dream of the Qin. Sure enough, at the end of the main text, there were 2 lines of red rewards. Reward extravagant extravagance moving me to tears. Sir's talent deserves this reward. Marquis Yong and Li Zixuan tip Dream of the Qin, 1,000 Tang Yuan. It's a rare and innovative book. I hope you can continue to maintain the standard. Reward extravagant extravagance moving me to tears. Sir's talent deserves this reward. Leather Knight tipped Dream of the Qin 1,000 Tang Yuan. 1,000 cups of wine is not enough when drinking with a bosom friend. Sir, you've opened a new path and are creative. You should be my bosom friend. It's true, it's actually true. Hua Hongyi's whole body was trembling. Obviously, he was too excited. At this moment, his lips trembled as he said, Mother, you don't have to work for others anymore. Father, your son has made a name for himself. You can rest in peace now. Seeing this, Chan Tianhua stood up and patted Hua Hongyi's shoulder and said, Hongyi, Feichen and I are happy for you. If your mother knows about this, she will be happy for you too. Why don't you go home now? Although Feichen said Feichen, if my mother saw so much money, she would definitely ask me where I got it from. If she knew that I earned that money by writing novels, she would be furious. Why? Liao Feichen frowned and didn't understand. Hua Hongyi frowned and said, because my mother's biggest wish is for me to study hard and pass the imperial examinations. To her, writing novels is not a proper occupation. I'll wait for the academy's monthly break before I go back. I'll give her a portion of the money and say that it's a scholarship from the academy's monthly exam. With that money, she won't have to work as hard as before. Oh, I see. Chan Tianhua and Liao Feichen were enlightened and expressed their understanding. After a while, Liao Feichen laughed and said, haha, today is a happy occasion. Hongyi, if you don't treat us, how can it be justified? Why don't we go to the Drunken Immortal restaurant in Lantian County at noon? Hua Hongyi wasn't stingy. These two were brothers who helped him during his most difficult times. Therefore, he said straightforwardly, haha, no problem. Drunken Immortal restaurant it is. Tianhua, Feichen. Order whatever you want today. It's my treat. But you'll have to pay for me first. The royalties for Bragging World won't be paid until the beginning of next month. Li Zixuan and Pai Shejua's 2,000 combo grand rewards could be considered as a super strong advertisement for Dream of Daqin. Today, the number of readers who followed Dream of Daqin suddenly increased by dozens of times. When people saw such a novel idea, they all cried out in satisfaction. After all, they had never read a time travel novel like this before. If people who read it thought it was good, they would definitely recommend it to the people around them. Therefore, the good reputation caused Dream of Daqin to become popular on the second day. The number of people who rewarded it was also countless. Although the total amount of rewards couldn't be compared to Celestial Bane, Dream of Daqin still sat firmly on the second throne of Bragging World, making other authors envious. Guanqing County Yi Mansion. Monk! Monk! Early in the morning, Yi Minglei came to the backyard and shouted as he walked towards Yi Fashion's room. Uncle Yi, the monk isn't here. At this moment, Little Fishy came out from another room and quickly replied. Yi Minglei was puzzled. The monk isn't here? Where did he go so early in the morning? Little Fishy pretended to be nonchalant and replied. The monk said he went out to buy something and will be back soon. Why, Uncle Yi, are you looking for the monk? I'll ask him to look for you when he's back. Oh, it's nothing. It's nothing. Yi Minglei's eyes flashed and he quickly said with a smile, I just wanted to remind the two of you that the city hasn't been peaceful for the past few days. If there's nothing, it's best that you don't leave the residence. If there's anything you want to buy, just ask the servants to buy it for you. Little Fishy blinked and asked in a seemingly casual manner. The city hasn't been peaceful for the past few days? Uncle Yi, do you have some news? Can you tell me a little? Yi Minglei's expression suddenly became unnatural. He quickly waved his hand and said, No, no, no. I don't know anything. Miss Fishy, you must tell him what I said just now. I'm on duty at the county office. After that, he turned around and left. Little Fishy felt that something was wrong with Yi Minglei. She stood there and frowned for a while before turning around and returning to her room. With a creak, Little Fishy pushed open the door and entered. However, she was almost scared to death, because when she came out just now, the side room was still empty. However, at this moment there were two more people, one standing and the other lying on the ground. Phew! It's the monk. When did you come to my room? And who is he? When Little Fishy saw that there were two more people in the room, she subconsciously wanted to scream loudly. However, when she saw the appearance of the people standing in the room, she quickly suppressed the urge to scream. She patted her chest, heaved a sigh of relief and asked, I saw that you were talking to my second uncle, so I came in through the window at the back. Yi Fashion nodded at Little Fishy, then pointed at the person lying on the floor and said, As for him, you've seen him before. He's Wang He from last night. Chapter 1298. Wang He? What is he doing here? In a room in the backyard of the Yi residence. When Little Yue heard that the person lying on the floor was the servant Wang He who was eavesdropping on them last night, she was puzzled at first. Then she asked, Monk, did he really eavesdrop on our conversation last night? And today did he go out to inform someone? Yi Fashion looked at Little Yue with admiration and nodded. Yes. Last night, it was already late so he did not leave the residence. But this morning he left the residence through the back door. He was sneaky and looked back every few steps. He was very careful. I followed him all the way to the county office. I was worried that he would reveal our identities, so I knocked him out in an alley opposite the county office and brought him back. County office? Little Yuer frowned and said, Monk, are you saying that Wang He's master is a member of the county office? That is to say, someone sent him to hide in your second uncle's residence to gather information? Yi Fashion looked serious and said, although there is no conclusive evidence, it is not far from the truth. However, before we came here, we didn't inform my second uncle. This Wang He has stayed in the Yi family for more than 3 years, so he definitely isn't hiding in the residence just to investigate our identities. At least you are not too stupid. I think so too. Little Yuer smiled and analyzed. I think Wang He is your second uncle's rival in the county office. He must have unintentionally eavesdropped on our conversation last night. After that, he thought that our identities would be useful to his master, so he went to inform him. Tell me, am I right? Yi Fashion looked at Li Yu and asked curiously, why did my cousin want you to be a reporter in the Datong Daily editorial department? Why not go to the Yamen as a constable? I think this is more suitable for you. The Yamen is filled with a bunch of stinky men. I am not going. Little Fishy wrinkled her nose, snorted and said, Hey! Seriously, Fashion, think about it. Does your second uncle have any rivals in the county office? Yi Fashion shook his head. How would I know? I haven't been to Guanqing County for many years. Besides, second uncle wouldn't tell me about this. Li Yu said unwillingly. Then what should we do? It wasn't easy to find a clue, but now it's broken again. Isn't it easy for Miss Li Yu to find out who the other party is? Why don't we just ask him? Yi Fashion pointed at the unconscious Wang He on the ground and said indifferently. Yeah. Little Fishy's eyes lit up. She then looked at Yi Fashion with a strange expression and asked, But Fashion, as a Taoist, shouldn't you be kind to others and not kill easily? Yi Fashion said faintly, Stopping killing with killing is also a meritorious deed. Miss Li Yu, please get a basin of cold water. Yes, all right. Li Yu looked at Yi Fashion in surprise, then left the room. A moment later, a basin of cold water was splashed on Wang He's face. Wang He finally woke up. Where am I? Little young master, what are you trying to do? Someone help? Wang He looked into the room and his face was filled with panic. He wanted to shout for help, but the moment the word help left his mouth, he stopped abruptly because there was a cold dagger on his neck. You're just a servant of the Yi family. Even if I kill you, second uncle won't say anything and the government won't find trouble with me. If you still want to shout, then go ahead. Yi Fashion suppressed the discomfort in his heart and said coldly. Although he had spoken nicely to Li Yu just now, this was the first time he had done something like this. As the direct descendant of the Yi clan of Nanyang, he had never seen blood in his life. However, in order to help Li Yu, in order to find Wei Zheng's whereabouts, and in order for them to leave Guancheng County safely, he had to make himself cold and ruthless. Spare my life. Little young master, spare my life. Wang He, who was in a life-and-death crisis, didn't know that Yi Fashion was just putting up a strong front. Feeling the cold dagger on his neck, he was so scared that he almost wet his pants. Little young master, I don't have any enmity with you. Why do you want to kill me? Please spare my life. Shut up. Next I'll ask and you'll answer. If you say another word, I'll... While speaking, Yi Fashion suppressed the fear and uneasiness in his heart and pushed the dagger on Wang He's neck. In an instant, there was a blood mark on his neck. Good. Little young master, please ask. If I know, I'll tell you everything. Wang He said with a face of fear. Yi Fashion's face was cold as he asked, Let me ask you. You were sneaking around this morning. What were you going to do? Wang He rolled his eyes and said, Little young master, I wasn't sneaking around. I was going out to buy some fish for the kitchen. Little young master, please understand. Still lying? Yi Fashion snorted and said, You should go to the market to buy fish. Why did you go to the county office? Don't think that I don't dare to kill you. After saying that, he pushed the dagger in his hand into Wang He's neck. Blood immediately oozed out from Wang He's neck. Little Yuer covered her mouth and didn't dare to look anymore. Wang He was scared out of his wits. At this moment he really felt the threat of death. He hurriedly cried and begged. Little young master, please spare my life. Little young master, please spare my life. I'll tell you everything. Please spare my life. Humph. Then hurry up and say it. Yi Fashion secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although Wang He's neck was cut, it didn't break any blood vessels. It wasn't a big deal. He had a sense of propriety. From the beginning to the end, he had never thought of killing anyone. If he really met someone who wasn't afraid of death, he would probably be at his wit's end. Wang He didn't dare to hide anything and hurriedly said, It's Registrar Zheng. I went to report to Registrar Zheng. Registrar Zheng asked me to monitor the Yi residence. If I discover anything that's unfavorable to Old Master, I have to report to him. Unfavorable to my second uncle? Yi Fashion frowned and asked, What did you eavesdrop on last night? Wang He hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth. I heard that Monsieur was sent by Duke Yong, and to look for left Deputy Wei. In this month everyone who came from Chang, and was arrested by the provincial governor's residence. Old Master hid you in the residence. If the provincial governor knew about this, Old Master would be sentenced to prison. So I wanted to take this information to Registrar Zheng to exchange for money. I know my mistake. I hope little young master will spare my life. Humph. You're a traitor who lives off me. Yi Fashion was furious when he heard this. He couldn't help but punch Wang He in the stomach. The latter instantly arched his body in pain. Bam! Yi Fashion used his palm to chop the back of Wang He's head. The latter made an ugh sound and fainted again. Miss Liu, help me find a rope. I want to tie him up and hand him over to second uncle. Chapter 1299. 2-in-1 chapter. Monk, you want to hand Wang He over to your second uncle? Then are you going to tell your second uncle about the purpose of our trip? Liu asked cautiously. Yi Minglei's words in the morning and the collusion between Wang He and the county magistrate made her feel that the current situation in Guan City was complicated and confusing. It was like the calm before the storm. Miss Liu, take a look at this first. I bought it on my way back. Yi Fashion shook his head and did not answer Liu's question directly. Instead, he took out a roll of paper from his sleeve and passed it to her. What is this? Little Yu took it and read the content clearly. She could not help but be shocked. Zhengzhou Daily? Monk, who is so bold to print newspapers privately? Ever since Liu sent you Shernan and the rest to monitor the content of Datong Daily, Datong Daily was officially taken over by the state. Although the imperial court did not make any explicit rules, it was an undeniable fact that it was forbidden to publish newspapers privately. After all, the imperial court had to control public opinion. But now there was a newspaper similar to Datong Daily in Zhengzhou. This was shocking. What was the Zhengzhou provincial governor trying to do? Or what was the Cui family trying to do? Yi Fashion said in a low voice. Read the content first. Liu obeyed and lowered her head to read it carefully. The more she read, the more surprised she was. Tang Dynasty Daily had 3 sections: interaction between literati, current news, and boastful words of Zhanghu. However, Zhengzhou Daily only had 1 section that was similar to interaction between literati. It was full of articles written by great Confucians. What shocked little Yu was not this, but the content of the articles. The current emperor did not obtain the throne properly. He killed his brother and imprisoned his father. Heaven and earth cannot tolerate this. The fake emperor Li Shimin is of Hu blood. He destroyed the foundation of the Han people. He should be punished by both humans and gods. Taking over one's brother and sister-in-law, violating human relations, destroying morality. Everyone should abandon him. The descendants of Yan and Huang, the Han people, should rise in rebellion, destroy the tyrant, restore morality, and restore order to the people. The titles of these articles were shocking enough, not to mention the content. Liu could not help but break out in cold sweat. Monk, is someone trying to incite the people of Zhengzhou to rebel? Putting down the newspaper, Liu's face was frighteningly pale. After a while, she looked at Yi Fashion and asked. She had initially decided to come to Zhengzhou because she thought that Wei Zheng had been retaliated against by some corrupt officials. She wanted to investigate clearly. However, she had never expected that the waters in Zhengzhou were so deep that there were actually people who wanted to rebel. This was equivalent to poking a hole in the sky. Yi Fashion's expression wasn't any better. His eyes were like lightning as he looked at Li Yu and said word by word. It's not that someone is inciting the people to revolt, but that within Zhengzhou, the Cui family is planning a coup d'etat from top to bottom. In the morning, second uncle told us not to go out for the next 2 days, so I think they will definitely take action in the next 2 days. Li Yu's expression changed. Her heart was also in turmoil. Monk, do you know how long this Zhengzhou daily has been published? Yi Fashion's expression was gloomy. I asked the bookstore owner. He said that a month ago, Guangqing County already had Zhengzhou daily. At the beginning, the content was still normal. However, later on, there were many articles criticizing His Majesty and attacking the court. All of them were written by famous scholars in Zhengzhou. These scholars often have students all over the country and have a great influence. In addition, this month there were many scholars giving lectures in Guangqing County. The content of their lectures were all criticizing His Majesty. As the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger. These scholars have always had a high reputation among the people. Now there are many people in Zhengzhou who are hostile towards the court and His Majesty. As long as there is someone who wants to incite them, this group of people will become the vanguard of the aristocratic family's rebellion against the court. Little Yu Er's face was aghast. She staggered back 2 steps and said, if that's really the case, then what should we do? Also, where is Wei Zuoqing now? Could he have been harmed by them? I don't know. However, I plan to make a trip to the provincial governor's office tonight. Time waits for no one. We have to find Wei Zuoqing's whereabouts as soon as possible. But before that, I have to talk to my second uncle. Fashion, are you going to tell Uncle Yi the purpose of our trip? Yi Fashion sighed helplessly and said, let's go first and see what happens next. Little Yu also frowned and sighed. She said, I didn't expect old grandfather Cui to become so smart. Last time in Chang'an, Sir made use of the fierce public opinion to chase old grandfather Cui back to his ancestral land in Zhengzhou. Today, old grandfather Cui is giving him a taste of his own medicine. He is using public opinion to incite the people to rebel against the court. Although using Zhengzhou to rebel against the entire Tang Empire is tantamount to throwing an egg at a rock, and they don't have much chance of winning, these people who are controlled by public opinion will have to pay with their lives for the Cui family's ambition. When the time comes, who knows how many people will die. In the evening, Yi Minglei returned from the county yamen. The moment he entered, he was invited to the backyard by Yi Fashion. Yi Fashion told Yi Minglei about how Wang, he secretly went to the county yamen in the morning to inform him. When Yi Minglei heard the news, his eyes darkened. After a moment of silence, he said, Men! Old master! At this moment, 2 powerful servants came in. The 2 of them bowed and said. Yi Minglei's eyes were cold as he ordered, drag Wang He away. Drown him in the pond. Old master, please spare me. Old master, please spare me. I know my mistake. I won't dare to do it again. Wang He was tied up like a dumpling. When he heard that Yi Minglei wanted to drown him, he immediately struggled violently and begged for mercy. Take him away. Yi Minglei was unmoved and said coldly. Only then did the 2 servants react. They quickly dragged Wang He away. Old master, I know my mistake. Spare me. Spare me. Ha 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 ha. Yi Minglei, if you kill me, you won't live for long. The county magistrate and the registrar will avenge me. Avenge. Outside the house, Wang He's pleas and vicious cries were getting further and further away. At this moment, Yi Minglei turned around and looked at Yi Fashion with a burning gaze. He asked, Fashion, you didn't come here just to visit second uncle, right? Although it was a good thing for Yi Minglei that Wang He was caught for leaking information, the person who caught Wang He was Yi Fashion. Under normal circumstances, Yi Fashion would not follow a servant. Hence there was definitely something fishy going on. Yi Minglei had been in the bureaucracy for a long time. How could he not have thought of this? Under his intense gaze, Yi Fashion nodded slowly and said, Second uncle's guess is correct. This Fashion did not come here just to visit you. But before I tell you the truth, I would like to ask second uncle, which is the most important in your heart, the Cui family or the emperor? After saying that, Yi Fashion's eyes stared unblinkingly at Yi Minglei's face. Yi Minglei frowned deeply and his expression changed. Fashion, why would you ask such a question? Second uncle, don't hide it from me. Although I don't fully understand the current situation in Zhengzhou, I still know a little about it. As an official of the imperial court, you should know that the Zhengzhou daily is a taboo, not to mention the articles that incite the people to rebel against the imperial court. Now that things have come to this, I want to know, second uncle, which side will you stand on? Will you go with the flow and betray the imperial court, or will you expose the traitors and turn the tide? As Yi Fashion spoke, he took out the newspaper from his sleeve. Yi Minglei's expression immediately darkened. Beside him, little Yuer was also extremely nervous. If Yi Minglei chose to stand against the imperial court, then both of them would probably die today. Yi Minglei's expression changed. After a while, he finally opened his mouth and said, Fashion's second uncle can't stand on either side. I'm just a lowly county magistrate. I don't have any troops or authority. If I stand on either side, my family will be destroyed. Fashion, since you've already guessed some things, then I'll tell you everything today. Ever since old Master Cui was sent back to Zhengzhou in the first month of the year, Wei Zhuqing had followed the imperial edict and carried out a comprehensive investigation of the Cui family's illegal activities. However, the Cui family had been in Zhengzhou for many years and had long been deeply rooted. Wei Zhuqing's stubbornness was met with a lot of opposition from the lower-level officials. Although they didn't dare to openly challenge Wei Zhuqing, they could still secretly oppose him. However, Wei Zhuqing's character was unyielding. How could he tolerate his subordinates' opposition to him? Using the power granted by the emperor, he dismissed the county magistrates of 5 counties in Zhengzhou. In a short period of time, the officials of Zhengzhou were in danger. Just as Wei Zhuqing was about to wield the butcher's knife against the Cui family, on the 15th of the first month, a group of bandits near Meishan, numbering at least a few hundred people, infiltrated Guanqing County in batches and suddenly exploded. Thousands of people were injured and Guanqing County was in chaos. Zhengzhou's provincial governor, Pan Zhunyue, urgently ordered 6,000 state troops to enter the city to eliminate the bandits. After the commotion was quelled, Wei Zhuqing went missing. The imperial guards who came with Wei Zhuqing were all killed. When the provincial governor learned of this, he was furious and ordered the provincial government to lock down the city. No one was allowed to leave. Li Yu and Yi Fashion couldn't help but widen their eyes. They never thought that so many things would happen in the few months that Wei Zheng had been in Zhengzhou. Crazy. This group of people is crazy. They actually dared to collude with the bandits and murder an important official of the imperial court. This is a serious crime that can lead to the execution of 9 generations of the family. Li Yu's eyes were filled with shock. With her intelligence, she almost instantly understood where the bandits came from. It was nothing more than the Cui family wanting to remove Wei Zheng, this stumbling block. So they deliberately colluded with the bandits to create chaos. However, Wei Zheng was the dignified left prime minister, one of the important officials that Li Er relied on the most. Since the Cui family dared to do this, it meant that they were prepared to rebel against the imperial court. Yi Minglei shook his head and said, Even Miss Li you could see through this matter. How can others not see through it? How can this old man not see through it? However, the Cui family is powerful, and together with the provincial governor of Zhengzhou, the news can't be spread. This month, Provincial Governor Pan ordered the Guanqing County Yamen to organize people and set up the editorial department of Zhengzhou Daily. The content of the newspaper will be written by his right-hand men. The editorial department is only responsible for typesetting and printing. I'm sure you have seen the articles written by the provincial governor's right-hand men. In addition, they will also send scholars to each county to give lectures and spread the news that the emperor is not righteous and cruel. Not only that, all the entrances of Zhengzhou's official roads will be guarded by state troops to prevent people from leaving Zhengzhou to inform the imperial court. This old man is just a small county deputy without any troops or authority. In such a dangerous situation, other than protecting myself, what else can I do? If I join the Cui family in rebelling against the imperial court, then I will definitely lose my reputation and be exterminated. After all, although the Cui family is powerful in Zhengzhou, it is difficult for them to contend against the imperial court. Failure is only a matter of time. However, if this old man opposes the Cui family and goes to inform the imperial court, then my entire Yi family will die without a burial ground. Therefore, this old man can only help no one. I will try my best to avoid any involvement and try my best to distance myself from any involvement. In this way, even if the imperial court blames me, I will only lose my official position. However, the dozens of people in the Yi family will be spared. Yi Fashion and Li Yu couldn't help but fall silent after listening. It turned out that Yi Minglei was a bystander. Although he didn't have much power, his heart was as clear as a mirror. He had already seen through the situation in Zhengzhou. What he wanted was very simple. He just wanted to protect the lives of his entire family. Second uncle, it's not wrong for you to choose to protect yourself. However, have you ever thought that when the Cui family really wants to rebel, they will not tolerate a subordinate who wavers between two sides? Those who achieve great things will plan before acting, let alone something as big as a rebellion. Fashion dares to guarantee that before the rebellion, the Cui family will force you to make your stand clear. When that time comes, what will you do? In the room, the three of them were silent for a moment. Then Yi Fashion looked at Yi Minglei and said in a low voice. Yi Minglei's face instantly turned ugly. Obviously, he hadn't thought of this point. Perhaps, although he had thought of it, he was still holding on to the hope that he could numb himself. To put it bluntly, he was running away. Fashion, you've grown up. However, in this situation, what can this old man do? Since I'm going to die either way, I might as well drag this out a little longer. Perhaps there's still a chance of survival. If I agree with the Cui family now or turn against them, then there will be no turning back in the future. Yi Minglei said with a pained expression. He was now in a dilemma. If he stood on the Cui family's side now, then when the imperial court came to settle the score, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. If he turned against the Cui family, then he wouldn't be able to escape now. Therefore, all he could do now was drag this out. Uncle Yi, instead of waiting for death, why don't we fight with all our might? Perhaps there's still a chance of survival? At this moment, Li Yu stood up and said. Yi Fashion opened his mouth, wanting to stop her. However, Li Yu returned a reassuring look and then looked at Yi Minglei with a serious expression. Only then did Yi Minglei look at Li Yu. After a moment he narrowed his eyes and said, Miss Little Yu, your identity shouldn't be simple, right? Chapter 1300. A few days ago, when Yi Fashion brought Li Yu to seek refuge with Yi Minglei, he only told him that this lady was called Little Yuer and was a good friend of his. At that time, Yi Minglei thought that this lady was Yi Fashion's sweetheart, so he did not ask much. But these few days when they lived in the manor, the two of them did not show any signs of intimacy. They really seemed like good friends, which made Yi Minglei very suspicious. At this moment, Li Yu's provocative words made him start to seriously examine this lady in front of him. Li Yu smiled and said, Uncle Yi, I am from the Chong and Datong Daily Editorial Department. Little Yuer was not stupid. From the previous few conversations, she could tell that Yi Minglei was a hesitant faction and could not be considered as the Cui family's lackey. Since that was the case, she had a chance to win Yi Minglei over to their side. After all, Zhengzhou's current dangerous situation could not be solved by just her and Yi Fashion, these two outsiders. If she could win Yi Minglei over, then it would be much easier for them to do things. Although Yi Minglei had no military power, he was after all the county magistrate of Guangqing County, so he had a lot of information. If she wanted to win Yi Minglei over, then she could only come clean and tell him the truth. From the Datong Daily Editorial Department? Just a few words, but it was like a rolling thunder, shaking Yi Minglei's heart and soul. After a while, Yi Minglei came back to his senses and asked, This old man used to read Datong Daily every day. There were many current news articles written by a person called Li Yu. Could it be you? Mentioning this, Little Yuer was abnormally happy and said, Yes, yes, yes. It's me. It's me. Yi Minglei's gaze focused and asked, Then Lady Li Yu, why are you here? Could it be that His Majesty or Marquis Yong and already know about the current situation in Guangqing County? If the imperial court knew about the news and took action in advance, he might be able to make some arrangements to protect his family. To his disappointment, Little Fishy shook her head and said, The imperial court and sir. Oh, it's the Marquis of Yong. It's just that I'm used to calling him sir. Actually, the imperial court and sir don't know what's going on in Zhengzhou. I only heard that Zhengzhou was in chaos some time ago, and I was worried that a good official like Wei Zuoqing would be harmed by scoundrels, so I asked teacher to let me come to Zhengzhou to investigate. I didn't expect the Cui family to be so daring as to plot a rebellion. From these words, it wasn't difficult to discern that Li Yu had a rather good relationship with Li Zixuan, and this caused Yi Minglei to be unable to help but have a whole new level of respect for Li Yu. Miss Li Yu, how many guards did Marquis send to escort you this time? Where are they now? Did you sneak into the city? Li Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that this person was still hoping that he could call for reinforcements. Speaking of which, she couldn't even protect herself now, alright? Uncle Yi, little fishy only has Fa Shan by her side this time, Li Yu said weakly. When Yi Minglei heard this, he couldn't help but be disappointed. With just the two of you, how am I supposed to fight with all my might? When the time comes, I'll only have 2 more heads. From what I see, it's better for the 2 of you to hide during this period of time. After all, this matter has nothing to do with you. Even at this time, Yi Minglei had never thought of harming Yi Fashion and Li Yu. From this, it could be seen that he could be considered a righteous man. It was just that he had his family behind him that he had to be wary of, so he had no choice but to be an ostrich for the time being. Li Yu bowed and said, "Many thanks for Uncle Ye's good intentions, but I'm definitely going to take care of this matter. I can't just stand by and watch the people of Zhengzhou be deceived and muddled into rebelling. When the time comes, they'll end up with their families ruined. They're innocent. Although I didn't bring any guards with me this time, but with the current situation in the city, no matter how many guards I bring, it's useless. If we want to break out of this situation, we can't fight them head-on. We can only use our wits." Yi Fashion nodded, his face full of agreement. Yi Minglei frowned and said, "How do we use our wits?" Li Yu smiled and said, "Before answering this question, I'd like to ask Uncle Yi. Is Wei Zuoqing dead or alive? If he's still alive, where is he now? If they could find Wei Zheng, then everything would be easy. The civil officials of the early Tang dynasty were not as weak as the civil officials of the Song, Ming and Qing dynasties. Most of the civil officials at this time had fought with the army, and Wei Zheng was not an exception. At the end of the Sui dynasty, when the 18 rebellions rose up, Wei Zheng was even a doghead military advisor for Limi and Wagong village. So, although Wei Zheng was not good at war in terms of commanding, Old Wei still had his own way of doing things. Now, if they could find him and let him command, then their chances of breaking out of this situation would be much higher. Yi Minglei thought for a while and replied, "I don't know if Wei Zuoqing is dead or alive. The county government and state government have no news of his whereabouts. But I feel that Wei Zuoqing is definitely not dead." "Why does Uncle Yi say so?" Li Yu's eyes lit up as he asked excitedly. Yi Minglei replied, "Because we haven't found Wei Zuoqing's body. As for the Imperial Army guards that came with Wei Zuoqing, they were all stabbed to death. So this old man thinks that Wei Zuoqing was either captured and imprisoned, so he hasn't shown himself recently, or he has already escaped." Li Yu smiled and said, "I think so too." "Oh, right. Uncle Yi, you told me this morning that Fashion and I should not leave the house for the next 2 days. Is something big going to happen soon?" Yi Minglei stroked his beard and said, "Indeed. 2 days later, there will be a grand lecture in the city. At that time, Provincial Governor Pan and Old Master Cui will be there. Other than that, I heard that Old Master Zheng will be there too." "Old Master Zheng?" Li Yu and Yi Fashion exclaimed at the same time. Just the Cui clan was already so powerful. If the Zheng clan were to step in and rebel, then the imperial court would really have to go to war and have a headache. This is the latest news that I heard from the county government." Yi Minglei nodded and replied, "Obviously Old Master Cui knows that with their strength alone, they can't shake the foundation of the imperial court. So Old Master Cui approached Zhengzhou City." "Did the Zheng family's great-grandfather agree?" Li Yu asked anxiously. "This I'm not sure. But in 2 days' time everything will be clear." Yi Minglei shook his head. "Second uncle, I want to go to the provincial governor's mansion tonight. I want to see if Wei Zuoqing is imprisoned in the state government." Yi Fashion cupped his hands and said to Yi Minglei. Chapter 1301. The situation in Zhengzhou was treacherous, but in Chang'an City it was still peaceful. The people were still enjoying the peace and happiness brought about by the peaceful times. From the officials to the commoners, No one had noticed the fatal danger hidden under the prosperous times. Yamacho, is there any news from Little Yu'er? Lantian County, Yunshan residence. Li Zishuan was watering the flowers in the front yard when Meng Wenhao knocked on the door and entered. He asked worriedly. It was the end of March, the season for flowers to bloom. Li Zishuan's residence had many orchids planted in the front yard. As one of the 4 flower gentlemen, orchids had their own unique charm. In his previous life, his family was always busy making a living, so he didn't have time to do this. But in this life he had a house, a car, and a high status. He had nothing to do, so planting orchids could improve his character, right? This wasn't trying to be cultured, but he just had nothing to do sometimes. Oh, Wenhao is here. Come in and have a seat. I'll be back after watering these 2 pots of orchids. Li Zishuan heard, raised his head, and said plainly. He didn't like to leave things unfinished. Although he was worried about Li Yu, the 2 places were hundreds of miles apart. There was no use worrying. He was waiting for Li Yu's news. Only when he understood the situation over there could he make the next step. And he believed that Li Yu would definitely send him news. Mountain. Meng Wenhao was so anxious that he was about to get angry. He wanted to urge him, but he saw Li Zishuan's serious face. So he could only wait patiently. After about half an hour, Li Zishuan put down the kettle and turned around. Meng Wenhao couldn't wait to ask again. Yamacho, Little Yu'er? Okay. I know what you want to ask. Come in with me. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said with a smile. Then he turned and walked into the house. Meng Wenhao quickly followed. Here. Look at this. Li Zishuan brought Meng Wenhao directly to the study room. He pointed at the iron box on the desk and said to Meng Wenhao. Speaking of which, Li Zishuan's study was not ordinary. Any one of the secrets in it could allow a person to live a lifetime without worrying about food and drink. Now that he had brought Meng Wenhao in, it showed that Li Zishuan valued this disciple very much. Telegraph. What is Yamacho trying to tell me? Meng Wenhao took a closer look and couldn't help but ask doubtfully. When Yanhuang College first opened, Li Zishuan had demonstrated the magic of this thing in front of all the students. Of course he recognized it. Li Zishuan clasped his hands behind his back and said, Do you still remember? Previously, when little Fishy went to Zhengzhou, I gave her a telegraph. If there is an emergency, she will send a message to me through the telegraph. Meng Wenhao came to a realization and said, Oh, so that was how it was. May I ask, Yamacho, has Little Yu'er sent any news back recently? Li Zishuan shook his head and said, Not yet. According to the time, she should have only been in Zhengzhou for a few days. Wenhao, you don't have to worry. Meng Wenhao nodded, but he was still a little worried and said, Then Yamacho, do you think she will encounter any mishaps on the way? Did the telegraph also fall into the hands of thieves? Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. Once a person was anxious, it was easy for their imagination to run wild. Although Meng Wenhao was intelligent, he couldn't get around this hurdle. Wenhao. As the saying goes, you will be confused if you care too much. Don't think too much. My cousin Yi Fashion went to Hunan province with Little Yu'er this time. Although his martial arts can't compare to the older generation of Zhonghu masters, it won't be a problem to deal with some ordinary thieves. Oh. When Meng Wenhao heard this, he nodded thoughtfully. Although he wasn't so worried anymore, there was still a trace of jealousy in his heart. After all, when Little Yu'er's fortune was unpredictable, the one who was helping her was not him, but Yi Fashion. Haha. Wenhao, as the saying goes, there is a specialization in every field. Your specialization is in your studies. Don't think about those useless things. When you learn engineering thoroughly, you will realize that the most powerful force in the world is not those peerless masters but engineering. Do you understand? Li Zishuan had lived 2 lives and his eyes were sharp. How could he not see through Meng Wenhao's little scheme? Seeing this, he said meaningfully. Meng Wenhao felt ashamed for being seen through by the person he respected the most. He blushed and bowed, saying, Thank you, Yamacho, for reminding me. I really shouldn't have those dirty thoughts. When I go back, I will reflect on it. All right. I don't mean to blame you. Li Zishuan waved his hand. He could see that this child was just a little jealous and didn't have any malicious thoughts. His temperament was still good. Then again, Anyone in Meng Wenhao's situation would inevitably feel jealous, even if they didn't say it. This was human nature. Wenhao, you go back first. If there is any news about little fishy, I will send someone to inform you, Li Zixuan said with a smile. Meng Wenhao cupped his hands and said with a pleading face, Yamacho, I wonder if you can let Wenhao take care of the telegraph for a few days. I feel that the current situation in Zhengzhou is not simple. Little fishy is like a wolf in a tiger's den. I am really worried. Yamacho, you are busy every day and can't keep an eye on the telegraph all the time. However, Wenhao is free these 2 days and is willing to take care of it. I hope Yamacho will allow it. Li Zixuan hesitated for a moment but finally nodded and said, All right. I can promise you. However, this telegraph is the highest secret of the Tang Empire and cannot be casually leaked. I will lend it to you, but you must use it on Yunshan and cannot take it out of Yunshan. Therefore, you will stay in the academy's dormitory for the next 2 days. It was not that he did not trust Meng Wenhao, but the telegraph was a technology that was ahead of its time. If it was stolen and controlled by someone else, it would be a considerable loss to the Tang Empire. After all, it was not an exaggeration to say that this thing could be used in the military. Meng Wenhao nodded without hesitation and said, Yamacho, no problem. I will stay in the academy for the next 2 days. That's good. You can take the telegraph machine away. Oh right, this is a code book. If little fishy really sends back a message in the next 2 days, translate the code and send it to me as soon as possible. Do you understand? Li Zixuan took out a small booklet and instructed. The booklet recorded the communication codes of the 2 telegraph machines that he and little fishy owned. Meng Wenhao solemnly accepted it and cupped his hands. I understand. Then you can go. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said. Meng Wenhao gratefully bowed deeply to Li Zixuan, then carried the iron box of the telegraph machine, the fruit battery, and the codebook out of the door. Chapter 1302. Zhengzhou, Guangqing County. As the sky darkened, the people on the streets hurriedly returned to their homes. If they returned late, they would be arrested and sent to jail. During the early Tang dynasty, it wasn't just Chang'an that had a curfew system. The entire Tang dynasty had a curfew system in place. After all, the world had just stabilized and the rulers needed a stable social order. Nighttime was the time when all sorts of criminal activities were high. At the same time, it was also the time when the rulers were most worried. Throughout China's ancient history, many coups and revolts were launched at night. Therefore, nighttime became the time when the rulers were most vigilant. The best way was to let the people return to their homes to eat and sleep as soon as the sky darkened. After another half an hour, the sky was completely dark. All the doors of the houses were closed and teams of soldiers began to patrol the streets. Tonight there was no moon and there was a light breeze. The sky was as dark as ink. No one noticed that in a mansion on the west side of Guangqing County, a black shadow darted out. The black shadow's qinggong was quite good. Along the way, he darted across the roofs of the houses without making a single sound. Under the protection of the night, not a single patrolling soldier noticed his presence. After a while, the black shadow arrived near a mansion in the center of Guangqing County. Under the light of the lanterns in front of the mansion, the 3 words Provincial Governor's Mansion could be vaguely seen in the middle of the mansion door. Let's go to the Provincial Governor's Mansion first to see if Minister Wei is imprisoned by Pan Zhinhua. Then we'll go to the state prison. The black shadow was Yi Fashion. In the evening, he told Yi Minglei that he would make a trip to the provincial governor's mansion. Yi Minglei naturally didn't agree. After all, Yi Fashion was the eldest grandson of the Nanyang Yi clan. If anything happened to him, Yi Guozhong and Yi Huiming wouldn't let him off. However, Yi Fashion said, if we can't find Minister Wei, the person who broke the stalemate, everyone will die. Yi Minglei couldn't stop him anymore. Now that they were in a dangerous situation where they had to fight with all their might to have a chance of survival, family and seniority weren't important. Only by surviving could they have the right to talk about these things. At this moment, Yi Fashion was on the roof of a house opposite the provincial governor's mansion. He carefully observed the layout of the provincial governor's mansion. Then, he took 2 deep breaths and circulated his qi through the soles of his feet. He then headed towards the side courtyard of the provincial governor's mansion. Because there were many guards in the main courtyard, it was easy to be discovered. Phew! I didn't expect there to be so many guards in the provincial governor's mansion. Panjinua has done too many bad things. Yi Fashion dodged and dodged along the way, bypassing over a dozen patrolling soldiers before hiding at the corner of the roof of an attic. He took the opportunity to catch his breath as he thought angrily in his heart. Smack! At this moment, about 50 feet away from Yi Fashion, a tile suddenly fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Who is it? It just so happened that a small group of soldiers was passing by. The leading soldier immediately stopped in his tracks and walked towards them. Yi Fashion's heart was in his throat. In terms of martial arts, he was completely confident that he could defeat this group of soldiers. However, he wasn't confident that he could subdue this group of soldiers without making a sound. The provincial governor's mansion was heavily guarded. As long as the sound of fighting here spread out, he would quickly be surrounded. At that time, even the gods wouldn't be able to save him. Yi Fashion couldn't help but grip the hilt of the sword at his waist tightly. Even if he could be surrounded, he wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Although he was a Taoist priest, he wasn't one of those stubborn Taoist priests. He had told Liu before that killing to stop killing was also a meritorious deed. Meow. Just as the group of soldiers were about 30 feet away from the row of houses, a cat's meow suddenly came from the spot opposite Yi Fashion. Following that, a small black shadow jumped down from the roof and scurried off into the distance. So it's a stray cat. Seeing this, the leading soldier stopped in his tracks and heaved a sigh of relief. The Tang dynasty also had cats. The earliest records and literature of cats in the world were from the Western Zhou dynasty in China's Book of Songs, De Ya, Han Yi. The contents of the book wrote, "There are bears and cats, and there are cats and tigers." However, the book listed cats, bears, and tigers together. It didn't seem to be referring to domestic cats. It wasn't until the beginning of the Western Han dynasty that the Book of Rights, Jiao Te Animal, truly pointed out clearly. The ancient gentleman would return the favor for what he used. He welcomed the cat as a field mouse. It was already confirmed that cats were domestic animals and domesticated. Go. Continue patrolling. Tonight, the provincial governor is hosting a banquet. If anything goes wrong, we'll all lose our heads. Keep your spirits up, do you understand? The leading soldier looked around cautiously again, then turned around and ordered the soldiers behind him. Yes. The soldiers responded one after another. After a while, they continued patrolling in other directions. Huff! Almost dying under the foot of a stray cat, Yi Fashion's mood was extremely gloomy. However, it wasn't like he didn't gain anything. Hosting a banquet for guests? Don't tell me. Yi Fashion muttered in his heart. Then, he looked at the brightly lit main hall of the provincial governor's office in the distance. His mind couldn't help but become active. Let's go take a look. Maybe there'll be clues about Wei's watching. After a while, Yi Fashion made up his mind. His whole person was 120% alert. Then he carefully moved toward that direction. He didn't advance rashly due to his greed for merit, nor did he have the courage to be skillful. At this moment, Yi Fashion was like a patient hunter. He was quietly waiting for the best opportunity to make a move. For every step forward, he had to be alert and alert. After confirming that there was no danger, he would dash out. He would rather be slower than be discovered by others. Therefore, he walked for nearly half an hour for a distance of less than 1,000 feet. However, he finally arrived at the main hall of the provincial governor's office. Moreover, he was on the roof of the main hall. Yi Fashion calmed his heartbeat. Then he held his breath and carefully crouched down. He put his ear on the roof tiles, wanting to listen to the voices in the room. Unlike some masters in ancient dramas, Yi Fashion didn't dare to lift the roof tiles directly. He peeked while eavesdropping. After all, he had just evolved to the chi state. His martial arts cultivation wasn't profound. Who could guarantee that there weren't one or two masters who were stronger than him in this huge provincial governor's office? First, there was a sound of music. Presumably, there were dancers playing and dancing in the main hall. Then Yi Fashion vaguely heard an old voice saying, "Jinhua, have you found Wei Xuanqing?" A voice full of energy replied, Replying to grandfather, this student has sent people to search the entire city these past few days, but we still haven't found Wei Zheng's whereabouts. This person seems to have evaporated into thin air just like that. Chapter 1303. Forget it, let's not look for him for now. Prepare for the pledging ceremony in 2 days. Wei Xuanqing doesn't have any soldiers or power now. He's like a rat crossing the street. I don't think he can do anything. In the main hall of the provincial governor's residence, the two people who spoke were Cui Junchuo and Pan Jinhua, the provincial governor of Zhengzhou. Cui Junchuo said solemnly, "Yes, great-grandfather." Pan Jinhua cupped his hands. Although he was the provincial governor of a province, he still had to be respectful in front of the Cui family's great-grandfather. If this attitude was seen by outsiders, their jaws would definitely drop. Great-grandfather, I wonder if the Zheng family has agreed? After a moment of silence, Pan Jinhua asked tentatively. He was not stupid. Although the Cui family was a 1,000-year-old family and had great influence, the Cui family and the soldiers under his command did not have the ability to fight the Li Tang dynasty head-on. Only by pulling in the Zheng family, which was also a 1,000-year-old family, would they have the strength to fight. Zheng Shuwu? That old bastard agreed. Hearing this, Cui Junchuo's face turned a little ugly. After a long while, he squeezed out these words from between his teeth. It seemed that he had paid a heavy price for the Zheng family to take action. This was also reasonable. After all, the imperial court had sent Wei Zheng to deal with the Cui family, not the Zheng family. The Zheng family had no reason to not live a good life and rebel against the imperial court for no reason. In addition to the Zheng family, this old man has already spoken to the Bowling Cui family. Jinhua, you will be the commander-in-chief this time. The three of us will provide people, money, strength, and weapons. Let's try to quickly take down Luoyang before the imperial court can react. At that time, we will be able to compete with Chang'an's Li Shimin. Cui Junchuo added. The Qinghe Cui family and the Bowling Cui family were both old nobles of Shandong. The two came from the same origin. When the Qinghe Cui family was facing a life-and-death crisis, the Bowling Cui family could not stand by and do nothing. Everyone knew that the teeth would be cold if the lips were gone. Therefore, the difficulty of convincing the Bowling Cui family was much lower than convincing the Zheng family. With the 5 clans and 7 hopes, 3 of the 7 most powerful clans of the Great Tang had been gathered. Cui Junchuo's wishful thinking was well thought out. Luoyang had been the eastern capital since the Sui dynasty. There was plenty of food in the city and the city walls were sturdy. It was easy to defend and hard to attack. Once they took down Luoyang, they could rely on this city to contend with Li Heir. At that time, if the imperial court wanted to crush the Cui family, they would have to pay a huge price. Pan Jinhua looked excited when he heard that. He stood up and cupped his fists solemnly. Thank you for your trust, great-grandfather. Pan Jinhua will definitely do his best to take down Luoyang as soon as possible. Cui Junchuo nodded with satisfaction and said, since the ancient times, nobles, generals, and ministers would rather have the guts? At the end of the Sui dynasty, the world was in chaos. The Li family of Longxi only seized the opportunity to seize the world. Comparatively speaking, how could my Qinghe Cui clan and Bowling Cui clan combined be inferior to his Longxi Li clan? He was just born at the wrong time. Today, if we can work together and conspire for a great cause, the world might change hands. Cui Lu Li Zheng and Wang. In terms of strength, the Cui family was indeed the world's #1 family. However, now that the Li family of Longxi was in power, they would naturally be suppressed by the imperial power. Jinhua is willing to work with great-grandfather for a great cause. I will do my best until my death. Cui Junchuo's picture was not small. To Pan Jinhua, being the Zhengzhou provincial governor was not as comfortable as being the founding minister of a country. Humans were all ambitious. Haha, good. Cui Junchuo praised with a smile. Then, he stood up with the help of the guard beside him and said, it's getting late. I will go back first. Jinhua, prepare well. In the future, the world that the Cui family conquered will definitely be yours. This old man gives you my word. Pan Jinhua bowed slightly and cupped his fists excitedly. Farewell, great-grandfather. The sky is dark and there is no moon tonight. Jinhua will send someone to escort you back? Cui Junchuo pointed to the two black-clothed guards behind him and said, "No need, no need. The two of them are enough." After that, he walked towards the door step by step. One of the guards behind him suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked thoughtfully at the top of the hall. At that moment, Yi Fashion felt that he was being stared at by a fierce tiger. He could not help but tense up. He did not dare to move and even stopped breathing. Guru. There was a guru in this hall. At this moment, Yi Fashion wanted to turn himself into a wisp of air. No one could see or feel him. Fortunately, the night in March was not hot, but a little cold. Otherwise, with Yi Fashion's current nervous state, he would definitely be dripping with sweat. Although the sound of sweat dripping on the tiles was small, it could not escape the guru's ears. "Qili, why are you still here?" Cui Junchuo's dissatisfied voice came from the door. "Great-grandfather, please wait a moment. Qili will be here soon." A light voice came from the hall. Then the sound of footsteps gradually faded away. On the roof, Yi Fashion still did not dare to make the slightest movement. He was afraid that the other party had not left, or that the other party had left and would come back to kill him. After half an hour, when there was no sound in the hall, Yi Fashion finally dared to breathe heavily. His legs and feet were already numb at this moment. "Qili? It's Qili of the four ghosts of Tai Bai. The Supreme Court has put the other three on the wanted list. I did not expect that they would return to Cui Junchuo's side in the end." Yi Fashion was extremely shocked. At that time, Li Zixuan used Wan Jingang to set up an ambush in the right Marquis Mansion. He lured the Cui family to send people to the right Marquis Mansion's prison to silence them. As a result, the second of the four ghosts of Tai Bai, Mei Lian, was killed. The eldest, Qili, escaped safely. Although Yi Fashion did not personally experience it that night, later on, the Imperial Court issued a notice and wanted the three people. He still knew some inside information. However, compared to the current situation in Zhengzhou, these were not important. Yi Fashion shook his head and tossed aside these random thoughts. He sat cross-legged on the roof and regulated his breathing for a quarter of an hour. Then, he used his qinggong, carefully evading the guards in the provincial governor's manor while dashing towards the back door. "Hee. Seems that my intuition was right. There really is a gentleman on the roof eavesdropping. But you are really patient, little guy. You made me wait here for almost an hour." In the darkness of the night, the wind rose. On the back door of the provincial governor's office, a person landed lightly and blocked Yi Fashion's path. His cold voice was like a demon from hell, causing Yi Fashion's hair to stand on end. It was Qili. He never expected that Qili would still not leave after such a long time. "Run!" Without any hesitation or words, Yi Fashion turned around and ran. "Hee. Run. I'd like to see where you can run to." Qili sneered and then chased after him unhurriedly. Chapter 1304. It's over. It's over. Why hasn't the monk returned after such a long time? Could he have been discovered by the provincial governor's residence? In the backyard of the Yi residence, Liu paced back and forth anxiously. Seeing that it was already 9 in the evening and Yi Fashion still hadn't returned, she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. The monk will be fine. Yi Minglei was also not asleep. He was also waiting in the backyard for Yi Fashion's return. "Oh, Miss Liu, you said that the Duke of Yong'an and Shanshan are cousins. Is that true?" Yi Fashion was anxious, but when he thought of what Liu said to him after Yi Fashion left, he could not help but feel shocked. Last year, Yi Guozhong had brought his family to Beijing to acknowledge their relatives. Although Yi Huiming had returned to Nanyang from Chang, and before the new year, the result of the acknowledgement in Beijing had never been spread. As a distant cousin of the Yi family in Guan City, he naturally didn't know that Li Zixuan's birth mother was the daughter of the Yi family back then. Now that he knew this news, Yi Minglei felt a burst of joy even though he was in a desperate situation. Because if this was the case, Li Zixuan would have to call him second uncle when he came over. Who in the world did not know that Li Zixuan was the most powerful and influential person in the empire? His future was limitless, but now he had inexplicably become Li Zixuan's second uncle. This was truly a miraculous situation in life. Of course it's true. "Aya, Uncle Yi, why are you saying this now? Why don't you send someone out to investigate?" If the monk is discovered by the provincial governor's residence's guards, it will be bad. Little Yue stomped her feet and said unhappily. Yi Minglei's face turned red. He knew that this was not the time to think about this, but he could not help but think about it. Now that all the shops are closed and there are soldiers patrolling the streets, even if we want to send someone out to investigate, we will have to wait until dawn. Yi Minglei looked outside the house and said worriedly, "Dawn? By the time dawn comes it will be too late. If the monk is really caught by the guards, Provincial Governor Pan will not let him go. Sigh. If we knew this would happen, we wouldn't have let him go out. Let's think about it. I'm sure we can think of another way." Fishy sighed faintly. At this moment she couldn't help but think, if only Mr. was here. The Chui family, the provincial governor's mansion, as long as Mr. is here, they will all turn into ashes. That's right, in her heart, Li Zixuan was omnipotent, be it civil or martial. Miss Li Yu, I'll send a messenger pigeon to the Southern Sun Ancestral Mansion tomorrow morning. I believe that once my big brother receives the news, he'll definitely think of a way. If it doesn't work, he can ask the Marquis of Yong, and to ask the Emperor to send troops to conquer Zhengzhou. After pondering for a while, Yi Minglei said. Li Yu was shocked. Uncle Yi, you're still sending pigeons to Nanyang? Although messenger pigeons were a very awesome ancient technology, if one wanted to use pigeons to send a letter to another party, the carrier pigeon's hometown had to be on the other side as well. The ancients made use of the pigeon's homing ability. They could return home no matter where they were, to achieve messenger pigeons between two places. The reason why pigeons could identify directions and find their nest was that they were very sensitive to the Earth's magnetic field, as if they had a compass in their bodies. Of course, every branch of the Yi family has messenger pigeons with the Southern Sun Ancestral Mansion so that if one side is in trouble, the Southern Sun Ancestral Mansion can help as soon as possible. Yi Minglei smiled and nodded. Oh. Li Yu nodded thoughtfully, then shook her head and said, No. If there's a sharpshooter at the city gate who shoots down the carrier pigeon, then we'll all be exposed. Uncle Yi, this plan will not work. But don't worry, as long as the monk can come back safely tonight, I have a way to send the news back to the capital. Once Mr. knows about the changes in Zhengzhou, he'll definitely think of a way. Yi Minglei thought about it and agreed. Seeing how confident Fishy was, he could only nod and say, All right then. I'll listen to your arrangements. Swoosh. Swoosh. Guangqing County was not peaceful in the middle of the night. At this time 2 shadows, one tall and one short, were running quickly in the city. Yi Fashion poured all his internal strength into his legs and ran at full speed. He had no intention of fighting with Qi Li, who was behind him. The difference in strength between the two was too great. If it were not for the Yi family's exquisite body movement technique, he would have been captured by now. He did not dare to run directly to the Yi mansion in the west of the city, as that would expose Yi Minglei and Li Yu. At this moment he could only lead Qi Li around the city. In a short while, he had already run to the south of the city. Fortunately, he had been to Guangqing County many times when he was young. Otherwise, he would probably be lost by now. Hey, kid, I didn't expect your body movement technique to be so interesting. Now I've changed my mind. If you can teach me your body movement technique, maybe I'll spare your life. Qi Li, who had been following Yi Fashion at a leisurely pace about 5 feet behind him, now laughed sinisterly. Obviously, he had not used his full strength. It was like a cat chasing a mouse. Dream on. Yi Fashion gritted his teeth and said in exasperation. For a moment he did not want to run anymore. After all, anyone who was played like a mouse would be angry. But he knew that he could not stop because if he did, his second uncle's family and Li Yu would all die. Hey, since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then don't blame me for being rude. 5 elements ghostly steps. Qi Li sneered, and then the true qi in his body burst out. His whole body flashed and in an instant he was behind Yi Fashion. As he ran, he pulled out the long sword at his waist and stabbed at Yi Fashion's back. Cold. At this moment, Yi Fashion felt a bone-piercing chill. It was the threat of death. Dodge. Yi Fashion, who was running at high speed, forcibly changed his direction, and Qi Li's sword missed. Lord Yi, you are a dragon. Yi Fashion gritted his teeth. and all the remaining true chi in his body burst out in an instant on his legs. His whole body dragged a row of afterimages in the air, and in an instant, he was 10 feet away from Qili. "Hey, I've really underestimated you." Qili looked surprised, and then hurriedly used the 5 elements' ghostly steps to chase in the direction Yi Fashion was heading. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment 2 ear-piercing sounds came from the air. Qili, who had sharp ears, of course heard it. He looked up and saw 2 black objects coming toward him. Hidden weapons. Someone was sneaking up on him. This was Qili's first reaction. So he waved his sword, and the 2 black objects were split into 4 halves. Just as he was about to look at the person who had sneaked up on him, he suddenly felt a burning pain in his eyes, and he could not help but sneeze violently. "Hey! Using a sword to chop lime and mustard powder. This guy is really stupid." On a rooftop by the street, a man in black couldn't help but laugh. Then, he ignored Qili and chased in the direction Yi Fashion had escaped. Chapter 1305. Lu Xiang of the Western Han Dynasty wrote in New Preface, Miscellaneous Matter 5. Young Master Yi loves dragons. He wrote dragons on hooks, chisels and carvings in rooms. Therefore the dragon came down, peeking at the door, and left its tail in the hall. When Lord Yi saw it, he abandoned it and left. Without its soul, the 5 colors had no owner. It was said that Lord Yi of the Chu Kingdom liked dragons very much. He carried dragons on his wall. When the dragons in the sky saw that there was someone who liked them so much, they came down to the mortal world to take a look. When Lord Yi saw that it was a real dragon, he was so scared that he ran away. Later on, this story was used to mock Lord Ye's empty talk and thoughtlessness. But in reality, Lord Yi was not as bad as the rumors said. Back then, in order to control the flood, he personally observed the situation of the people and surveyed the terrain at the place where the flood was the greatest. Later on, he invented a plan to control the flood by building a deep ditch similar to a moat around the village to prevent flood and store water. Later on, a guest saw Lord Ye's water conservancy map, which was like a group of dragons. He told Lord Yi, "Clouds give birth to dragons. The dragons in your drawing do not have clouds, so you don't like dragons." Lord Yi replied, "I use dragons to guide water, not to ride the clouds. A dragon comes out of a canal, and a dragon comes out of the water. But I am afraid that this dragon will consume manpower and material resources, causing the people to suffer." Later on, this matter spread to Shen Buhai's ears. In order to slander Lord Yi, he wrote the story of Lord Ye's love for dragons in his book, Shanzi. Thus, Lord Yi suffered thousands of years of injustice. The Yi family of Nanyang was also the descendant of Lord Yi of the Chu Kingdom. But no one knew that Lord Ye's love for dragons had become the name of a Qinggong movement technique in the Yi family. Lord Ye's love for dragons, Cloud Dragon comes out of the water. This was a kind of movement technique that burned a large amount of true qi in a very short period of time to increase one's speed to the extreme. It was not exquisite, but it was very useful when escaping for one's life. At this time, Yi Fashion's true qi had been completely exhausted. He came to an alley and was about to stop for a while when he heard footsteps behind him. Yi Fashion's heart sank. Haha, little brother, you have guts to spy on the provincial governor's mansion. A burst of hearty laughter came from behind him. Yi Fashion's heart skipped a beat, because this voice did not belong to Qili. Who are you? Yi Fashion straightened his body and turned around to look at the black-clothed man on the street. This is not the place to talk. Just now I used lime and mustard powder to ambush the person who was chasing you. I can buy you some time, but I can't buy you the whole night. Little brother, if you trust me, then follow me. I'll bring you to a secret place to lie low for a while. The man in black said indifferently, then turned around and left. Yi Fashion's mind raced. A moment later, he made a decision in his heart. Big brother, wait for me. Yi Fashion understood that with Qi Li's strength, even if his lightness skill was superb, he would only be able to take the lead for a while. It was certainly impossible for him to completely shake him off. Now that so much time had passed and Qi Li had not caught up, it proved that the black-robed man's words were not false. What's more, I've already exhausted all my true qi. It'll be a problem for me to avoid the patrolling soldiers. I might as well follow this man in black and see where he'll take me. Hey, Little brother, you have guts. You and I don't know each other. Aren't you afraid that I'll arrest you and send you to the officials? After Yi Fashion caught up with the black-robed man, the black-robed man chuckled as he walked forward. I have no inner force now. If you wanted to do something to me, you would have done it just now. Why wait until now? Yi Fashion lowered his head and said indifferently. The black-robed man couldn't help but laugh. Haha, little brother, you're straightforward. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely find you for a few drinks. Yi Fashion shook his head and did not deny it. The main thing was that he didn't know the true identity of this person. As the saying goes, the more one talks, the more mistakes one will make. If he said something that he shouldn't say, then it would be bad. The two of them turned left and right. On the way, they encountered a few waves of patrolling soldiers. However, the black-robed man's keen senses allowed them to avoid them. Okay, we're here. At this time, the black-robed man suddenly stopped and said, Isn't this the city god temple in the south of the city? Why did you bring me here? Yi Fashion looked at it and said with some dissatisfaction, In this rundown temple, other than the stone statue, there was nothing else. How could anyone hide here? During the northern and southern dynasties, the people started to worship the city god. Naturally, there was also a city god temple in the Tang dynasty. The black-robed man acted as if he didn't hear Yi Fashion's question and said, Hey! In the past, there were many beggars living in this city god temple. I heard that at the beginning of this year, the district magistrate sent people to chase all the beggars out of the city. Therefore, no one comes here on a normal day. Yi Fashion frowned and said, But we can't hide here. What if the patrolling soldiers pass by here? Hey! Who said we're hiding here? Little brother, come in with me. The black-robed man smiled and interrupted. After saying that, he took the lead and walked in. Yi Fashion could only follow. In the city god temple, the black-robed man took out a torch from his waist and blew it gently. The dim flame lit up this small area. Yi Fashion wanted to stop him, but he saw the black-robed man lying under the incense table. He waved at Yi Fashion and said, Little brother, come quickly. Follow this tunnel. I'll bring you to a place to hide. Hurry. Time is of the essence. Don't let the soldiers outside discover the fire here. As he spoke, the black-robed man used his strength to lift a stone slab under the incense table. He then jumped down first. Yi Fashion was shocked. He didn't expect there to be a tunnel in the city god temple. However, he didn't have time to think about it. He walked to the incense table and jumped down. He even covered the stone slab with his hands. Now that all the people's houses are closed and there are people guarding them, I can only bring you through the tunnel to find a place to hide. In the tunnel, the black-robed man held a torch and led the way in front as he spoke to Yi Fashion. Who are you? How do you know there's a tunnel under the city god temple? At this moment, Yi Fashion couldn't help but be suspicious of the black-robed man's identity. Hee, I'm not a bad person. The black-robed man chuckled and said, Moreover, I didn't ask you about your identity, did I? Compared to you who had the courage to sneak into the provincial governor's mansion at night, my little strength is only fit to be a nobody. You went to the provincial governor's mansion tonight too? Yi Fashion suddenly remembered the sound of the tiles falling to the ground that almost killed him. Hence, he quickly stopped and stared at the black-robed man's back. He asked in a deep voice. Chapter 1306. Clap, clap, clap. Little brother, you're smart. In the tunnel, the man in black clapped his hands and exclaimed, That wild cat in the provincial governor's mansion not only saved you, but also saved me. So you and I can be considered brothers in distress now. Haha. Yi Fashion was just testing the waters. He didn't expect that he wasn't the only one who sneaked into the provincial governor's mansion tonight. He was shocked and asked, Who are you? Why did you sneak into the provincial governor's mansion? The man in black chuckled and said, All right. Now isn't the time to talk about this. Let's get out of here first. But little brother, you should know my identity very soon. Oh, it's just ahead. Little brother, follow me up. They had already reached the other end of the tunnel. There was a rope hanging over their heads. The man in black pulled the hemp rope and climbed up easily. Little brother, hold the rope. I'll pull you up. The man in black stood on top and shouted at Yi Fashion in the tunnel. Yi Fashion hesitated at this time because the identity of the black-clothed man was too mysterious. He didn't know what the situation was like above. Would he be surrounded by a group of people as soon as he went up? Since this person also sneaked into the provincial governor's mansion, it means that he isn't from the Chui family. He can't be that bad. After struggling for a moment, Yi Fashion gritted his teeth and reached out to pull the hemp rope. He shouted, "Done!" Then, a huge force came from the other end of the hemp rope, and Yi Fashion was gradually lifted to the ground. This was an ordinary small courtyard. Beside him was a dry well. They had just come out from the bottom of this dry well. "Sir, you're back?" At this moment, a few big men appeared in the courtyard. They walked over and bowed to the man in black. "Sir?" Yi Fashion was shocked and quickly held the hilt of the sword at his waist. He looked at the man in black warily and said, "You're from the army? Haha." The man in black chuckled and took off the black sand on his face. Under the reflection of the candlelight in the room, his facial features could be vaguely seen. His eyes were bright like a nighthawk. "That's right. I'm from the military. However, little brother, there's no need to be nervous. Just because I'm in the military doesn't mean that I'm on Governor Pan's side. We might even become friends. Men, invite this little brother into the house to have a seat." After the black-clothed man finished speaking, he turned around and walked into the house. Immediately, a few of the soldiers in the courtyard walked towards Yi Fashion, obviously to prevent him from escaping. Yi Fashion frowned and said, "I don't need your invitation. I can walk on my own." Although the identity of the black-clothed men was indeed beyond his expectations, it was fine as long as they were not from the Chui family or the provincial governor's office. Yi Fashion thought to himself, In order to avoid any accidents, I would like to ask little brother to hand over your weapon first." A burly man stood in front of Yi Fashion and said in a low voice. Yi Fashion frowned, but he did not refuse. He handed over the sword at his waist and walked into the house. "Haha, our servants have offended you just now. I hope little brother can forgive us." After Yi Fashion walked into the house, he saw that the black-clothed man had changed into a gray unlined garment. He cupped his fists and apologized to Yi Fashion. "It's fine." Yi Fashion waved his hand and then took off the black veil on his face. When the man saw this, he was immediately surprised and said, "I didn't expect little brother to be so young. You're really a hero from the younger generation." "Haha." Yi Fashion was unmoved. He said directly, "Sir, can you tell me your true identity now?" The man stopped smiling and nodded. "Since little brother wants to know, I won't beat around the bush with you. My name is Lu Rengui, and I am the Bien Province Army officer." "Bien Province Army officer? Then what are you doing in Guan County?" Yi Fashion asked curiously. "Haha, little brother, why don't you tell me what you heard on the roof of the main hall of the provincial governor's mansion?" Lu Rengui said with a faint smile. Yi Fashion said in a low voice, "Why should I tell you?" "Because we have a common enemy. I think that is enough, right?" Lu Rengui's eyes flashed and he said meaningfully. Yi Fashion was silent for a while. Then he looked outside the house and said, "If I don't tell you, will I not be able to get out of this house?" Lu Rengui laughed and said, "Little brother, what are you talking about? I have always treated you as a friend. If you don't want to tell me, I won't force you. Wait until tomorrow morning and you can leave by yourself." Yi Fashion didn't know how sincere this man's words were, but he could conclude that Lu Rengui was definitely not with Pan Jinhua. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Lu Rengui and said, "No matter what, I have to thank Lu Rengui for saving my life tonight. As for what I heard in the provincial governor's office, I can also tell Lu Rengui that the people in the main hall should be Chui Junchuo and Zhengzhou provincial governor Pan Jinhua. From their words, I can roughly tell that Chui Junchuo has joined forces with Xingyangsheng family and Boling's Chui family to start a rebellion." In Guangqing County, it was very lively at this time. A large group of soldiers held torches and ran through the streets of the city. They didn't miss any corner, as if they were searching for something. West of the city, Chui Mansion. "The conversation between me and Jinhua must have been heard by that thief. Qili, take Wangjin and Swan Xiao and immediately go to the city to search for this thief. Now all the doors of the houses in the city are closed. I think he can't escape anywhere." Cui Junchuo said with a gloomy face. At the same time, a bad premonition rose in his heart. As time passed, the premonition became stronger and stronger. Yes, grandfather. Qi Li's eyes and nose were red. He was probably scalded by the lime and spicy mustard powder. He cupped his fists and turned to leave. Grandfather, could that person be sent by Wei Zheng? Cui Xuanji, who was serving Cui Junchuo, asked at this time. At that time, he spread rumors and encouraged the widows of the soldiers who died in Snake Spirit Mountain to go to Li Zishuan's house to make trouble. In the end, Cui Yunhan took the blame for him and was exiled to Chongzhou. He himself was scared back to Zhengzhou. Now that Cui Junchuo was going to start a rebellion as a junior, of course he had to come out and help. Cui Junchuo thought for a moment and said, "Impossible. All the people Wei Xuanqing brought have been killed. Even if he is not dead, there is no one we can use now." Cui Xuanji wondered. Then who could it be? Cui Junchuo sighed worriedly and said, "It's not Wei Zheng's people, nor is it our people. It means that there is a third hand in Guanqing County now. This is what I am most worried about." Chapter 1307. That's all I heard. Since Lu Kenjun is so interested in the information of the provincial governor's mansion, I wonder if you can tell me why you came to Guanqing County? Or are you going to carry out a mission? In a house in the south of Guanqing County, Yi Fashion and Lu Rengue sat opposite each other. Yi Fashion told Lu Rengue about the information he had obtained from the provincial governor's mansion. Then he asked Lu Rengue tentatively. Lu Rengue's eyes flashed and he suddenly looked at Yi Fashion with a smile that wasn't a smile. After looking at him for a long time, he smiled and said, "Little brother, I have already told you my identity, but I still don't know anything about you. If you recognize me as a friend, shouldn't you also introduce yourself?" Yi Fashion was silent. Although Lu Rengue was not a member of Pan Jinyue and the Cui family, he came to Guanqing County as a Bian provincial governor. His purpose and mission were also unknown, so the impact this person brought to the situation was uncontrollable. If he told Lu Rengue his true identity and if there was an accident, then his second uncle's family and little Yuer would all be exposed. But if Lu Rengue's purpose was the same as his, maybe he could help him out. This was a dilemma. Yi Fashion hesitated for a long time, gritted his teeth and said, "Lu Kenjun. I'm Yi Fashion from Nanyang Yi clan." Yi Fashion? Nanyang Yi clan? Lu Rengue frowned. He had never heard of Yi Fashion, but he had heard of Nanyang Yi clan because his ancestral home was Bian province, not far from Nanyang. "Are you really Yi Fashion? Why are you in Guanqing County?" At this moment, a dull voice suddenly came from the side of the main hall. Even though Yi Fashion was always calm, he couldn't help but jump in fright at this moment. He turned his head to look and saw a thin old man in a black robe walking out from the right side of the side hall. After seeing the person's face clearly, Yi Fashion was really surprised and delighted. "Wei Zhuoqing, why are you here?" Who else could it be but Wei Zheng, who had disappeared for half a month and the provincial governor's mansion was looking for him? It was because of this that Yi Fashion was both surprised and happy. Yi Fashion had stayed in Chang'an City for almost half a year and had met Wei Zheng a few times. For example, on New Year's Eve last year, Li Er had brought his family and many civil and military officials to Yun Mountain to watch the fireworks. Yi Fashion had met Wei Zheng once. Although Yi Fashion had met Wei Zheng before, Wei Zheng had never paid any attention to him. However, he had heard about the Nanyang Yi family's visit to the capital last year. Therefore, when he heard Yi Fashion's introduction, Wei Zheng came out from the side hall. Seeing Wei Zheng come out, Lu Rengue's face didn't have the slightest bit of surprise. He stood up and respectfully cupped his fists towards Wei Zheng. "Greetings, Left Minister Wei." Obviously, he knew that Wei Zheng was eavesdropping from the side. Or rather, this interrogation was arranged in advance. Wei Zheng nodded and looked at Yi Fashion. "Oh, so you know this old man. Then let me ask you, why did you come to Guanqing County?" Seeing that Wei Zheng and Lu Rengue were obviously in cahoots, Yi Fashion no longer had any scruples in his heart. He answered truthfully. This time Fashion came alone. "There is another person, Li Yu, a reporter from Datong Daily. I came with her. She was asked by my cousin to come to Zhengzhou to investigate the matter of the bandits causing trouble some time ago." "Oh, Chang'an has received the news? Wei Zheng's eyes flashed and there was a hint of joy in his tone. Yi Fashion shook his head and said, "At that time it was just some hearsay. There was a rumor from the peddlers that there have been a lot of bandits around Zhengzhou recently. Li Yu and my cousin were worried about your safety, so Li Yu and I came here." "I see." Wei Zheng nodded, then sighed and said, "Sigh. But now Guanqing County only allows entry and not exit. You are already in deep trouble and can't extricate yourselves. Speaking of which, this old man has implicated you." Yi Fashion hurriedly said, "Lord Wei, you are a pillar of the country. Saving you can save millions of people. Although Fashion and Li Yu are in danger now, we have never regretted it." Lu Rengue couldn't help but laugh. Brother Yi is really a bosom friend. Who in the Tang Empire doesn't know that Wei Zuoqing is a rare good official? If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have brought my men and risked my life to save Wei Zuoqing. Wei Zheng shook his head and said, "Saving me can save millions of people? This old man can't afford it. Looking at the whole world, other than the current emperor, I'm afraid only your cousin Duke Yong'an has the ability to save millions of people." Yi Fashion was speechless. He was quite convinced of his cousin's abilities. After a long pause, Yi Fashion looked at Wei Zheng and asked, "Wei Zuoqing Fashion heard from Lu Canjun that when the bandits caused trouble in the city, he was the one who led the troops to save you? What exactly happened? Can you tell me?" Wei Zheng smiled and looked at Lu Rengue. "This question, you should ask Lu Canjun yourself." After Lu Rengue heard about Yi Fashion's background, he let his guard down. He grinned and said, Actually this is nothing. At the beginning of last month, I suddenly received a transfer order from the provincial governor of Bian province. He asked me to bring 200 elite troops and sneak into Guanqing County. There was only one purpose, and that was to secretly protect Wei Zuoqing. At that time I was still doubtful about this transfer order. However, the provincial governor told me that this was the order of the pacification commissioner. I didn't dare to disobey. So I chose the elite troops and sneaked into Guanqing County. On the 15th day of the previous month, hundreds of bandits entered the city in batches and suddenly went on a rampage, injuring thousands of people and charging into the magistrate's office. Although the imperial guards brought by Wei Zuoqing were well trained, they were outnumbered and all died. While the bandits and the imperial guards were fighting, I knocked Wei Zuoqing unconscious and secretly hid in the tunnel of the Xingwang Temple. After a few days the storm calmed down. Then we quietly returned to the surface and stayed in the house that we had previously bought. However, just in case, Wei Zuoqing still hides in the tunnel during the day. Yi Fashion listened and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Then he asked doubtfully, "Lu Canjun, how did you find out about the tunnel in the Xingwang Temple?" Lu Rengue smiled and said, "This tunnel wasn't originally there. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and mice give birth to children. Among my subordinates there are two brothers. Their ancestors were very famous tomb raiders, so it's naturally easy for them to dig a section of the tunnel." Chapter 1308. In China's ancient times, there were four main schools of tomb raiding. The main ones were Fuqiu Hangxiu, Fuqiu Dai Fuqiu, Fuqiu de 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 Fuqiu. The Tomb Raider Commandant was a tomb raider from the Tomb Raider sect. Yi Fashion nodded in realization and said, "Lu Sanjuan's subordinates are really capable. Fashion is impressed." Lu Rengue thanked him profusely. At this moment Wei Zheng said worriedly, "Although Lu Canjun saved me, the current crisis is not over yet. Over the past month, the Chui family and Pan Jinyue's actions have become more and more frequent. Although I'm not in the government office, Lu Canjun and his men have been spying in the city. I didn't expect to meet you tonight. Just now, Lu Canjun only wanted to fish out the information you have, so he didn't tell you that this old man was here. From the recently popular Zhengzhou Daily, this old man can also see that Chui Junchuo and Pan Jinyue's intentions to rebel are as clear as day. Furthermore, according to what you just said, Chui Junchuo has not only joined forces with the Zheng family, but also the Chui family of Bowling. With this, the power of these traitors will only grow. Through a swift attack, it is not impossible to take down Luoyang. If that happens, the imperial court will be in big trouble." Yi Fashion didn't hide it anymore. He cupped his hands and said, Left Deputy Wei, Fashion's second uncle, is the county governor of Guangxing County. He might be able to help us at a crucial moment. Li Yu, who came to Zhengzhou with the monk, is also at my second uncle's house. Now that we've found you and investigated the situation in Zhengzhou clearly, we can send the information here back to Chang'an tomorrow. After my cousin learns of it, he will definitely report it to His Majesty and have His Majesty dispatch an army to eliminate the rebels. Wei Zheng frowned and said, "Now that the city gates are closed, you can only enter and not leave. How are you going to send the information back to the capital? Besides, according to what you said just now, Cui Junchuo and Panjinue are going to start an uprising in 2 days. Even if we can send the news back to Chang'an, I'm afraid there won't be enough time. Once they take over Luoyang, the imperial court will definitely fall into a passive position." Yi Fashion glanced in the direction of the door. After confirming that no one was eavesdropping, he cupped his hands and said, "Left Prime Minister Wei, to tell you the truth, we brought a telegraph machine with us when we came to Zhengzhou. We can use this to quickly send information back to Chang. Once His Majesty receives the news, if he sends an urgent message, he will be able to mobilize the surrounding troops to hold them back for a while. Furthermore, he can inform Luoyang in advance to reinforce the city defenses. In this way, there shouldn't be any problems holding them back until the imperial court's army arrives." Telegraph. Wei Zheng finally lost his composure. When the telegraph machine was first introduced, very few people knew about it. However, when the Yanhuang Academy opened, Li Zishuan gave a public lecture to all the students and demonstrated the magic of the telegraph machine. Later, the Tang Dynasty Daily even published it. Although Wei Zheng didn't see it with his own eyes, he still knew a little about the magical functions of the telegraph machine. At this moment he excitedly said, "Zhengzhou is more than 400 miles away from Chang. The telegraph machine made by the Marquis of Yong, and can transmit information from such a distance?" In the past 6 months in Chang'an, Yi Fashion had spent time studying engineering. He replied, "Although the distance between Zhengzhou and Chang is more than 400 miles, the distance in a straight line is no more than 200 to 300 miles. Furthermore, Fashion remembered that my cousin once said that in theory, without interference, the telegraph machine can transmit information from a distance of a few hundred miles." Wei Zheng exclaimed, "This telegraph machine is so magical? That's great. There's no time to lose. After the gate opens, Fashion, you will meet up with Li Yu. Of course, for safety reasons, you can also bring her and your second uncle here. After that, you will immediately send the news back to Chang, and through the telegraph machine. Luoyang must not fall into the hands of the rebels." "Yes." Yi Fashion cupped his hands and agreed. Lu Rengue, who was beside him, was dumbfounded. What kind of telegraph machine could transmit information from 100 miles away? He didn't pay much attention to Datong Daily. These things were simply unheard of. However, when he saw that Wei Zheng, a cultured person, didn't question his words, he didn't interrupt. After hearing Wei Zheng's instructions, he looked at Yi Fashion and said, "Brother Yi, if you want to bring Li Yu and the others here, I can bring some men to escort you secretly. Otherwise, if you are followed by someone, it will be troublesome." Yi Fashion thought that when he found a place to send the telegram tomorrow, he would have to arrange for people to protect him. Hence he nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Lu Rengue." Lu Rengue laughed and said, "No matter what, I have gone through thick and thin with Brother Yi. If Brother Yi doesn't mind, you can call me Big Brother Lu. Previously, I didn't know your identity and offended many of my subordinates. However, I was also protecting left Prime Minister Wei's safety. It was my duty. I believe Brother Yi won't mind, right?" Yi Fashion wasn't an unreasonable person. When Wei Zheng appeared, all the doubts in his heart were cleared. At this time he cupped his hands and said, "Big Brother Lu, what are you talking about? No matter what, if it weren't for Big Brother Lu's help tonight, I would probably be in prison by now. How can I be blamed?" Lu Rengue laughed and said, Good. Fashion, you are my brother." This guy didn't know that his brother would become an awesome existence in the future. He would become the leader of the world's Taoist sects and a true Taoist master. Yi Fashion also didn't expect that his unintentional friend would become a famous general of the Tang Empire in the future. The night passed very quickly. This night, many people didn't sleep at all. For example, Cui Junchuo, Cui Xuanji Qi Li, Little Yu and Yi Minglei. Uncle Yi, fashion didn't return last night. Something must have happened. I'll go out and look for him now. Little Yu didn't know how many times she had cried that night. At this moment, her eyes were red as she looked at Yi Minglei and said, "Sigh, Miss Li Yu, your identity is special. It's inconvenient for you to appear in public. Let me go. At least, I'm still the deputy county magistrate. Eat some porridge and rest for a while." How could Yi Minglei not be anxious? Yi Fashion didn't return last night. He was so worried that his hair was turning white. He pointed at the breakfast that the servants had just brought over and said to Li Yu, "No, Uncle Yi." Little Yu also stood up and said stubbornly, "This time I came to Zhengzhou on my own initiative. It has nothing to do with fashion. He didn't have to come here to take the risk. It's all because of me that he got involved in this dispute. Now that he's in trouble, I can't just stand by and do nothing. I have to go and look for him."